and a very warm welcome to the King Abdulaziz racetrack here in sunny Saudi Arabia. Well, we had a bit of a break from racing since TAFE finished a couple of weeks ago, but we are now here in Riyadh raring to go. We're ready, and I'm delighted to say I'm joined by my friend Tom Collins here, who is here to share his expertise with us. Tom is a familiar face, of course, for those of us who were watching the action from TAFE. And he now joins us here in Riyadh. Tom, what are you looking forward to over the next few days?
Just the racing in general. You know, it's my first ever time at this track. First ever time in Riyadh, really, considering we had that little stop after TAFE, but never really got to see Riyadh in total. The track looks amazing, albeit the turf isn't yet laid, so we've just got dirt racing. There are some good horses, some good races. I'm looking forward to seeing a couple of the white stable horses for certain. Here's one of them as well that we're about to look at now.
Here are a couple of horses for us to keep an eye out for today. We've got in the last race, race number 12, is one that we want you to look out for. Here he is. He's unbeaten in his last two races. This is Ash. He goes in the last. He's on a winning streak of 2. He's on his hat-trick, and could today be the day? Also, keep an eye out for Adalaifa Jorda in race 9. Here he is, finishing second last time out in TAFE. Tom was watching that one. He's yet to get a win so far in his last 9 outings, but will he get that elusive win in Riyadh? Plenty to look out for today, plenty to look forward to, and of course we are joined by Shamila Hanley, our roving reporter who is out and about for us. Shamila, who are you looking forward to seeing today?
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us live on YouTube. We are finally in Riyadh. I hope everybody enjoyed their break. However, it is all systems go now until March. I'm really looking forward to Gloria Flash's, one of the TAFE favourites, in race number 3 today. Hopefully she can get her head out in front and finally break her maiden. The weather is beautiful today. Everybody is working right up until the last minute to get everything ready and sorted before the first race, and I cannot wait.
Thank you, Shamila. Well, of course, you know this track well. You've been here for the Saudi Cup a couple of times. How excited are you to be back in Riyadh?
I have indeed covered 2 Saudi Cups. It's fantastic to be back. And a lot has changed. They have changed the layout of the pre-parade ring, the parade ring. Even the winners' enclosure is different. So I'm really looking forward to this very exciting season and very competitive one at that.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Well, we are, of course, joined by our 4th member of the team. It's Anthony Ennis, Enzo, who's going to be calling today's action. Enzo, welcome. What are you looking forward to today in Riyadh?
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, great to be part of the team. And yeah, it's my first time commentating on Riyadh, so it's very much a learning curve. I've obviously covered a lot of the TAFE races, but yeah, looking forward to this meeting today. And we've got 12 races as well to enjoy. We kick off on the dirt with the maiden race, all the races on the dirt today. And then we've got the fillies maiden after that, over the mile. Then we drop back in distance for the maiden, for the locally bred horses. Then we've got the Arabian breds maiden. That's at 5:10. At 5:40, we've got the handicap race, quite competitive, that one. Plenty of runners in that one, 5:40, 0 to 55 rated horses. They've got a maiden at 6:10 over the 1400 again. 6:40, another locally bred horses maiden over 1400 metres, which is the same distance of the next race, which is an open race for locally bred horses due off at 7:10. On we go to the 7:40, Arabian horses maiden. 8:10, we go up to the mile, the 1600 for a maiden race. They've got an open contest that takes place at 8:40. That's race number 11. And the last race on the card at 9:10 over 1800 metres is a really competitive contest for the apprentices, a handicap for horses rated 0 to 65. So plenty of runners on the card, over 160 horses taking part today. Let's look at race 1, shall we? Number 1 is Abrak Jadela for Ayad Al Tarisi. Number 2 is Nard Rahid Al Fayroz. 3 is Mota Basila for Camilla Ospina. 4 is Albshur, the American bred, for Luis Morales. Number 5, a Randas, ridden by Abdulaziz Al Musa, Irish bred horse. And number 6 is Yaroum, who is ridden by Hamza Saad. And number 7 is Mad Al Wasil, ridden by Fahed Al Farades. So we are having a maiden list for 2-year-olds, colts and fillies here. 2 fillies in the lineup up against the 5 colts, and they're going 1,200 metres for race 1.
Well, it's an absolutely packed schedule, isn't it, Tom? Over 160 runners there, according to Enzo. 12 races to enjoy for us today, and plenty of racing, of course, to look forward to in Riyadh over the coming weeks and months. What are you specifically looking out for in race 1, Tom?
Yeah, it's an interesting race. It's a small field. We're used to seeing big fields, and as you said, there are plenty of big fields today with over 160 runners, but only 7 go in the opener for the local and imported 2-year-old maidens. 6 furlongs. Nice to start with a sprint. We get the quick horses out the way to start with, and we end with a mile 1 furlong race, so we would slowly move up in distance. It's an interesting contest. We've got a couple of first-time starters that we don't know anything about. We've got a horse in Nard, rated 42 after 3 outings, that's got plenty of experience. And we have a runner from the White Stable in Motabasilla. So it should be an informative race. I don't know too much about them, but I've had a look into their pedigrees, and we'll go through that when we see the horses in the prelims.
And just 7 runners in this. It almost makes it more intriguing to have a smaller field, Tom.
It does. Usually when there are bigger fields, you're looking for the pace because, if you're fanned out wide on these tracks in Saudi Arabia, whether it be Taif or Riyadh, you generally find it difficult to win because you're covering a lot more ground, you're losing momentum, whereas the horses on the inside are going up the Golden Highway, I like to coin it, on the faster part of the track. We can just see there Motabasilla currently in the pre-parade. So with the small field, there isn't going to be that much early scrimmaging for position. Kind of makes it easier to solve as an analyst rather than 18 runners and you're basically using a pin to find the winner in these competitive races. But yeah, it should be an interesting heat. Hopefully we get a good entertaining race for the neutral and a thrilling finish.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm sure that we will do indeed, Tom. There's just 2 horses who've actually run previously in this one, so that's pretty hard to pick for you as an analyst as to where the pace might come from perhaps. And here's horse number 1. This is Jcsa going in the pre-parade ring. We just caught a glimpse of him there. He's a 2-year-old chestnut colt. What do you make of him, Tom?
He looks quite fit first time up. You can see his ribs there, which generally is a sign that he's ready to run, not carrying too much condition. He is a first-timer, as you say. He's by the sire Al Motaram, who has won from 16 in his career. He won over 2,000 metres. So the fact that this horse is making his debut over 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres, suggests it might be on the sharp side. He could be a stayer in time. The dam was Tawakkol Kerman, who was 0 from 21 in her racing career. Not the best pedigree on show. I think this horse will be a project, maybe not the winner today.
Well, he looks relaxed, doesn't he, Tom? He's keenly observing his surroundings as well, so all looking pretty good for Jcsa, would you say?
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to see these horses getting too sweaty or too het up. We're currently looking at around 32 degrees in Riyadh right now, so it is quite warm out there, albeit not as warm as Riyadh is in the summer, of course. So yeah, the horses can sweat, but fortunately he looks okay.
And here's your pick, I think, Tom, Motabasilla, or at least a horse you've mentioned anyway.
Yeah, Motabasilla's by Premium Tap, a filly for the White Stable, looks an absolute beast in the prelims. Most of these White Stable horses do. They're fine physical specimens. She's by a dam called Sajda, who was racing in Saudi Arabia. Premium Tap's obviously a sire that we've seen on numerous occasions. And this filly represents the leading trainer Ahmed Mohamoud and leading rider Camila Ospina.
And here is number 4, Jcsa. What do you make of number 4, Tom?
Another first-time starter in here, never run before. Can't really see on these pictures the condition of the horse, though he looks pretty fit and ready to go. The back end looks quite weak, but he's a colt, US bred by Speightstown, who's a very good sire for dirt horses, so that's a tick in the box for him. And Lou Morales takes the ride.
Yes, all these 2-year-olds, of course, still will have some growing to do, certainly, so some of them still look like they haven't quite grown into themselves. Horse at number 5, Erandas.
Yeah,
Irish horse, Tom.
Exactly, Irish bred by Sioux Nation, who used to race for Aidan O'Brien in the typical Ballydoyle or Coolmore silks of Michael Tabor, the blue and orange disc, which you can never mistake for any other silks, albeit there are some close ones here in Saudi Arabia. This colt cost just 10,000 guineas in May, over at Tattersalls actually, in the UK. It was for the horses in training sale, so was in training with someone else before moving out to Saudi Arabia.
Certainly interesting to see how he gets on in Saudi Arabia then. Change of scene. This is horse number 7, Mad Al Wasil, looking keenly around.
Yeah, I'm just looking over my shoulder right now from our lovely studio by the paddock. Horse number 4 is just playing up a little bit, Jcsa. So we see a bit of a backlog with these first-time starters just standing still and not walking round the paddock. Mad Al Wasil is by a French sire called Inns of Court, who stayed a lot further. I think much like horse number 1, Jcsa, these 2 horses probably went further than the 1,200 metres today.
And our jockeys, of course, ready and raring to go. Some familiar faces there from the ones you've seen in Taif. And of course, from the ones our viewers have been watching all season on the Jockey Club Saudi Arabia YouTube channel. Many thanks for joining us on that. And do keep your comments coming in. We love to hear from you, so whatever you think, love to hear what you think of the day's action in Riyadh. Of course, the start of the season. Camilo Ospina, leading jockey, Tom. I'm sure he'll expect to get a few winners under his belt today.
Oh, absolutely. He has lots of chances, as he always does. Obviously, he's the lead jockey for the white stable. You'll see him in those white silks with the red trim and the green cap throughout the afternoon and throughout the season. We should mention there are 12 races on these cards at Riyadh. We're used to 9 races over at Taif, so more chance for Camilo Ospina to ride winners.
Absolutely. Packed schedule. And here is Nard going in the first. Thoughts, Tom?
Yeah, she's a filly. She's on her toes a little bit, but she's had 3 runs, so she should know a little bit better. She's the most experienced horse in the race by Scipion, the sire. Last time up, ran 13th back in meeting 54, which was actually the last meeting of Taif, so just 2 weeks ago. Now drops back to 1,200 metres. I don't know whether that's a positive or not. And also, she's only rated 42. As an analyst, I'd be disappointed if she won, because there's got to be a more talented horse than her.
But she does have the experience that perhaps some of the others don't have. So that's interesting, isn't it, in terms of debutantes versus more experienced horses?
Precisely, and that may be seen to best effect at the start, because first-time starters, they've had some work from gates, but you don't know how much work, and also if you've broken from the gates in races like Nard has 3 times, she's going to be a lot sharper. She's going to know her job. She'll know that she'll need to bounce out and get into her rhythm early, whereas some of these horses can take a stride or two, miss the beat, and then be on the back foot. So that's where the benefit of experience comes in. We might see her in the lead in the early stages. I'd be surprised if we saw her in the lead at the finish.
Well, Shamila is down there for her. Shamila, you've got a good view of those horses. You're very much up close, seeing them in the flesh. Who do you like the look of?
Thank you very much, Rebecca. The bell has just gone for the jockeys to mount for the first race of the day, of the season. And the horse that I really like the look of is horse number 4, Al Bashir, ridden by Louis Morales. Now, this is my first paddock pick of the Riyadh season, so I fingers crossed it goes well for you. Obviously, this is a fillies maiden, but honestly, all the fillies are looking really nice. They're cool, calm and collected, considering that there is still a lot of construction going on here around the parade ring. However, she is looking the best to my eye.
Great stuff. Thanks, Shamila. So that is Shamila's horse, Al Bashir, number 4. Best of luck to you, Shamila. Tom, who's your pick?
It's got to be Motta Basillo. I can see the case for Al Bashir. He's a colt against the fillies by Speightstown, as I say. The dirt should definitely suit him. I like that Louis Morales takes the ride. I think I was a little bit of a curse on Louis Morales at Taif, because he didn't really have much success when I was covering these shifts. But when Rory was in my seat, he seemed to be riding winner after winner. So hopefully that doesn't continue for him in Riyadh, and hopefully he does have some success. Al Bashir would probably have been my second choice, but Motta Basillo has to be the play for me. I think she's the most likely winner of this race. 7th on debut, but she was drawn 16 of 18 that day. And at Taif, you could barely win from that wide on the track. You know, you had to break exceptionally well, move across to the rail, and it didn't pan out for her. She also played up in the stalls, which is something to watch out for today. Hopefully she's a lot more settled in the early stages, going into the stalls and in the race in general. She was hampered early, she took a couple of bumps, 6 wide on the bend, but made a big move in the straight. And albeit she faded late, that run showed enough promise for me to suggest that she's going to win a race of this nature.
And of course, she's in the very capable hands of leading jockey Camilo Ospina. He's going well, Tom.
Yeah, he's flying. We've already touched on him briefly. It's worth mentioning, though, that second currently in the jockey standings is Adel Al-Faradi. He's not riding today. Camilo's going to use this as a great chance to extend his lead and try to dominate the Jockeys Championship so far this season and going into the latter stages of Riyadh. It's interesting because Camilo hasn't won the Jockey Championship for a long time. Adele's been basically taking the title year in, year out. So I think, albeit in Taif, when Shamila interviewed him and he was a bit cautious about saying whether he was going for the Jockeys Championship or not, I think it's really at the front of his mind. He wants to win. He's a competitor. We've seen him races. He's extremely aggressive on his horses. I think he's going to be aggressive in this title race too.
And of course, a stacked card. This is a good chance for him to get some extra points.
Yeah, exactly. It really is. Obviously, there aren't any cup races, which count for 2 in the leaderboard, but there are plenty of opens worth some good prize money, and maidens like this, which are, Camilo would think, are penalty kicks for him to ride winners, because this Motta Basillo, for example, would have cost a fair bunch. She's bred to be the best horse in the race. He will be going out on the track right now expecting to win. So, yeah, I'm hopeful that Camilo gets off to a great start today.
And the runners and the riders off down to the start line for the very first race of this 12-card day. Looks good out there, Tom. The track looks in pretty good condition.
It does, yeah. They've been harrowing the track all morning. We've had a look around while we've been prepping for the show today, and we've seen the tractors go around harrowing the inside and the outside just to make sure that it doesn't run super deep. It does look quite a deep surface, but so did Taif in Saudi. So, you know, these horses will be used to this. They've been working on the track over the last couple of weeks. Some horses were shipped here early before the end of the Taif season as well, so they'll have experience of what the dirt is feeling like underfoot. It's nice out there, the weather's good. The track is a lot bigger than Taif as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing how these races pan out. And one other thing, at Taif they would generally, we were seeing pace biases towards the end of the races. Front runners were dominating, especially if those were against the fence in the early stages. So I'll be interested to see if there is any pace bias at Riyadh today, because this track has a lot longer home straight, sweeping turn as well. And if you are on the front end and there is a bias, we could see a lot of front runner winners.
It's certainly going to be an intriguing day. Just waiting for the horses to make their way to the start line before they load into the stalls. And Tom, just talk us through the significance of the different coloured saddlecloths some of our viewers might have picked up on.
Yeah, we see this quite often in US racing. Obviously, we have it over here as well in Saudi. Only one track in the UK has it, and that's Kempton. Shout out to them, because it's a fantastic initiative. For example, horse number 1, you'll always see the red saddlecloth. Horse number 2, you'll see the white saddlecloth. 3, you'll see a blue saddlecloth, etc. So if you're not following these horses by the silks that the jockeys are wearing, it's very easy to spot your horse just by the saddlecloth number. Just acquaint yourself to what the colour is to the number. As we can see there, yellow is number 4, and you'll be able to see the horse at all points around the track.
Great system, easy peasy. Well, let's join Enzo now. Anthony Ennis, our commentator, who's watching this one.
Thank you very much indeed, Rebecca. Yes, it's what Tom was talking about there, the saddlecloth. It helps commentators as well quite a lot, because we can sort of shade in our cards with the relevant saddlecloth colours, which is very helpful indeed, especially in the bigger fields. I mean, it should be okay here with the 7, but it's yeah, I think it should be worldwide, the coloured saddlecloths. I know, as Tom said, Kempton Park use it, but America, of course, it's used all the time. You see number 4, there's always the yellow. That's Alb Schur and Luis Morales. Definitely, I think it's perhaps the most interesting of the son of Speightstown. I agree with Tom. In terms of the 2 that run before, I wanted to be with Motor Basila here as well. The daughter of Premium Tap, who's been a bit of a super sire over in Saudi Arabia. What a horse he was as well. I think he ran in a couple of Dubai World Cups. I think he was second to Inversor, wasn't he? And ran in Curlin's Dubai World Cup as well, if memory serves. Premium Tap. But as a sire, he's doing very well indeed. He's the sire of Motor Basila, number 3, one of the 2 fillies in the race. Nard, the other filly, and the others are colts, and they are about to load up. So not too far away from action here at Riyadh. We are running over 1,200 metres on the dirt. It's a maiden for 2-year-olds, colts and fillies. And it's the check colours of Nard there. That's Rahid Al Fayrouz riding. Yaroom was number 6. Had a good look at him on the way down as well. Caught by Treble Jig. Hamza Saad on board him. As we go back live, they are now loading. So first one about to go in for the Riyadh opener. First of 12 today. 7 juveniles then on the dirt. 1,200 metres. And first one is in. Yaroom in the maroon and whites. Stall 1 for Abrak Jadela. They're by race card order, the draw here. Follow. So waiting for this one to go forward. That is Arandas who goes in there. Arandas in the grey and yellow. There is Alb Schur in the white and blue. And the last one. Green cap, those white stable colours. Camille Ospina, leading rider this season aboard Motor Basila. All in. Hammer stood in fact, it's stall 3, so not quite ready to go yet. Now we're ready, and they're off. The Riyadh season is underway on the dirt. They're racing over 1,200 metres, and slow to go from stall 1 was Abrak Jadela. Breaking really well in the black cap is Mad Al Wasil, also up there towards the inside as well. Very prominent indeed is Nard as they go through the first couple of 100 metres. Now Alb Schur wants a piece of the action too, the blue cap. Alb Schur it is, who goes on ahead of Mad Al Wasil in second. Racing in third is Motor Basila, the green Cat, Nards on the inside, the blue and white, and then comes Arandas, yellow sleeves and Cat, maroon and white of Yaroom is towards the back of the field. There's one even further back, that's Abrak Jadela, who completely messed the start and is well outpaced. So turning for home then, inside the final 400 metres and up front, the leader is Alp Sure has got them on the stretch as well. Alp Sure, this newcomer, he leads for Louis Morales by 3 lengths down the straight. Pressed hard by Mad Albasil on the outside, but not making up any ground. It's all Alp Sure here with 150 metres left to go. He's clear by 5 lengths. Running on the inside now is Motor Basila, might go into second place. Then out wider is Arandas, but one-way traffic. Alp Sure is going to make a striking winning debut for Louis Morales. And it's Alp Sure. Look well at the paddock, looks better on the racetrack, wins easily. Alp Sure to on the inside, Motor Basila finishing in second place. And then came Arandas in behind, but that was awesome. Shamila's paddock pick, Alp Sure, lands the opener, the maiden. And that was impressive. I did mention I made the pick of the newcomers as well. I thought he looked really well on the way down, and he's loved it. 1 minute 14.41 seconds, the winning time. 8 1/4 lengths. It was some margin of success. 4, Alp Sure is the winner and wins emphatically there in the opening race. Absolutely ripping to shreds in behind. Second was number 3, Motor Basila, and third was number 5, Arandas. So it's a 4-3-5 result for openers at Riyadh.
What an imperious performance for Alp Sure, and great one for Shamila too. She picked him in the paddock. She had a good look at him, and yeah, he was so impressive, wasn't he, Tom?
Yeah, he was really good in that race. You know, he briefly missed the start. I would look forward to seeing the full race replay because it was a bit of a messy beginning. There was some scrimmaging between horses 4, 5 and 6 that we'll get into when we see the footage of the start of that race. But he instantly showed great early speed, put the race to bed in the early stages, coming around the bend, moved to the front, moved to the rail. That was a crucial move as well, just putting Motor Basila on the back foot in behind. Louis Morales shook the reins on Alp Sure, and he got the job done. It was a very impressive debut performance.
And your horse, Motor Basila, finishing in second, but he was absolutely streets ahead, Alp Sure, despite playing up a bit in the pre-parade.
Yeah, he was playing up, which suggests that he was a little bit inexperienced. Obviously, he looked nice. Shamila chose him for that reason, and Enzo said on the track he went down to post well as well. But at the same time, he might be physically nice, but he might be very mentally immature at this stage of his career, which is understandable. Never raced before. He's a young horse. And that only suggests that he's going to improve for this effort, this experience. And then next time, we might see an even better performance. So it's a very promising start to Riyadh, I have to say. This is a promising horse. He could see himself in Open or Cup races in the near future.
Absolutely, and Shamila did very well there. She's 1 from 1 with her pick, Tom, into second then. Hopefully we will be hearing from the winning jockey a little bit later on. But yeah, he set the early pace, Tom, and there was no real looking back then.
No, we saw a good break from Nard, the experienced filly, against the inside. Montepasilla also broke very nicely, as did the 7 Mad Al Wasil. But Albshire showed that important early speed. Didn't have the gate speed, but had the early speed. And yeah, it was an impressive performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And a great race to kick us off in this 12-card fixture today on the opening day of the Riyadh season. Winning jockey there just doing his press duties, and hopefully we'll get to have a chat with him a little bit later on.
He is immature, still to grow up, but mashallah, he did great.
Morales as well, Tom. He's got a few runners today.
Yes, he has. He's got a few. I said I was the Bok on him in Taif, and he couldn't ride a single winner for me, or at all when I was at the course. But obviously that curse is over. He started Riyadh in the perfect possible way. Hopefully he can go up and up the leaderboard as we see it now. He's currently not even in the top 5, but this is a jockey with serious talent.
Well, let's go over to Shamila now, who is following hot on the heels of our winning jockey. Hopefully she'll get to chat to him. Congratulations to Shamila, of course, for picking the winner in our opening race. Shamila.
Thank you very much. A very impressive win from Luis Morales, and we have to walk with you back to the weighing room because there is currently no place to weigh in. Tell me about the race. Obviously, you rode him very confidently from the beginning as soon as you jumped out the gates.
Well, he broke a little slow. He was a little bit hesitant, but you know, he's very professional, because when I asked him to go, he just quickly moved. So I just have to wait for the last 300-400 when he wanted to go, and he did good. A good time was.
And he was my selection before the race as well. He just looked really well. Were you confident before?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Well, let's take another look at the race. And we heard there from our winning jockey that when he asked him to go, he went.
Yeah, we've just seen there from the start that little bit of scrimmaging between horses 4, 5 and 6, and Albshire was immediately 3 or 4 lengths behind the 3 horses who showed blazing gate speed and early speed. But Luis Morales was able to put him in that position just in between the 3, and as you say, he's already asserting himself now. Louis said all he has to do was ask him to go, and he went. Well, we've already seen he's hit the front, he's a length clear, and in just a couple of seconds' time, he's going to move across to the rail. Nard, unfortunately, on the inside is going to have to check out of matters and move to the right-hand side, the horse back and forth currently. Montepasilla moves to the rail, but is now getting the kickback from the eventual winner. So Luis Morales has already basically made the race-winning move, and then he found more in the straight.
Yeah, great turn of foot there from our winner. Just how impressive was that, Tom, in terms of a debut?
Yeah, it was very impressive. I think he's mentally immature, so he's definitely going to improve. But what we saw on the track was, well, mightily impressive. Not only the early speed, but the way he managed to stay this 6 furlong trip nicely. The end time was 1 minute 14.41 seconds. So I'll keep a track of the times as we go through the cards, just so we know how quickly the track is riding. But currently, that's 4.5 seconds slower than the track record over this distance. He won by 8 1/4 lengths. I don't know what he beat. Maybe that wasn't the best of fields, but he was very good.
And Tom, now we've had a good look at the track. We've had our first race underway. How does this track compare to Taif?
It's interesting. It looks like, again, it could be a speed bias, but that's generally all dirt tracks because of the kickback. If you get to the front, you generally can maintain your speed. There are obviously anomalies, especially when there's numerous horses that want to go forward and you can have a proper duel on the front end. Then there's a big pace collapse and the closers come into play. But it looks like there is going to be an advantage to horses on the front end. You can see a bit of the kickback there. You don't really want to be in behind because the jockeys are going to get covered. The horse is going to swallow a little bit of dirt and therefore they're not going to run to their peak performance. But the track seems to be running nicely. Looking forward to seeing how many front runners we'll have.
And Montepasilla, your pick before the race.
Yeah.
Second run, what did you make of that performance?
She ran okay, didn't she? I mean, she'd never looked like winning, to be honest. I mean, Albshire took the front after about a furlong. And from then on, Camila Ospina was just asking that little bit from Montepasilla. She wasn't really finding much. She galloped home in her own time and she managed to pick up second, which wasn't a terrible performance, but she was nowhere near Albshire, 8 1/4 lengths behind. She might be able to find a race at this meeting, but if she keeps bumping into nice colts like this, then she's going to struggle.
Well, Shamila picked the first winner. Tom, you had to settle for second. Perhaps we should get Shamila in here in the studio, giving the expert insight and analysis for the next one. But yeah, great race to kick us off for the start of the day. Anything else in that race, Tom, that caught your eye, or was it just the winner you couldn't really see past?
Well, the winner was definitely the best horse in the race. There's nothing more I can say about him. Mad Awasil, the number 7 that we can see in the footage just about now on the outside in the orangey silks, the yellowy orange silks. He showed good early speed, but then faded late in the day. He's by Inns of Court, so might prefer a switch to the turf. Nard, who I know you were secretly hoping was going to run very well, she showed some good early speed, but was game over from after about 2 furlongs. I think she'll be suited by a race where she can be dominant on the front end. And horse number 1, Abrak Jadela, there was no early speed. I'm talking 0 in the early stages. He was immediately on the back foot, was 10 lengths behind after the first furlong, but actually made late headway. As I said in the prelims when we were talking about this horse, he's by a sire who's won over 2,000 metres, so I think a longer trip will definitely suit him in time. This was definitely a learning curve for him.
Absolutely, definitely. Looks like he needs that longer trip. He looks more like a stamina horse than a speed horse for sure. But yes, I was secretly going for Nard, Tom, because I was going for the other filly in the race. You picked one, I was going to go for the other, so supporting the girls in the opener. Yeah, you're right with the horse in the orange, Tom. I can't recall which one that was, but you were saying about the pace there that the jockey could see was asking for more, and there was just nothing more coming from that horse.
Yeah, Mad Awasil was the horse in question. I don't know whether it was just that the eventual winner was showing really good early speed and the other pace horses couldn't go with them, or if it was just the fact that horse Mad Awasil was wide on the track. Maybe you don't want to be out there. As I say, this is race 1. We'll see later during the card where you want to be on the track, where the biases are, and that will help us find some winners. And again, looking forward, when we're analysing future races, we can work out whether this horse could be marked up for their performance or marked down based on where they raced on the track.
Well, loads more runners and riders to come. We move on to race 2. We step up in trip. We are going over a mile here at the King Abdulaziz racecourse in Riyadh. We've got, well, this is going to be an interesting one, Tom. We've got maiden fillies.
Yeah, 3-year-olds in this race. So it's a mix of horses that are inexperienced. For example, number 8, La Jarja, has never run before, but we've got horses in here that have had plenty of runs. Patchouli, for example, horse number 1, who's had 14 starts. So it's a good mix of horses, good mix of 3-year-old fillies. One of them will break through, and I'm sure that we'll see the others in fillies maidens for the rest of the campaign.
Absolutely, and Enzo, of course, is watching this one for us. Let's join him now.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, of course, big field here. We used to, I think 18 was the maximum at Taif, wasn't it? But we've got 19 here. So the biggest field that I've called, I think, over in Saudi Arabia. Non-runner number 4, but we've still got 19. And here they are. Number 1, Patchouli. Abdullah Al-Khamis rides this filly. All fillies here in this maiden. 2 is Ayaz Nuri, ridden by Rayan Al-Tawash. 3, Danat Chrome for Tariq Al-Hassam. 4 is out. 5 is Wadhu Al-Shams with Berto Ramos. 6 is Wajnad Abdullah Al-Rashid. 7 is Al-Sahira for Muhammad Al-Yami. 8, Lajaja for Ayad Al-Tarisi. 9 is Saba Al-Moghtara Naif Al-Anazi. Number 10, Al-Jazi Ahmed Al-Shra. 11 is Sifdar for Camillo Ospina. 12, Durat Al-Bar Alexis Moreno. 13, Enayat Al-Bari Abdullah Al-Kradis. And then number 14, Batulati, is written by Salman Al-Rashid. 15 is Halamila for Mohammed Saeed. 16 is a grey, Al-Kahila for Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 17 is Hossan Al-Bayan for Hamza Saad. 18, off the map, Ador. 20, Dalal Al-Fard, Ali Al-Mati on board there. So 19 runners, our biggest field yet. Without number 4, looking forward to this. 19 of them to have a look at here, Rebecca and Tom.
It's a field for our second race over a mile. Tom, who's catching your eye in this one?
Yeah, it's an interesting race. Number 4, Hakwat, who's actually the only non-runner in this field, would have been the highest rated horse in the lineup and would have been a definite player for the White Stable. So with that filly out of the race, you could really kind of looking down and thinking, where are the unexposed horses? Where are the lightly raced improvers in this field? And horse number 9, Siba Al-Moghtara, is the horse that really stands out to me for Naif Al-Anazi, who we just saw on the output right now. He's got that beautiful beard. You can never mistake him for any other rider.
Beautiful beard. Well, you wouldn't think that having a big, beautiful beard, Tom, would be conducive to riding a fast race, would you?
You wouldn't. Although Martin Harley, a jockey in the UK, who now doesn't ride in the UK but rides in Hong Kong, might argue differently, because he's the only other jockey that I know with a beard. So both are very talented. Maybe it's a growing trend.
Maybe it's a beard thing, yes, absolutely. You just think there's a bit of wind resistance with that, maybe. The horses are making their way around the parade ring, and you'll shortly be joining Shamila to see who her pick is. Of course, she gets a good long look at the horses when she is up close and personal with them in the paddock and the parade ring.
She does indeed, as we just see the footage of the jockeys going out. It's good to see Alex Moreno there smiling. There was a bit of controversy with a ban that he had at Taif, but it looks like he's enjoying the action a lot more now. And he had a big scar down his face as well from an incident that happened at the stalls. That seems to have all healed. He looks fighting fit and ready to go.
Absolutely, and here is horse number 1, it's Patchouli.
Yes, Patchouli. This was the horse I briefly mentioned a second ago. 0 from 14 so far in her career. She's had plenty of chances, but she did finish second in a similar race last January. 3 recent efforts were poor.
Quickly on to number 2 as Nori.
Only had 1 run, so quite unexposed. She's been off the track for 14 months as well. I don't know what's happened there, whether there was a setback or whether the connections just wanted to give her a big break to physically mature. She finished 7th on debut.
Night Chrome is number 3.
Had 5 outings so far, finished second here last year, much like Patchouli did, obviously in a different race. She's drawn nicely in stall 3. I think she probably wants further than this, and fitness is a concern.
Let's see, and this is Woodho Alshams.
5 starts for this filly by Commend. Wigberto Ramos takes the ride, which is always a positive. She's also drawn nicely in 5, and we'll see the footage of one of her efforts last time out.
The next horse that we will see, number 6, Waj Najd.
Had 2 starts, finished 10th on debut, 19th on the second outing. Much more is needed to feature today.
Al Sahira, number 7.
By a sire I really like in Good Magic, was a fantastic horse for Chad Brown in the US. Had 2 outings. The Taif reappearance run when finishing 8th back at meeting 49 was promising enough, better as expected today.
Jaja is number 8.
First timer in this field, don't know too much about her. The sire is All Action. Again, a horse I don't really know, but his progeny just 1 from 75.
This is Seba Al-Moghtara.
One of the leading players in this race for sure. Had 1 start, finished 4th on debut, over 6 furlongs, stepping up to a mile now. Will definitely suit this filly. I think she's got a fantastic chance.
Al Jazzy is next up, number 10.
French bred by Shala, who actually raced in the UK and was a really good 2-year-old and 3-year-old. 11 months off the track since this filly last ran. Upped in trip as well today.
And this is Sifta.
9 outings for this filly by Student Council. Her best efforts have come under Camilo Ospina, so the fact that he's on board is definitely a positive.
Next up, number 12 will be Jurat Albha.
Alex Moreno takes the ride on this filly, number 12, that we'll see very shortly once we come off number 11. There she is right now. She's a big type. Alex has never obviously sat on her before, unless he's been working her in the mornings, which maybe Shamila can find out if he wins this race. The outside draw is definitely not ideal, but we just don't know her true ability just yet.
Moving on then, number 13, Anayat Albari.
It's a similar story with this filly. She's never raced before. She looks very nice in the paddock, albeit I think she'll probably come on for the run. You can see a bit of condition under her saddle cloth just there. She's got a chance, but again, her draw out in 13 is not ideal.
Well, let's head over to Shamila now, who's having a good look at these horses. Shamila, who's caught your eye?
Thank you very mumuch, Rebecca. Horse number 10 has caught my eye in this race. A 3-year-old bay filly by Shala Al Jazzy, Jimmy Jerkin's first runner in Riyadh, and now he did end the Taif season very, very well with 3 runners on his last day. So I'm very, very confident that Jimmy will have a fantastic season and may even win with his first runner. She's looking really nice. Now, another horse that caught my eye is horse number 5, Wudu Al Shams. She's also looking really nice, ridden by Wigberto Ramos. However, I will be sticking with Al Jazzy. A paddock negative, if I was being very harsh, would probably be horse number 7, looking a tad carrying a bit too much condition to my eye, but let's see.
Shamila, I didn't realise that you were allowed to pick 2 horses.
No. I promise I'm not choosing 2 horses. I'm just highlighting the horses that look good. However, my one and only paddock selection is horse number 10.
Well, the pressure is on you, Shamila. 1 from 1. Let's see if you can make it 2 from 2. So, what about you, Tom? What do you think?
Well, I'm just looking over my shoulder right now at these horses that we haven't yet talked about in the paddock. And horse number 18, Off the Map, was playing up a touch just then when Louis Morales got on board. I actually liked this horse when she ran at Taif back in meeting 40. That was when I was out here last. But she didn't really perform very well. She finished 9th. Louis is obviously on a high, though, after winning the last race.
Absolutely. This is number 14, Batulati, which Think of this horse.
Only rated 25. We won't see too many fillies rated as low as this on the card. She's had 7 outings, but she really just hasn't featured so far, and I'd be surprised if she played a leading part today.
Alamila, number 15, looking relaxed.
Very relaxed in the prelims, what you like to see. The noseband and the blinkers are on. This horse obviously isn't very easy. She's only had 1 outing, long absence to overcome, and again, out wide in 15, going to need to break well.
As will Alcohela.
Very sweaty in the prelims. That would be a big negative for me. If Shamila's having a negative, I'm having a negative, and that is number 16. She's had 4 outings, she finished 7th last time. I've got written down here could play a part, but after seeing her in the prelims, not for me.
What about Hossein Albayan, Tom?
Finished 16th on debut, that was last year. Looks like she's carrying some condition.
Well, off the map, we've already seen acting up a bit, Tom.
Yes, looks like we're about to see it now, actually. This is what I saw a couple of minutes ago when Louis got on board. She's a bit on her toes, and yeah, the cameraman darts away.
Absolutely, best to be safe. Looking now at number 19, Jcsa.
I don't think today's the day for this filly with the big cheap pieces. Maybe she looks around when she runs and doesn't fully concentrate on the job. They're looking for that aid to have the due effect to give her her full performance.
And the last runner in this massive field of 19, Dalal Al-Fad.
Drawn out in stall 20, or it will be 19 technically with the stall taken out of the race, but she's 0 from 7, rated 54. I reckon handicap's beckoning time. This will just be a season opener for her.
So, Tom, you've picked your negative. Who's your winner?
Oh, it's a good question. I'm going to go with number 9, Siba Al Mukhtara. I think she's got the best form in the race when she finished 4th last time at Taif. I also think that based on that evidence, she's going to love this step up to 1,600 metres, up to a mile. That 6 furlong trip was far too short for her. Look, last race, you told me off air you like Nard. Who are you picking in this race?
Well, I'm going for this horse, Tom. We can have a look now at Wadu Al Shams. This is last time out. This is last season in Riyadh, finishing 2nd. This is one that I think we should be looking out for in this race.
I don't disagree. I think she's definitely a player. She's out in 20 on this day, so the fact she finished 2nd was a big performance. She didn't show too much early speed, but she made a nice move at the top of the straight. She hit the line reasonably powerfully as well. She's got to be a player on that form.
Absolutely. Let's have a look then at horse number 9, Siba Al Mukhtara. This is a race from a couple of weeks ago, finishing 4th in Taif. You were watching this one, Tom?
Yeah, this is the horse I like in this race today. When we just picked up there, you just saw that she was towards the back of the pack. She was taking some kickback, and this was a track at Taif that really suited front runners. This winner of this race dominated from the outset. Siba Al Mukhtara is not even in the picture, and still won't be until she crosses the line. Now, she made big late inroads that day, over 6 furlongs. Naif Al-Anazi's booked to take the ride today. Stepping up in trip will definitely see her more prominent in the race, and that could be the defining factor of how she's got a great chance of winning today.
Well, the horses are making their way down to the stalls. They should shortly be loading. So it is time now, I think, to join our commentator, Enzo. Oh, not yet. Apologies. Bit premature there. Here's horse number 9, Tom. This is the horse you like.
Yeah, she's going down to post nicely. She's a bit on her toes, but Naif is just keeping her nice and relaxed. You know, we see the jockeys go down with their feet out the irons quite a lot here in Saudi Arabia. If you're watching this from the UK, you may not see this all too often, but it's a general practice over here, just to keep these horses relaxed. Thank you very much as well to Ed, who's commented right now on our YouTube channel saying, "Come on, Al Jazi." That's horse number 10. I think that was Shamila's
pick. Yeah, he's going with Shamila's horse. Obviously, she's on a winning streak, so we'll see if that continues. Yes, thank you for joining us on YouTube. Do keep those comments coming in. We love to hear from you. Many thanks for watching this first day of the Riyadh season. It's great to have you. This is Danat Chrome, number 3.
They're just about to circle behind. This, if anyone hasn't watched the Saudi racing coverage before on our Jcsa channel, the horses circle behind the stalls before the race. The handlers will look to see if there needs to be any tack adjustments. If there does need to be a tack adjustment or the saddle isn't on properly, then they'll put that horse in the middle of the circle, they'll adjust the tack, make sure everyone's A-OK and safe to run, and then the horses will go in the stalls and we'll see hopefully an entertaining race.
And this is such an impressive setting, isn't it, Tom? Just look at that there. The King Abdulaziz track is really quite an incredible place.
Yeah, it is. It's a wide, expansive track, isn't it? I mean, there's no surprise there's 20 runners when you've got such a wide track like that. You can get them all across with the stalls. The track looks like it's been harrowed again recently, right down in the chute. This is the first race from the chute so far this season and obviously today. So it'll be interesting to see how they pan out in the early stages. What we did see in the shoot at Taif was that when they came onto the main track, the horses can dart dramatically to the left, and it causes a bit of interference and a bit of scrimmaging back in the pack. So I'm sure the jockeys will want to stay a little bit wide on the track as they come out of the chute onto the main track, just to keep these horses nice in a rhythm, don't distract them for the massive expanse on the inside, and then move across to the rail slowly when we come round to the first and only turn in this event.
Will a wide draw be a negative, Tom?
So it's a good question, because generally the answer is yes. There is no doubt about that. Over shorter distances, it's almost certainly a negative. But when you're coming out of the chute, you've got a lot longer run to that first bend. As we can see right now, just in behind, horse number 16, Al Kahela, who's definitely playing up a touch, going down to post. There is a long run to the first turn. If you're in 20, obviously you're wide on the track. You're going to have to find your way across. But with a long run, the horses will spread out a lot more than they do from, say, the 6 furlong start. That will allow the jockeys to move across into a better position. So it is a negative. I don't think we'll see too many horses win from wide, but at the same time, if you've got a horse with the ability to win, with a technically sound jockey on board, which most of these riders are, I have to admit, you still have a chance of winning.
Well, Shamila is picking horse number 10, Al Jazi. She is unbeaten so far, 1 from 1. Tom, who's your pick?
Yeah, she set the standard, the bar high, hasn't she? You know what? When I was with Shamila in Taif, she was finding plenty of winners, and I got a bit jealous, so I have to start performing, Rebecca. My selection is number 9, Siba Al Moghtara. Both of these horses, Shamila's selection and my selection in this race, are owned by Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. So hopefully we see those red and white silks come out on top, no matter which horse it is.
Excellent. Well, I am going for number 5, Wadhu Al Shams. So we will see who emerges victorious at the end of this race. Enzo, who's your pick for this one?
Yeah, I was looking at the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz horses as well here, to be honest. The 9 and the 10 are the ones to focus on, but we shall see. Yeah, I did like that Wadhu Al Shams run that we saw last year, so a bit of course form. I couldn't put you off. Roberto Ramos started off the Taif meeting really well, didn't he? Had quite a few winners. Had a few quiet weeks towards the end, but I'm sure he'll be looking out for a winner here with Wadhu Al Shams. That was Lejaja I just saw there, number 8. I thought she looked really well on her debut. Some of these horses this time of year don't always look at their best, but certainly she looked quite well, Lejaja. And off the map, as you mentioned, it was a little bit edgy, I thought, in the prelims. I watched her a little bit we saw going down, and she was just flashing the tail a bit as well, but she's calmed down a bit now at the start. Black colours for off the map. Louis Morales looking for the quick double, and after his first success on Al Bashur in the opening race, he'll be looking to double up here. Morales. That's number 3, Darnat Chrome. And another one. This one's got really warm down the neck. Would be a bit of a negative for me in terms of the prelims. You can see as well, between the legs, it's getting quite warm. Sweat appearing just there, the rear hind. So, Darnat Chrome got a bit sweaty for me, would be a big negative. And certainly off the map was a little bit edgy on the way down as well. So those two would be the negatives for me on watching them go down. But certainly a big positive for the horse we're looking at there, number 9, Siba Al Moghtara. Looks quite relaxed. And Naif Al-Anazi poised, ready for action here. I probably would go 9 over 10 in this race. Just on looks, I just preferred Siba Al Moghtara to Al Jazi. There wasn't much in it. And they both have had experience as well. Right, I'm getting through loading now. So this is a fillies maiden, and we're going the mile, 1,600 metres here. So we start over there on the far side. There is number 3. This horse is still getting worked up, and the longer the delay goes on, the worse she seems to be getting, this Darnat Chrome. She's in the right lather now. She goes in, she does go in. I'm sure she'll be able to give her true running the way she's played up beforehand. Waj Najd has gone forward as well. 3 stalls in the middle are empty. 5 left to load. This is Siba Al Moghtara. It's Tom's fancy. Al Jazi is going to be next door with a white cap, looking out for those 2. White cap Al Jazi. 3 left, including off the map. Now, off the map was the horse that did look edgy on the way down. As you can see, is still a little bit fractious. It's going to be the last one off the map. black colours, double seeking Louis Morales. So waiting for Off the Map to load. Big field of runners then, 19 of them stretched across the track, going the 1,600 metres. Off the Map into 18. And they're set and they're off. Let them go, racing for our second race. This filly's maiden. Off the Map broke okay towards the outside. Al Kahila got off to a good start. Pink and purple coming through the lead with Wadu Al Shams, who broke alertly too in the yellow jacket. He's right up there too towards the inside, but it is the pink and purple colours of Al Kahila. Right up there too is Off the Map on the outside in the black. That one's showing lots of early pace. Wider out is Moa Jezathathom in the red cap on the outside, the red cheek pieces as well. And then comes Dalal Al-Fard, who's even wider out. Just off the pace for Siba Al-Moghtara, who's alongside the same ownership Al-Jazi, who's got the white cap. And then behind those is Wadu Al-Shams in yellow. On the inside is Darnat Chrome trying to get a bit closer. Further back to find the stars on the sleeves of Durat Al-Bar and Alexis Moreno as they make the turn. Travelling around 59 kilometres per hour here. They're passing the halfway point then. The leader is Off the Map, who's stretching out really well. Louis Morales has got the double in his sights. He's clear by 4 lengths around the turn to Moa Jezathathom in second place. Ridden along in third now is Al Kahila, but Off the Map is travelling like a good one around the home turn, and she's put these to the sword. She's gone clear, 7-8 lengths. It is Off the Map who's clear. In second place, Moa Jezathathom, who's giving chase. Trying to stay on in the blue colours now is Siftar down the outside, but one-way traffic here. Off the Map. Louis Morales is going to bag the early double. He's well clear. From the back, Patchouli staying on the outside to get a place, but Off the Map is off the charts here in race 2. She got warm beforehand, but she's come back beautifully in the race and has won this, pulling a cart. Off the Map. Double Louis Morales. Patchouli through for second. And third place, looks like it could have been Siftar there in third, and they were clear of the others. They're well strung out. We'll confirm the third, but the first horse past the post was the only horse in shot for much of the race. It was third, 11 Siftar. Oh yeah, we got that one right. 18 the winner, Off the Map. Wow, blew that race apart from a long way out. Wearing got all the aids on, got the headgear, the noseband as well, and the breast girth, but this horse just travelled so well from halfway. And Louis Morales has started Riyadh with his intentions clearly known. He's already had a double in the first 2 races, and this horse has absolutely hacked up. Second was number 1, Patchouli, who came from a long way back. Good run by her for Abdullah Al-Khamis. And third was number 11, Siftar under Ospina. It's all about Louis Morales at the moment. Off the Map. There's the second horse, Patchouli. We had to wait a long time for the second horse to cross the line. Third, 11, Siftar. And it was Siba Al-Moghtara who chased them home in 4th place in the end. I think Wadu Al-Shams was 5th. 1 minute 40.56 seconds the winning time. And I'm standing by for a big winning distance here. Off the Map, who wins by 9 1/4 lengths. Bigger than the first race margin. 18 Off the Map. 1 Patchouli in second, 11 in third, Siftar. Wow, that was impressive. Only a maiden, but she's won that with any amount in hand.
What an impressive performance. Off the Map. A clear winner there and a great start to the day for Louis Morales with the quick double.
Unbelievable start. Yeah, I was cursing him, saying beforehand that he wasn't riding a winner in Taif. Well, he's ridden the first 2 here at Riyadh, and yeah, I mean, they couldn't have been easier either, could they? 8 1/4 in the first race, 9 1/4 winning distance in the second. I said in the prelims when we were talking about this filly that I liked her when she last ran at Taif. I put her up as my selection, and she underperformed, finishing 9th. She must have needed that run because she was a completely different proposition today.
But she didn't look great, did she, in the parade ring?
No.
She was sweaty, she was acting up a bit. I was surprised, Ari, that she was the eventual winner.
Yeah, it is quite surprising. Some of these horses were definitely handling the prelims a lot better than she was. She must just have a lot of raw ability, And also, she was on the front end, so it must help.
Lewis, mashallah, tabarakallah. Man, Lewis, tell me about the race.
There is not much to talk. Easy, guys, easy. She broke well. She had a nice position from the beginning. Alhamdulillah, she just keep going all the way around. Alhamdulillah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
A great win for Off the Map, who was an unlikely winner, Tom, but Patchouli in second. You didn't much fancy her chances, did you, at the start of this race?
No, she was only rated 49 coming into the race. After 14 starts, her Taif runs had been pretty poor coming into today, but I did say that she finished second in a similar race here last January. Maybe it's the track at Riyadh that really brings her out of her shell. Maybe she just doesn't like Taif, and you know, that's why those performances were pretty dull. She ran very well in second and stayed this trip nicely. Back in third, Sifter, again, a horse with lots of experience. She was 0 from 9 coming into today, but she ran nicely in third under Camilo Ospina. And then in fourth was the selection, Siba Al Moghtara. Again, she looked like she was just a bit out of her depth in the early stages before staying on late. But there is only one horse we should really be talking about, and that is the winner, Off the Map.
And Shamila hopefully is talking to the winner now, winning jockey Louis Morales, who has now won 2 from 2. Shamila.
Fantastic quick double for Louis Morales with Off the Map. Wow, all I can say is wow. I know you're a very modest guy, but what did you make of that race?
Well, she's been doing in the last weeks very, very well. And we were very fit for this race today. Because in Taif, the only race she did, she wasn't feeling comfortable there, or with, I don't know, the weather or the height, I don't know. But here she changed a lot, and today she proved it.
Do you think that she could be a very big horse for this season?
Hopefully, inshallah. She did really good.
And are there any more rides today that you're looking forward to?
Well, I ride on in the next one another horse for the stable, for Prince Sultan Misha bin Abdulaziz. By the way, congratulations, boss. And alhamdulillah, I hope she did good today.
Very best of luck, Louis.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
No rest for Louis Morales, who goes in the next. But here's another look at the race. Tom, we talked beforehand about the outside draw potentially being a disadvantage, but clearly not for Off the Map.
No, but all the outside horses broke very nicely indeed. Only 2 horses missed a start. They were both first-time starters, number 12, Dura Al-Bar, as well as number 8, La Jarja. They both missed a kick, but the outside horses really showed blazing early speed. They managed to cross over. Al Kahela is currently in 4th in the purple and blue silks. Off the Map, who broke from 18, is currently in the lead. The horse that broke from 19, Jcsa, is currently 2nd, and the horse that broke from 20, Dalal Al-Fad, is currently 3rd. So the outside stalls really set their stall out in the early stages to get to the front, and they did just that.
Is it a confusing race, Tom?
It's a little bit confusing because aside from the winner, who was still unexposed after just 2 outings, and you know, there was promise early in her career on her debut, the other horses that played a big part in the finish, the 2nd and the 3rd, didn't really have that great a form coming into the race. I mean, they were rated 49 and 57 respectively. If you take those for granted and those performances and say that actually they ran to their mark, then this wasn't a very good race. Saying that, Off the Mark has won by 9 1/4 lengths in a time that was relatively quick for the distance, 1:40.56 seconds, around 6 seconds slower than the track record over this mile. If you break it down into furlongs, that's probably quicker than quicker than race 1, albeit that came over a shorter trip. So the winner was good. I just don't think there was much depth in this field. Maybe the Prince Faisal bin Khalid horses didn't run to their proper ratings in behind.
Tom, you say the winner's good, but we can't even see any of the other horses in shot. That's more than good, surely.
It's questionable. Look, there is a case to be said that this horse is very good because of the distance, because of how she did it, because the race was done from an early stage. We're picking up this footage right now coming off the bend, and she's clear. She's won the race. You know, we've still got 2 furlongs to go, and she's already basically the winner. We can crown her the winner at this point. But there are biases on these tracks that suggest that these horses can be marked down for their performance. Now, she's won by 9 1/4, but maybe she wasn't that much dominant in this field. Because she was on the front, she didn't get any kickback. There was no horse challenging her. She was able to go her natural speed in the early stages. She wasn't pushed into that red zone like all of the other horses in behind were. So, albeit she was very visually impressive, and the time, I think, will probably be relatively good to compared to other races over this distance on the card, I don't know. Because I think she's probably not as good as the winning margin suggests.
Lou Morales was not surprised by that performance.
No, he wasn't. which is a little bit frustrating because, as I say, I liked this horse last time and quite clearly she needed to run. But look, the fact that he wasn't surprised suggests that they think this filly's got a good amount of ability. She could easily progress into a nice type later in the season. And it all depends where Connections want to go with her next time. Whether they go to a non-winners of two, horses who have won 0 or 1 races, whether they go to a handicap, or whether they go to an open. That will give us a proper guide as to how good they think she is.
Of course, Luis Morales rides again in the third. How much do you think he wants to keep this winning streak going?
Well, absolutely. He started in the perfect possible way, winning 2 out of 2. He's on a horse from the same owners, as he's already said there, Prince Sultan bin Michal, a horse called Min Noor, who also breaks from wide stall. So he'll know that he'll need to get across into the early stages and make sure she gets towards the front. But this is a guy on red hot form right now. How can you really look against him?
Absolutely full of confidence after those 2 opening wins for sure.
She's a lovely type, isn't she? Look at her just crossing the line. She actually looks like she's not doing a jot in front, which should suggest she might be value for more, which is contradictory to what I said a minute ago. But it's hard to gauge with these horses. She hasn't been pushed 100% to the line. You know, her ears were pricking as she crossed the line, and they're still pricking now as she's looking around. So this is a filly who's just young in her career, inexperienced, but quite clearly got a lot of raw talent.
And looking really relaxed in those closing stages of the race, a very different prospect to the horse we saw in the pre-parade.
Yeah, exactly. She was all over the place, wasn't she, as soon as Luis Morales went on board. But there are reasons for that. Maybe she knew her job. She was walking around the prelims beforehand, just thinking it was a day out. The jockey gets on. She knows she's got a race coming, so she was a little bit amped up. You don't like to see it, but at the same time, some horses can deal with it better than others.
And she dealt with it extremely well under the capable hands of Luis Morales.
Beautiful shots here from the start as well. We can see them all break. Actually, off the map, misses it half a beat, but she immediately finds her stride. Horse number 16, broke the best, which was Alcahela. But she had to settle for 4th in the early stages. I don't know whether it was just the horses on the inside didn't have as much natural early speed, or if the horses on the outside are just quicker. But it looked like the horses on the inside were happy to let them cross, which if I was a jockey, which I'm obviously not, breaking from stall 1, I want to be holding my position. I want to be going forward. Seemingly that wasn't the case in this race.
It's certainly interesting to see, isn't it, Tom, how this track differs from Taif. You were, of course, there for the season earlier on this year, and very different prospect here in Riyadh, clearly.
Yeah, exactly. The only similarities that I can really say at this stage are that you probably want to be towards the front. If not on the front, you probably want to be towards the rail, if not right next to the rail. Other than that, there are plenty of differences between the tracks. Obviously, the topography is the same. There is still a chute for these longer starts. It's an oval, it's a dirt track, it's a wide track. But yeah, I think at this stage, you're hoping, if you want a horse to win a race, like Ed really liked Al-Jazi in that contest there, you really want your horse to be in the front 3 or 4 in the early stages to have a fantastic chance of entering the winner's enclosure.
Absolutely, yeah. And talk us through Al-Jazi's race. What happened there? Enzo and Shamila both really liked the look of Al-Jazi.
Yeah, she was in mid-division in the early stages. She showed some natural early speed, but she was kind of put on the back foot early on. I don't know whether she would have needed the run. It was her first start for 11 months. I know Shamila said that she looked nice in the prelims, but generally horses coming back off such a long layoff will need to get a race under their belt just to give them that extra fitness. You can only really train a horse at home to a certain amount. You can't get them 100% ready because they're not put in race environments. So maybe she needed that effort today. We'll probably see a better run next time, I'm sure.
And Sifter in 3rd under Camila Ospina. Will he be satisfied with that, do you think, or pretty disappointed?
No, satisfied, I think. She probably wasn't going to be one of the leading players in this race, but as I said before, her best efforts have come under Camila Ospina in the past. And again, Camila was on board today and she's run into a place. So I think Connections will be happy that she's run 3rd. They pick up almost 3,000 Saudi Riyal for finishing 3rd, which isn't a bad payday.
Not bad at all. Well, we will shortly be getting our 3rd race of the day underway. We've had plenty of exciting action so far, 2 really high quality races. Tom, you've certainly enjoyed the action so far, and there's plenty more to come. We've got a stacked card for you today. 10 more races, and we'll be going to Enzo, who's calling race 3 for us.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, looking forward to our 3rd race. 2 very easy winners so far. Surely it'll be a bit closer in our 3rd, which is a maiden for local breds. Fillies and colts. This time now we have 18 runners. The non-runners here are 7, 12 and 20. We'll go through them. Number 1 is Gloria Flashes for Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 2 is Daria Alexis Moreno. 3, Frusiat Watan for Thurb Al Tamat. 4, Zanad Safwa Abdullah Al Saidi. 5 is Salam Al Ayez for Wigberto Ramos. 6, Zamzami for Ahmed Al Shra. Number 7 is a non-runner, so take out Benora. 8, Mabdana Camillo Ospina. 9, Al Mojanad for Abdullah Al Fairuz. 10, Sakar Abdullah Al Khamis. 11, Somu Abdul Rahman is the Mount of Naif Al Anazi. 12 is out, so scratch Ajada. 13 is Bint Always for Abdulaziz Al Yesh. 14 is a runner, Minur. Louis Morales again looking for the treble. No stopping him at the moment. 15 is Namshi. 16, Captain Island is a runner as well. 17 is Aishk Najd for Muhammad Al Yami. 18, Uranium is a runner for Ayad Al Tarisi. 19 is a runner, Nafalati, Turkey Alofi. And 20 is out. 21 is a runner as well, Etafard, Muhammad Al Shariba. So do note, 19 and 21 are running. The non-runners, 7, 12, 20, 18 go for a maiden for fillies and colts.
So 18 in this one, Tom. Another big field as we can see the horses making their way through to the parade ring. What are you looking forward to in this race, Tom?
Yeah, another big field. It'd be interesting to see how the pace develops, whether those on the outside can get across like we just saw in the previous race. Back to 6 furlongs though, so it's a shorter run to the first bend. Therefore, a bigger disadvantage to be drawn out wide. I'm interested to see what pans out in this event, but there are a lot of first-time starters. We'll probably see a bit of a messy beginning to this race.
Who do you fancy in this one, Tom? Are you discarding the outside runners?
I am. I'm going to look to horses drawn on the inside, maybe foolishly, but you never know until the race is run. As we can see with Berto Ramos there going out to the paddock to ride his horse number 5. If I was to have a selection in this race, and look, there is no confidence behind this one, because as I say, we don't know too much about the majority of these horses, but it would be number 2, Daria, making the first start for Prince Faisal bin Khalid in those red and white silks. We can see Alex Moreno just there. Those are the silks you're looking out for. If you like Daria, on the right-hand side of your screen, Alex wearing the white gloves, very similar to French rider Gerard Mosse in that regard. Outlandish move, but I like it. Daria, yes, first time outing for this daughter of Frozen Power. Very powerful connections. She would be my option at this stage, but as I say, it depends on how she looks in the paddock. I could easily change my mind in this race.
You haven't done great so far with your predictions, Tom, so let's hope that this one plays out a little differently for you.
A second and a fourth, I can't believe it. Haven't done so well.
You're yet to get a winner. Shamila's got a winner, you haven't. And
very true.
the horses in the parade ring now, and I think Shamila is also in the parade ring having a good look at these. We'll join her shortly, but this is horse number 1, Gloria Flashes.
Yeah,
Tom.
this filly was a Taif regular. We saw her week in, week out. She was very in and out with her performances as well. She finished second back at meeting 32, then ran poorly at meeting 41 and meeting 47, where she finished 13th on each occasion. But she's drawn well today in stall 1.
Up on her toes though, Tom.
Yeah, she looks like she's really looking around and feeling the occasion today. It's not what you want to see, too much energy burnt, but at the moment she seems to be fine. She's now just walking and trotting nicely.
And here's your horse, Tom, your pick, Daria, number 2.
She's carrying a little bit of condition, which is not what I wanted to see, but at the same time I still believe that she could be one of the leading players in here. As I say, carrying those famous Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz red and white silks. Horses from that stable tend to perform very well here in Saudi Arabia, and she's ridden by Alex Moreno, which is a big one.
Riyadh Watan is the third horse.
Rated just 45, she's had 4 starts so far in her career. 2 of them came this season, both at Taif, at meeting 7 and meeting 14. She finished 11th and 14th. She's yet to really show a good level of ability. I would be surprised if she played a leading part.
Horse number 4, Zanad Safwa.
Just one outing for this colt, the first boy in the field. Finished 16th on debut. That came 9 months ago. Long absence since. It looks a big unit as well, so it might come on for the run today.
Big horse number 4. Number 5, who we see now, that is Salam Al Ayez.
First time starter, already gelded, but will be ridden by Wigberto Ramos, which is a positive. This horse looks like he's probably going to come on for the run as well. He's a leggy type. Back end seems to be quite weak as well. So we'll see how he performs, but next time maybe the time to catch him.
Let's go to Shamila then, who is having a look at these horses. Shamila, who's caught your eye?
The bell has just gone for the jockeys to mount for the third race of the day. However, my choice in this race is horse number 6, Zamzami. I haven't been able to take my eye off him since he came in the parade ring. One of the best looking horses of the entire field, looking really, really strong and nice before the race. I do have a few horses that I will have to mark up as a bit of negatives. Obviously, Gloria Flashes, I was really excited to see her today, as we saw her pretty much every single week at Taif, it seemed like. However, she is prancing around here like she is a 3-year-old filly who has never been racing before. A lot of them are acting up, as you can see behind me, horse number 10 as well. I do have to mention that horse number 2 and horse number 15 are also negatives. Horse number 2 is carrying a bit too much condition, and horse number 15 is getting a little bit too sweaty. So I have made the decision to stick with horse number 6, Zamzami.
Great stuff, thanks Shamila. Horse number 2, Dara, your horse, Tom. Shamila doesn't like the look of her at all.
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, she is carrying a little bit of condition. Hopefully her raw ability will carry her through, but she'll probably come with a run today. Look, I said I could change my mind, but I'm not really the type of person that does change their mind. So I will stick with her, but I am fully aware that today might not be the day.
Stick to your guns. Horse number 9, Amanjad.
Yeah, first time starter by Dance with Ravens, one of the leading sires in Saudi. Don't really know what to expect from him, have to admit.
Sakar also acting up a bit.
Also a first-time starter, so that inexperience is really pulling through at this stage. He needs to be sharp out the gates from stall 10. We've already spoke about wide not being the ideal position. If you're in the middle of the pack and there's concertina effect, you could be put on the back foot.
Samu Abdulrahman.
Horse number 11, yeah, rated 58, 0 from 13 so far in his career. Lots of experience, though he hasn't been seen since meeting 25, where he finished 11th. Look, he's going to be there in the early stages. I think he might fade out of things late.
Horse number 12 is a non-runner, so we move on to Bint Always. Horse number 13, Tom.
Again, another first-time starter, a debutant in this field that we don't know too much about. Got a shorter tail, just for those who like the look of the physical specimen. Unhelpful draw out in 13. She's a filly against the boys. Maybe she can run a nice race, but I just don't know with her.
Hopefully it won't be unlucky 13 for Bint Always, but here's Min Noor, Lou Morales, going for the treble.
This filly definitely doesn't look the easiest conveyance, though. She's got cheek pieces, nose band, she's got the hood on as well. I mean, they couldn't really chuck much more on her. She must be a bit of a lunatic in the early stages with all that headgear. She finished 12th on her debut. That was 15 months ago. She was slowly away that day. Louis needs to get her out the gates.
Here is Namshi, looking pretty sweaty, Tom.
0 from 3 so far in her career, rated just 40. Also coming off the long layoff. Got the nose band, so probably has a high head carriage.
Captain Island, horse number 16 out wide.
Absence to overcome, again, only had one start, but that came last season. No runs in Taif. Looks like he'll definitely improve for the effort too.
Next up, horse number 17, Ayashk Najd. See just in a moment. Still on horse number 16, Captain Island. Looking a bit agitated, Tom.
Ooh, yeah, the handler just got one for his well-being there. Not ideal, but hopefully he goes out to the track nicely. Here's 17, Aishnaj, as you just said there, 3-year-old colt. First-time starter, looks a smaller type in this race. Ears are pricked, so having a look around and feeling the occasion on this first race.
And another one with a short tail. Uranium is horse number 18.
She has the widest draw of all. We're not going to see him right now as we see some beautiful pictures of the jockeys. There's Naif Alanazi with the Breeders' Cup undershirt on. You love to see it. The Breeders' Cup just next weekend, Friday and Saturday. Horse number 6 going down to post. And Wigberto Ramos looking somber in the saddle there on horse number 5.
He's looking pretty serious, all right. So I'm all smiles before the race, and now it's game face on.
Exactly that. You're yet to see a Wigberto wiggle, so when he does win a race, you'll be pleasantly surprised by the dance moves on the Panamanian veteran rider.
I look forward to seeing that. And again, Tom, just look how impressive this track is. These shots are absolutely stunning.
Yeah, beautiful camera work, isn't it? We can see the back straight right now. All those lines in the track are where it's been harrowed by the tractors prior to racing and since the last race. I believe they harrowed the track too. Yeah, it's beautiful shots. The inside course there, you can see on the left-hand side, will be a turf track, and turf is yet to be laid. But later in the season, we will get grass racing, which I, for one, am very much looking forward to.
I'm sure, but so much racing on the dirt to get through before then. And of course, this is a 12-card day for us, Tom, but they've shortened the gap in between races, so it's pretty fast and furious, these races coming one after the other. It keeps the pace of the day really intense, doesn't it? It's a pacey day.
It is indeed. 30 minutes between every race, just trying to get through all the action. It will go dark here in Riyadh in a couple of hours' time, maybe not even that long. So floodlights will be on and we'll get a different kind of look to the race course. We'll see some lovely pictures as well once that happens. But yeah, 12 races. It's a big card, especially if you're from the UK, watching us from the UK or Ireland right now. You're used to 6 race or 7 race cards, and 12 may seem like a bit of a stretch, but we've got some good racing and some short intervals in the middle, and I'm looking forward to getting involved.
Absolutely, 12 races. It's a real treat for us and for the viewers. Of course, please do join us and send in your comments to our YouTube channel, the Saudi Arabia Jockey Club. We love to hear from you, so do keep those comments coming in. Well, Tom, almost ready to go here. Horses should be loading soon enough, and then we will be joining our commentator. I think in this race, Tom, I'm going for Min Noor. I'm going for Lou Morales on his hat-trick. Let's see if he can do it.
Jumping on the Morales bandwagon, I love
am.
to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Look, he's the guy in form right now. I completely understand why you would like to side with Louise. She's got a good chance. It's just the headgear that puts me off a little bit, and the fact she was slowly around debut. But look, Morales seems to be touching everything and making it gold at the moment, so why not in this race on Min Noor?
Excellent. So I'm going for Min Noor. Tom, you're going for number 2, Daria, and Shamila is going for horse number 6. That's Zam-E. And Enzo, who do you like the look of in this one?
Well, Rebecca, there are about 2 or 3 I liked in this race. I quite like the look of Daria on debut, certainly. I think she was the pick of those that haven't run before. Give a shout out to Mabdana as well. I thought he looked like a horse that, I know he's already had 9 goes, but might have a bit of improvement to come. And another newcomer that slightly caught the eye as well was Aish Nudged on the way down. But yeah, it's a tough race, isn't it? Probably, I do think Daria could make a winning debut here for Alexis Moreno. Got a good draw as well, one off the inside. But another difficult race to try and work out. You've got that mixture of newcomers and horses have had a few runs. And runners are down there at the start. Striking grey there, that's Etafard in behind the runners here. So this is a race over the distance of 1,200 metres. They are maidens, 3-year-olds, fillies and colts. They're running for a first prize of 9,500 Saudi Riyal. And there's number 19. If you're looking for Nafalati, white and black for that one. Kind of the turquoise kind of saddlecloth. Turkey Olofi riding. 15 there is Namshi. Namshi is a filly. She's got the white face and the noseband on. There's the 5 with Berto Ramos. He look like he means business here. He rides Salam Alayez, another newcomer, gelded son of a sire called No Advantage. Here's number 13. This is Bint Always. Similar colours to Daria. Bint Always goes in. So we've got 3. And the horse on the inside is Gloria Flashes, a horse that we saw running over at Taif. And she's got the inside draw here. Khalid Al-Mamoni riding for the Hussein stable. Still got a few to go in here. Frusiat Watan is going in. Of course, Etafard comes out of stall, what would have been stall 12 here, so she's come in here as a reserve. Nafalati is the other one that's come in to replace the other runners here, Ajala and Benora, who have come out, so 7 and 12, the absentees, along with number 20. This is Daria. Alex Moreno takes this one into stall 2. Too many more. 3 left. The centre there in the purple, Al-Mojanad. It's one of those still to go forward. And the horse with all the headgear that Tom was referring to. Min Noor is the other one, who's not yet in. Al-Mojanad and Min Noor coming forward now. The other one to go forward is going to be Namshi with a white face, you can see out of line. Namshi in. Start ready. No, not getting Namshi, almost. Now she is. Shouts go out from the riders. And they're off. A long hole, but they're racing. Oh dear, very slowly away was Namshi. Namshi was awkward leaving the stalls. Jockey was uncomfortable, and also missing it as well was Al Mojanad. Breaking really well was Daraya, really knows her job on the inside. One off the rails with Gloria Flashes for the inside draw. So one leads two early on. Gloria Flashes in front to Daria, who's racing in second place. But in third, Mabdana now getting closer in the red colours as well. Towards the outside in blue and white. On the move now is Samu Abdul Rahman, who can show any speed. But the yellow and green further out wide to pick out Captain Island as they go others. Won the winner, Gloria Flashes. Inside draw, early speed. Made just about all in the end for Khalid Al Mamoni. Second was number 2, Daria, who ran a good debut. Chased hard for Alex Moreno. And Nafalati, 19 in third. The white and black colours. That's your 1, 2, 3. 1 minute 14.89 seconds, the winning time. First, number 1, Gloria Flashes. Second, number 2, Daria. And third, number 19, Nafalati. They were clear of Bint Always, who finished in 4th place. They were well strung out. 2 1/4 lengths, the winning margin. 2 1/4. 1 minute 14.89 seconds. First, number 1, Gloria Flashes. Khalid Al Mamoni gets his first winner at Riyadh this meet. Second, number 2, Daria. Ran well. Thought she was a player at halfway, but couldn't catch the early pace leader. And third was number 19, Nafalati, who stayed on really well in the Turkey Alofi. Definitely a race in her to come somewhere along the lines. Well done to Gloria Flashes, who wins under Al Mamoni. Gloria Flashes, too good in the third.
What a performance from Gloria Flashes. And Shamila was saying when she saw her before the race, she really didn't like the look of her.
She also said that about Daria for a second. Look,
She did.
We're not doubting Shamila's paddock knowledge. She also tipped the first winner. So, but at the same time, horses generally, actually in all 3 races so far, horses played up in the paddock and then gone out on the track and won the race.
That's what we need to look out for in the next race. The sweatier the horse, the more likely it is to win. That's our policy from now on, it seems.
And you've been talking about Gloria Flashes for the last day.
I
and
have.
You didn't even select her. You went
I
with Lou
know.
Morales on Min Nor, horse 14, and you ditched Gloria Flashes. And look, she's got the
I
job done.
did. No loyalty to Gloria Flashes, and I paid the price there.
You have.
A great win for her, and a very different race than the last 2, Tom. The winning margin so much less than ones we've seen before.
Yeah, it was slightly more competitive, and also the inside horses were winning more aggressively. I think that's one thing that we should point out. In the last race, the horses on the outside were able to get to the front, cross over, and dominate. But this time, both Khalid Al Mamoni on the eventual winner, Gloria Flashes, and Alex Moreno on the eventual second, Daria, pushed forward from the inside, and they were first and second throughout. Obviously, the big talking point is that being on the front is a big advantage around here, so far anyway. That might not last throughout the whole of the card, or especially throughout the whole of the meet, coming towards Saudi Cup Day on February. But if you're not in the first 2 or 3, you're finding it very difficult to get involved.
And Gloria Flashes, you've seen a lot of her from watching the action in Taif. Were you surprised by this performance at all?
I was a little, I have to admit. She's rated 65, so she has the ability to win a maiden. There's no doubt about that. But she's just been super in and out. Back in meeting 32, she finished second. A repeat of that run, which she's quite clearly done today, would see her right in the firing line. But her last 2 runs, where she finished 13th, she seemed to be really below par. So it was hard to gauge what kind of Gloria Flashes we were going to see on the track. Fortunately for Khalid Al Mamoni, Mohammed Salah, the owner, this Gloria Flashes was the best Gloria Flashes, and she got the job done.
Glorious, Gloria Flashes.
Indeed.
And let's talk about Daria, Tom, your pick in second place. Carrying a bit of condition before the race, which you weren't too happy about, but nevertheless ran a good race.
Yeah, she ran very nicely. She showed good natural early speed in the opening stages and managed to sit in second behind Gloria Flashes. Alex Moreno asked her for more off the bend, and she did respond. She was trying to quicken up and catch Gloria Flashes, and it just wasn't meant to be. But I thought it was a good first run for this Frozen Power filly, and she's only going to improve. She's going to be a better horse next time. She quite easily could develop into the best of these. Just today, she bumped into one.
Again, as we were saying earlier on in the programme, that inside stall really proving to be an advantage, especially in the shorter race.
Yeah, absolutely. You're covering less ground. Look on the outside as we see the head-on right now. You've got the horse in the white stable Silks right on the outside. Entifard broke from 12, but was about 8 wide in the straight. You've gone around the bend, covering so much more ground than the horses on the inside, like Gloria Flashes. And if we were to have a race, for example, and you were in lane 8 on an athletics track and I was in lane 1, and we started at the same point rather than the stagger, the chances are whoever's in lane 1 is going to win because you're covering less distance. So the inside stalls definitely pay to be an advantage here.
Absolutely. And any hard luck stories then, Tom?
I don't think hard luck stories necessarily, albeit I haven't seen the replay of them coming from the stalls just yet, but there was one horse that really caught my eye as we just see him actually jumping out. Horse number 5, Salam Al-Aiz. Right now is currently 4th last in the red and the white silks towards the inside or towards the bottom of your screen, now 3rd last. This horse stayed on nicely in the closing stages and it was his first run today, so he's rightly inexperienced early on. If you just watch him all the way to the finish, he passes quite a lot of horses in the straight under Wigberto Ramos and could be one to win next time.
And just a word on the horse that finished 3rd, Tom. Nafalati stayed on well for 3rd.
Yeah, stayed on quite nicely. As I say, most of these horses that were out the back of the pack were out the back the whole way, and Nafalati did make up some ground. I didn't really expect her to play a part, I have to admit. She had the fitness edge of running it back and meeting 33 when quite a few of these were either making their first run of the season or they were just having their first start full stop. So she had that on her side, but at the same time she didn't really have the best form coming into the race. So maybe her finishing so close to the leaders was a little bit of a negative in regards to how good this race was. But at the same time, Dario's ran very well in 2nd. Gloria Flashes has produced probably a career best to win. So I want to take nothing away from the protagonist.
Absolutely. Gloria Flash is a career best, but would she have performed that way if she was drawn wider?
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's a good question. Obviously, we don't know, and it's all hypothetical, but at the same time, she's had the run of the race. She got out in front, she had no kickback, she was against the rail, on the lead. If you're drawn 20, it's very hard to do that.
Pretty experienced horse as well, 6 runs so far this season.
Had that edge. She had the fitness edge as well. She only ran about 3 or 4 weeks ago, whereas most of these, as I say, were coming in for their first start. Horse number 5, the one I was mentioning, just there against the inside with the white hat, making up good late ground. Salam Al-Aiz, definitely one for next time.
And do keep your comments coming in on YouTube. We've had Ed get in touch with us. He was going for Al-Jazzy in the 2nd race, same as Shamila. Al-Jazzy didn't produce the goods, but Ed has been watching the Saudi racing. He says he's really impressed with the 12-card fixture we have today.
Yeah, it provides good entertainment for a long period of time, which is what you like. If you like sport, like we definitely do, you want to see sport non-stop on your TVs, and we've got that for you.
Absolutely. And Tom, you've covered racing in Saudi Arabia, in the US, in the UK. What impresses you most about the racing in this country?
Well, there are quite a few things. I mean, firstly, I didn't watch too much Saudi racing before I came over for Taif, I have to admit. I watched the odd Saudi Cup and Saudi Cup Day in general, but never watched racing at Taif. And it was remarkable how similar it was in regards to the way the races were run and how the track topography is to US racing. Also, the jockey colony is exceptionally talented here. We know the likes of Camilo Ospina, Wigberto Ramos, they're quite well known across the globe. But some of the Saudi-based local jockeys are exceptionally talented. Adel Al-Faradi, not riding today, one of the best jockeys I've seen all season long.
Absolutely. There's so much talent in the ranks in Saudi racing, that's for sure. And of course, it all culminates in a few months' time at the Saudi Cup, which is certainly one that we'll be looking forward to here on this very track.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe we'll see Frankie Dettori come over. I think we might. That'll be the real talking point if he does. Obviously, he's announced his retirement, then he announced he's not retiring, and it looks like he's going to continue his career in the US for the time being, likely for Bob Baffert. And if Baffert or any other US trainer has a horse in the Saudi Cup, then he's sure to have a mount.
Well, let's head on down to speak to Shamila, who's got the winning trainer. Shamila.
I am indeed with the winning trainer, Jassim Al Hussein. Congratulations with Gloria Flashes. She had a difficult season in Taif, but today she's a winner.
Yes, this you come for Taif, second, 3, second, come for Riyadh, form very good, you come winner.
And she was in stall number 1, gate number 1. This was good for her?
Yes, you come number 1 today, very good.
And what's your plan for her next time out, when she will run next time?
Trainer, not to come trainer, that's the trainer, but not to come for me.
Well, very well done, and very well done to Faisal as well. How did you think that Gloria Flashes ran today?
Thank you for the winner, and he wins at the picture when I'm saying cheese when I'm won at the trainer at the Al Mazaj auction horses.
Well, congratulations to both of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Shamila, speaking to Gloria Flash's trainer there. Great to hear his thoughts. Got a great break, didn't she, Tom?
Yeah, she got a really good break. As you can see, she's already half length up on Daria, who equally broke well just outside under Alex Moreno. The horse on the outside never really stood a chance to get across, which was the talking point then there for them. As you can see here, Gloria Flash is already nearly 2 lengths up on the home turn, and that proved to be the winning position.
Absolutely, and there is still so much more racing still to come today. We've got 12 races in all. We've only just had 3, and there's so much more excitement to come, Tom. What are you specifically looking forward to in race number 4?
Well, we've got some open races later on the card, which are quite clearly the class events. But in race number 4 is our first Arabian horse race, which is always a big part of the action that we look forward to. The Arabian horses I tend to dismiss early in my career as a racing pundit, but since I've been in Saudi Arabia, I've grown to love the Arabian horses. They have personalities completely different to the thoroughbreds. Asfan Al Khaladir is the horse that immediately jumps to mind as the leading player in this division. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we've got coming up in race 4. It's a maiden, so there's no Asfan Al Khaladir's in there, but it should be an equally good race.
Yeah, absolutely. Arabian horses are completely different prospect to these thoroughbreds that we're seeing here as Gloria Flashes on the home straight. A really impressive run by her. And no treble for Louis Morales. He was on his hat-trick, he didn't get it.
Not just yet. There's still hope. I think he's still got a fair few rides later on the card, albeit he's not riding in every race. So, yeah, Lou will be hopeful that he grabs a 3rd win, but at the same time, he's grabbed 2, so it's never going to be a bad day when you're riding 2 winners.
Absolutely, still plenty more racing to come and still more time for him to get that 3rd winner. So, Tom, what do you think of the day so far? 3 races down. What's particularly stood out for you?
Yeah, we've seen some good performances, some good races. Obviously, there is a front runner and rail bias that is impossible to ignore at this stage. All 3 winners so far have led from the outset in their respective races. The winner of the first was very impressive. That was Albsha, under obviously Louis Morales, who we've talked about in great detail so far. That was probably the best performance I think we've seen so far. Obviously, I don't want to take anything away from Off the Map, who won the 2nd race, or indeed Gloria Flashes, who just won race 3. But I thought Albasha was the most impressive performance. We've seen a couple of horses in behind that we can take out of those races and think about maybe selecting them as our likely winner next time up. It's been a really important and interesting start to the card, and it's only going to get better.
Absolutely.
Bit of bird watching. You love your bird watching.
I do love a bit of bird watching very much. I can't tell you what kind of bird it is, but I will have a look and get back to you on that one. But yes, I am now a bird watcher. So. But great to see the crowds here as well in Riyadh.
Yeah, exactly. And they're only going to get bigger as we work towards Saudi Cup Day.
Well, race 4 will shortly be underway here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. We will have that action coming up for you shortly. Tom is joining me to my right. Tom, an Arabian race
Yes.
next. What are we looking forward to that's different about the thoroughbred racing then?
So different breed of horse. Obviously, thoroughbred's what we're used to seeing with horse racing in general, but we have 2 Arabian races on every card here in Saudi Arabia. The differences between the 2, thoroughbreds are a lot more reliable in regards to how they run through their race. Thoroughbreds also have a turn of foot. They generally don't have as much stamina as Arabian horses, but the one positive for Arabian horses is that they are enigmatic. They have personality, they have character that we don't necessarily see from the thoroughbreds. So you grow to love these types, even if they're not the most talented. You might not see the horse that's going to go and win the Saudi Cup, well, you definitely won't, but a horse that's going to win the Saudi Cup or a Grade 1, but you are going to see horses that run week in, week out, and that you just grow to love them.
And is it a different kind of race? Is it a more exciting race? You said these horses are enigmatic. Do you mean maybe temperamental?
Yes, very much so. So you see horses with high tail carriages, high head carriages. Some horses don't handle bends very well, but they generally keep galloping at the 1 speed, so they don't quicken. But what that means is in the early stages, if a horse is in the lead by 5 lengths, they're generally going to hold on.
Sounds like a very intriguing prospect that we have up next. Let's go to Enzo for the runners and riders. We don't a little bit later on, but the fourth race on the card is an Arabian race. Tom, talk us through the runners and riders here.
Yeah, I'll talk us through the runners and riders. And Enzo obviously having connection difficulties right now. It's an interesting race. We've got 14 runners. It's over the 6 furlong trip, 1,200 metres for the Arabian horses, and it's a maiden for 3-year-olds and older. So these horses have had plenty of chances. Horse number 1 is Almir Al Shadaim. Breaking from the inside stall. All of these horses will break from the stall of their number cloth. So stall 1, horse 1 will break from stall 1. Number 2 is Orzel. Horse number 3 is Nebras Al Amal. Horse number 4 is Junay Al Dahab. Then you have Nasaf Al Kaladia. Haydar is number 6. Number 7 is Fakir Adiyat Al Adalar. Number 8 is Jawad Al Kaladia, who's never run before but is a 5-year-old. Horse number 9 is Arandas, ridden by Naif Al Anazi. Horse number 10 is Sharia, only had the 1 start, and horse number 11 is Naham with Wigberto Ramos on board. And the last 3 horses, number 12, Durgam Al Ansari, who was a Taif regular, horse number 13 is Faza Al Qaisa, and horse number 14 is Al Muzan.
So not quite as big a field as we've seen in the last couple of races, Tom. Should be a competitive one.
Should be competitive. As I say, we've got a mix, again, of horses who are having their first start of the season and a lot of horses who have previously run at Taif. So it's interesting to put that form together, really compare it. I found it hard to pick a likely winner in this race, I have to admit.
And Tom, we've heard this name mentioned quite a lot throughout the day so far, Al Kaladia.
Yes.
Talk us through the significance of this name.
So horses with Al Kaladia in their name generally have been bred from the Al Kaladia stables, which is the biggest and most prolific stable here in Saudi Arabia for Arabian horses. Lots of their Al Kaladia horses are proper grade 1 animals. They're genuinely the best horses here. There are a mixture of Al Kaladias, so you can get Al Kaladia put into one name in the horse's name. You can also get them in 2 names, and you can get different silks, different ownerships. Not all of them are owned by the Al Kaladia stables from where they were bred. None of them actually in this race are, but at the same time, the breeding of Arabian horses is dominant at these stables. And generally, if you've got an Al Kaladia, you have to give them a second look.
Interesting indeed, and here come the jockeys ready for race number 4. You talked about that high tail carriage, Tom. That's an example of it.
Yeah, we're already seeing it, but it'll be more pronounced in the race. This is Orzel, horse number 2. Only had 1 run, but is a 7-year-old. The positive for this horse is that Farhad Al Faradi gets on board, and he does exceptionally well in Arabian horse races.
Nebras Al Amal is horse number 3. What do you make of this one, Tom?
She's a 5-year-old filly. Looks like she's carrying condition. Probably needs to run. She's had 32 efforts, but is yet to break through. Not for me.
Well, you've been wrong before, so I'm not sure I'm going to take that. This is Junaya Al Dalahab, number 4.
Well bred in this contest, but at the same time, just very inexperienced with just 1 start. I don't really know how good she is. She's going to prove today, that's for sure.
Well, another Al Kaladia, Nasif Al Kaladia, is horse number 5. Small horse, Tom.
Very small, also an 11-year-old. You don't see too many 11-year-olds running in races nowadays. Only had 3 starts, yet to win. Lovely looking type though, with a different and unique mane and tail.
Well, let's go to Shamila now. Shamila, you're having a good look at these horses. Who do you like the look of?
Thank you so much, Rebecca. I really like the look of horse number 4, a stunning 4-year-old chestnut colt just coming past us here now, sporting some red blinkers, looking really fit and ready to race, and that would make sense because he has had a lot of races in Taif already this past season. And it was a difficult one for me because a lot of the horses are looking really nice and fit. However, there is one paddock negative, I have to say, that would be horse number 2, just getting a little bit sweaty, worked up sweaty behind the saddle and worked up in the parade ring. But I'm so excited Arabian racing is back. You know how much I love Arabian racing and talking about the breeding processes and Al Kaladia bloodlines. And there are no Kaladia horses in this race. However, there are 2 horses by Kaladia bloodlines. That would be horse number 4 by Sama Al Kaladia, the mare, and horse number 8 out of Hausmat Al Kaladia. So you can already see the Al Khalidia bloodlines drifting through all of these horses, and they are going to take over one day. There is no beating those Al Khalidia horses.
So Shamila, you don't like the look of Orzel, but just confirm to us one more time who your favourite is for this one.
My favourite is horse number 6, Haydar, the chestnut 4-year-old colt.
Haydar, great. Thank you very much, Shamila, of course.
Could you not hear me?
TAFE season, big fan of Arabian racing. Shamila is going for horse number 4, but this is horse number 10, Tom.
Jcsa, yes, 7-year-old colt by TM Fred Texas, who was an American sire. It was a fine debut, finishing 3rd back at meeting 49. Connections will hope that he improves. Here's horse number 11, Naham, another grey individual. Roberto Ramos on this first-time starter. Ramos does not ride in too many Arabian races, so it's interesting that he's taken this one.
Interesting indeed. This is number 12, Al-Ansari.
Yes, Dergam Al-Ansari. I'm used to seeing this horse down at Taif, ran at meeting 52 when finishing 3rd, 5th back at meeting 43 as well. Consistent in defeat, will probably be in the first 5 or 6 again here.
Horse number 13, Faza Al-Qusayr.
3 runs so far in this horse's career. He's rated 78, which is a lofty rating for this kind of event. He finished 10th in a cup race on his second outing, 5th in an open on his debut, so Connections have been very ambitious with where they've placed this horse. This is a big drop in class, 10-month layoff, but he's got to be one of the main players.
And what about this one, Tom, our last runner in this race, horse number 14?
Yeah, I'm whizzing in here. Drawn 14 is never a positive, is it? We've already touched on this quite a lot. He needs to find some form from somewhere. He's 0 from 3 so far, rated 65. Definitely has to improve, but you're certainly not going to miss him on the track with the 4 yellow socks.
Absolutely not. Well, you describe these horses, Tom, as enigmatic, possibly temperamental, but they've actually been a lot better behaved in the parade ring than many of the thoroughbreds have been.
Yeah, that's for sure, but at the same time, these are older horses. We've even got an 11-year-old in this field, which was astounding to me when I first looked at this race. 11-year-old maiden. I imagine on the track they'll prove to be more enigmatic, and we'll get some more talking points during the race. But it's an interesting heat. I imagine the most likely winner is number 13, Faza Al-Qusayr, just based on where this horse has been running in the past, running in open races, cup races, ran in a 75 to 95 handicap last time, and is now dropping into a maiden. So 13 is probably the horse to beat, though I'm not choosing to, but I also want to keep an eye out on number 11, Naham. First time starter in Saudi Arabia, but Roberto Ramos takes the ride. And as I say, sometimes when these veteran jockeys that we see race in, race out, riding these best horses, when they ride in Arabian races, you have to take note. And Roberto doesn't do it very often.
So he obviously rates this horse.
Well, I think so. It must be that, or there's a contractual connection to the owners or the stable that he has to ride this horse in the race. But it's surprising to me that he's in here. I wasn't expecting to see W. Ramos on my race card for this event.
And in terms of how he adapts his riding style to suit, what does he need to do?
Well, I mean, he's better to answer this question than me, because I'm not a jockey and I've never even sat on a horse, a pony once, but that doesn't count. With Arabian horses, you generally have to be a little bit more forceful, because they have their different minds not on the game, let's just say that. They have a different perspective about what racing is. So you will have to make sure the horse continues to run in the early stages. Maybe action-packed. He might burn a few more calories than he's used to burning in these events, but look, he's a veteran of over 25 years in Saudi Arabia, ridden in America before that, Panama as well, so he certainly knows the drill.
Global jockey.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone knows Roberto and his wiggle. And actually, he won the Saudi Cup just a few years ago. I think it might have been 2019. Excuse me if I'm wrong, on Emblem Road. And I'm sure he's going to get a ride again this year.
So he obviously has very fond memories of this track, having got that massive win here not so long ago.
Exactly that. He's going to have plenty of wins for the remainder of this season as well. So Roberto's always one of our favourites.
How will this one play out, Tom? You said, these horses don't have a change of pace. They're, bred for endurance a lot of the time. This is a race of just 6 furlongs.
Yes, small distance, short distance for horses of this nature. Quite a few of these will vary the trips that they run over, whether it be 6 furlongs, whether it be a mile, whether it be 2,400 metres, which is obviously a lot further than a mile. So they'll vary, and these connections will try to find the perfect winning spot for them. Quite a few, I think, will probably lack early speed. I don't think they're really suited to 6 furlongs, but at the same time, that early speed has been crucial here at Riyadh. So if you do lack it, the chance of winning is definitely diminished.
Absolutely, especially with the draw bias that we've seen so far throughout the day. Well, horse is almost ready to go here. Tom, I have to say I'm surprised you've not really ridden a horse properly. Why is that? Too scared?
Yeah, equally scared as well as tall. I know people, it's a misconception. You don't have to be small to be a jockey. It's about the weight, but at the same time, it was never really my number one. Football was my number one. Also didn't become a footballer. So, yeah, you might be a bit of a jockey with that statement there.
Well, Tom, I have ridden a horse. I've never ridden an Arabian horse or a thoroughbred, but got a bit more riding experience than you, I think. But for a man who I've seen eat burgers for the last 2 nights in a row, you probably wouldn't be the best pick for a jockey with the weight you mentioned there. You have to keep that in check for sure. Horse number 10 there. Nice grey horse. We've not seen too many greys today, Tom. We've seen 1 grey in the thoroughbreds, but a lot more represented here in the Arabian category.
Absolutely. Greys are a common place in Arabian races. In fact, I remember an Arabian race at Taif where all 6 horses were greys. So if you do like your greys, then Arabian races are for you.
So to confirm your pick, Tom, who are you going for in this race?
Selection is going to be number 13, Faza Al-Qusayya, just the most likely winner based on where he's been running in the past. Dropping into a maiden, it looks like Connections are trying to find a spot for him to finally break through, and this looks like a good option. Obviously he's wide, so drawn wide, in 13, so he will need to try and get across to win this race, but if he does, I think he's the most likely winner. But as I say, keep an eye on number 11, Naham, under Roberto Ramos.
And Shamila has picked horse number 6, Haydar. And I'm actually going to pick Haydar as well because Shamila is our Arabian racing expert, so she knows what she's talking about. She's also had a winner today, so I'm going for Haydar as well. Enzo, who's your pick for this one?
Hi, Rebecca. Yeah, I'm going to go with Naham here. Hopefully that Roberto Ramos can get the grey. Just saw him go through the shot there. Hopefully we can get him to behave himself. He's got a fair rating, 63. I think he might be able to step up on hopefully on that and make a start to his career here at Riyadh. But these are tough, these races, to work out what's going to happen, apart from when we have those track champions running at Taif. The other Arabian races are tough to try and work out. So you've got quite a few greys in this lineup. They're just circling behind the stalls. They are going 1,200 metres for this one. And a full field here of 14 runners at the start. There is one of them, the blue and white, that's Orzel. 12 there, we just saw Durgam Al-Ansari as well. One of the greys, that's Naham. A dark green jacket, isn't it, for Roberto on that Naham there. So first the runners loading up. The white face there is Nasif Al-Khaladiya. Goes in to stall 5. And Randas, another one of the greys, still to come forward into 9. Another grey there is Nibras Alamal. Goes forward in the black and red colours. Next door, number 4, yellow saddle cloth, that's Khalid Al Mamoni. Having a good day so far. He's on board the 4-horse here. And Khalid, of course, successful on Gloria Flashes in our previous race. Here's number 8. Jawad Al-Khaladiya in blue and white. Lots of blue and white in this race. And the next one to go forward in the black and orange is Haydar. Just a couple to go in now. Oh, no. Oh, looks like the stalls have opened and we had 2 to load. We have a jockey on the floor. It's going to be a full start there. The stalls have opened prematurely. 2 of them hadn't gone in and one's been unseated there as well. The others are being restrained. The outriders come across to try and grab hold of it. It was Junay Al-Dahab who got rid of the rider. I hope Khalid Al Mamoni's okay. The outrider has done almost a miraculous recovery there to catch that horse. So it's a full start. First time I've seen one of these. There was still a couple to go in. For some reason, the stalls have opened prematurely. I'm not sure what triggered the stalls to open there, but maybe one of them charged the gates. I'm not 100% sure. Number 4's been caught, Junay Al-Dahab. Khalid Al Mamoni was sent to the dirt. I hope he's okay. He's going to be attended to. Some of them went for about a furlong, maybe a little bit further. 2 of them hadn't got in at all. There was still 2 to load. And all of a sudden, we just saw the stalls opening. There were shouts from the riders. And the recall flag went up pretty quickly to signify a full start. So they will be brought back. I'd imagine they'll be looked at. So an unusual occurrence there. Junay Al-Dahab looks okay. The horse has been brought back. Obviously, Let's see if she takes her chance or not in the race. But Khalid Al Mamoni was sent to the dirt. I hope he's okay. So dramatic stuff ahead of our Arabian horse maiden. Let's go back to Rebecca and Tom. Very unusual thing to happen there, Rebecca.
Well, scenes indeed, and like you say, I do hope the jockey is okay, but the great catch of horse number 4 there.
Yeah, the outrider did a phenomenal job. It looked like, well, it was crazy what was going on. The 4 was trying to dive and dodge, and yeah, the outrider's done a great job. Hopefully she'll be okay and able to run. I've never seen the stalls do that here, malfunction. It looked like they all opened, like it was about to be a race, but 2 horses were still out the back, and obviously that definitely surprised Khalid Al Mamoni, who was on Jcsa Al Dahab and eventually got unshipped.
Yeah, and so was saying that he's never seen anything like that happen before, and he thinks maybe one of the horses perhaps nudged into the stalls, which is what caused them to spring open like that.
Potentially, but usually when that happens, just that one stall would open, not all of them, which is a little bit confusing, but hopefully they're testing them right now just to make sure that there are no other 40 stalls and we can get these horses in and run the race.
Well, they don't look too perturbed by what's just happened there. They all look relatively calm, don't you think, Tom? Well, number 4, the exception, as you might think.
Yeah, I imagine the vets are about to look at number 4. They'll probably bring Jcsa Al Dahab into the middle of the circle right now, as they are doing, just to double check that she is able to run. Horse number 14 there is also playing up. That is Al Muzan. It looks like Khalid Al Mamoni is absolutely fine on horse number 4, so hopefully he can get back on board. The vet gives her the all clear and she can run.
Unusual scenes indeed, but hopefully there won't be too much of a delay and we can get underway with race number 4. Hopefully we will be away quickly once the vets have done their checks. Once horse and rider are both past fit to resume and hopefully not too shaken up by what happened. Very strange events indeed.
It looks like Khalid Al Mamoni was just about to take the tack off there, so maybe she's going to be withdrawn. Obviously I didn't fully see that, so excuse me if I'm wrong, but it looked like the vet had said that she wasn't going to run Jcsa Al Dahab number 4.
And this is where the outriders really come into their own, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, absolutely. We need these all across the world. We have them in America, and they're phenomenal. We have 3 guys out here, the 3 musketeers, as we like to call them, and they do their job brilliantly. You know, without riders, it allows these horses to be safe, basically, and to be caught quickly. I am wrong, I should say, because Khalid Al Mamoni has just got back aboard the 4, Jcsa Al Dahab. He was obviously just tightening up the tack to make sure that the saddle hadn't fully slipped. And it looks like she's been given the all clear.
And they are loading, so hopefully we will be underway shortly and we can go back to Enzo.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rebecca. Yeah, it was very strange what happened. Whether it was an error, somebody actually opened the stalls, I don't know. But yeah, it was dramatic stuff. There is number 9, Arandas, in the kind of blue colours with the white sleeves. Still to go forward under Naif Al-Anazi. This is number 3, Nebras Alamal. I wonder if you might want to be with one of the 2 that did go in first time around here. We shall see. Orzel about to load into stall 2. Naham going in, that very dark green jacket under Wigberto. There in almost all blue is Jawad Al-Khaladir. This is Jcsa Al Dahab. Hopefully she's okay. It was a great experience for her. Let's hope she can still run her race. She's gone in. 14 is Al Muzan. He's going to complete the line. The light colours with the yellow on the sleeves. So we're ready once more. Take 2, here we go. And they're off and racing, no problems this time around. We jump away, making a good start was Nebras Alamal, the grey, to come forward and lead here from Jcsa Al Dahab, who's racing prominently too. Just off the pace, Amir Al Shadaim is racing in the gold and turquoise colours. Very wide on the course is Al Muzan from that wide gate, and also showing a bit of early speed too is Nassif Al Khaladir as they sort themselves out and race towards the turn. And up there too is number 12. That's Durgam Al Ansari who's coming forward. We have a faller back on the inside. We have a horse who's unseated the rider, and they make the turn. And up front on the outside, it's now Al Muzan who's come forward to hit the front. Al Muzan it is, who's picked up the lead in company there with, in the turquoise and gold colours, Amir Al Shadaim. And now up front, swinging for home, Al Muzan has come forward quite strongly on the outside to pick it up. Under pressure, Amir Al Shadaim is trying to give chase in second place. looking for any closers. Naham has gone into about fourth place, is trying to run on as they race down the straight here. And up front with the lead is Al Muzan here for Abdullah Al Ferouz. Al Muzan with a clear lead, giving chase Janaea Al Dahab, the horse who got loose beforehand, running a stormer in second. He's trying to close this leader down late. Al Muzan getting a bit tired, but the lead is still 2 lengths. And Al Muzan is going to hang on here. Number 14, Al Muzan will win from number 4 in second. Janaea Al Dahab close for third in the end, with running on quite well. 8, Jawad Al Kaladia, in the almost all blue colours, but in a dramatic race, certainly. We had 3 of them come back without riders. We had an unseat, we had a faller as well, but while that was going on, Al Muzan was just kicking clear. Abdullah Al Ferouz, and number 14 has won it. This 4-year-old wearing the noseband, the yellow bridle, the yellow bandages as well, distinguishing this horse from the others. Al Muzan has won. Second, number 4, Janaea Al Dahab. What a run that was by the second horse, having broken out the stalls with the others and got loose. Had to be caught by the outrider, must have galloped for a furlong and a half. And third place is going to be 8, just. That's Jawad Al Kaladia. 6th was 4th. 1 minute 22.98 seconds the winning time. 1.5 lengths the winning margin. Looks like Haydar, it was back in 4th place, but the winner was number 14, Al Muzan. It was a good performance too. Second, number 4, Janaea Al Dahab, and third, number 8, Jawad Al Kaladia. A lot to look back on there in that dramatic race.
Unfortunately, I've only seen horse number 3, Nebras Al Amal, who unseated the rider, come back. I haven't seen the other loose horses, so hopefully they're all okay, and the jockeys too.
Well, the incident that happened midway through the race, you think they just clipped heels, Tom?
Yeah, I wasn't really watching exactly where the incident happened, but I'm pretty sure one of the horses clipped heels and unfortunately took down a couple of the horses in behind. Yeah, you just don't want to see it in any race. Obviously, these jockeys are going at ridiculous speeds as well, so hopefully they're okay. I'm sure the ambulance will be. Just hearing now that all jockeys are okay, which is fantastic. If horse number 9 was one of them, that would be Naif Al-Nazi on board, one of the leading riders. So yeah, it's horrible, but hopefully everyone's okay.
Yeah, really dramatic scenes indeed, but hopefully nothing that will overshadow the victory of Al Muzan coming from the outside stall to win that race. Good run from Al Muzan, but like you say, overshadowed.
Yeah, it was a good effort. Who knows how good it actually was, because any horse on the inside, which was the majority of the field, we should say, would have been at least hampered. At worst, they were brought down or unseated. So the race was basically torn apart by what happened on the inside, the bad incident. The runner-up was the storyline, really, aside from the incident, because Janaea Al Dahab broke through the stalls prior to the race and ran at least a furlong at full speed before being caught by the outrider, somehow managed to finish second. She's run exceptionally well. But, yeah, I just hope everyone's okay.
Yeah, exceptionally well indeed, because there was a question mark as to whether she would actually run that race after the incident at the start, wasn't it, Tom? But nevertheless, was composed enough to get going and run a really good race.
Yeah, exactly. Normally she would have been taken out given normal procedure, but the vets obviously deemed that she was okay and she was able to take her part, and rightly so, because she ran very well.
So the incident midway through, you say that all jockeys are okay. Hopefully that is the case for the horses as well. But no, you don't like to see that, do you, Tom?
No. I hate to see it. You don't want to see that in any kind of race. It's just, we're not going to obviously see the footage of it, but a horse definitely clipped heels. They were currently racing second against the inside fence, therefore bringing down all of those in behind. The horses are all okay apparently as well, which is fantastic. I've just seen a couple of the jockeys being brought back to the grandstand area by a car. So yeah, bad incident, but a good victory for Al Muzan from the outside stall. Again, a horse who turned in front wins the race.
Time 1:22.98. What do you make of that time, Tom?
It's not too bad, it's just over 4 seconds slower than standard. That's the generic kind of time that we're seeing so far. For Arabian horses, it's quite hard to match up compared to the thoroughbreds because there just aren't as many Arabian races. But equally, given it was a maiden, probably wasn't a terrible performance.
And you said before this race, Tom, to look out for Al Muzn in those bright yellow leg wraps there, and certainly he was one to look out for. He wasn't your pick, but definitely got the job done anyway.
Yeah, you couldn't miss him on the track. He broke nicely from stall 14 as well, because I was looking out there, because as my selection was number 13, so we see the start here. My selection in the black and the white V on the outside broke slowest of all and just immediately put him on the back foot. Meanwhile, Al Muzn, right out wide with the yellow sleeves, broke nicely and is in a round 6 position at this stage.
Yeah, it was a really nice win, wasn't it, from Al Muzn, who was completely overlooked by Yumi and Shamila at the beginning of this race. We didn't fancy his chances at all. I think perhaps because he was drawn in stall 14.
Yeah, and his 3 efforts weren't generally up to the scratch of the others. We've already passed where the incident happened at this stage. He's moved into a good position as a result of that, with less horses in the field, and just takes over from horse number 1, Almir Al Shadaim, who did set the early pace against the fence. Horse number 4, Janay Al Dahab, now moving into second against the rail with the yellow saddlecloth, and continues to close down on the eventual winner, Al Muzn, all the way to the wire, but was just too far out of her ground to actually close up and pass that horse.
How impressed were you with the attitude of horse number 4, given what happened before the race?
Really, yeah. I thought she ran fantastically well. It was only her first outing of the season, and only her second outing in general. So she was rightly inexperienced prior to the race, and obviously breaking through would have got her all het up, and she would have burnt a lot of energy that she probably wouldn't have burnt in any other circumstance. So to actually run second was a highly creditable performance. Now, let's pretend, hypothetically, that she didn't break through the start, there was no stalls malfunction, and everything went A-OK. She would have probably been one of the leading players, if not the winner of this event.
Yeah, and just a 4-year-old as well, Tom. There are some horses in the field a lot older and more experienced, but 4-year-old, and she's shown quite a lot of maturity.
Yeah, she has. Generally in these kind of races, you do want the younger horses, though, because it's a maiden, and obviously if you've got an 11-year-old, for example, who's yet to win, they probably have plenty of chance to win. So you do want the younger horses, the unexposed types, and Janay Al Dahab would go in my notebook for next time. But I don't want to take anything away from the winner, Al Muzn. You know, it was a decent performance first up this year. Again, this race was marred by the incident around halfway. So we don't know the true reflection of just how good this horse is in regards to future conquests. But he's got the job done nicely.
Indeed, and thankfully all horses and jockeys are unscathed, which is the most important thing. Let's hear now from Shamila, who has the winning trainer.
Burgess Al Nasser is our winning trainer of this first Arabian race of the day. Many congratulations. What did you think about the race? I know it was crazy, but your horse did very well in the end.
Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah. The horse is a new horse. Maybe this is 3 race in all the year. Alhamdulillah, it's good. Inshallah, the next race is win, inshallah.
And he was in stall 14. That wasn't a problem for him. Were you worried?
Yeah, it's not good. Maybe in the flu last year. But this year, inshallah, is good. It's very good this year, inshallah. It's 4 years, yani. It's still young.
And it's your first time speaking to us on the English coverage channel, so thank you for joining me. And just tell me a little bit about your stables, how many horses you have this season.
Thank you for your first time. And my stable is 7 horse, not more, but is good quality. Inshallah, this season comes good, bismillah.
And you're confident for the rest of your horses for this season?
Yes, inshallah.
Well, very best of luck, and thank you so much again.
Thank you so much.
Speaking there to our winning trainer from the first Arabian race of the day. Dramatic race, but nevertheless a good win for Al Muzn. Tom, do you think what happened at the start with that sort of false start, with the stalls opening like that chaotic start, do you think that impacted some of the horses who perhaps were expected to do better in that? Do you think that maybe Al Muzn got that win because of other horses perhaps being a bit shaken?
That's a very good point. I think he was one of 2 that wasn't initially loaded prior to the stall's malfunction, and then obviously the other horses breaking out the front. So there is a case to be said that he had everything go his way today. Certain situations that will never happen again seem to happen and go in his favour, and therefore he might have been flattered by winning this race. Obviously he didn't burn as much energy as the runner-up did, for example, who broke through the stalls. So yeah, I can certainly believe that could be the case as we see the horses turn for home. Horse number 3 without the rider on board in behind, and my selection wide on the track and just no chance from there. It's also worth noting that the horse I liked in this race seemed to be galloping up in the air for much of it. A strange running style, and maybe it was just because he was taking some kickback in the early stages, but yeah, it's questionable. That was Faza Al Qasaya that I'm talking about right there.
A very strange race indeed. But we heard there from the interview with Jamila that the winning trainer of this horse was concerned about being drawn in stall number 14, Tom.
Yeah, no one wants to be out there. In any race, you don't want a double-figure stall. There's no doubt about that. It just presents far more problems for your horse and your jockey, just trying to get into a good position. You can lose races at the start over here, whereas you can't in all jurisdictions. Generally, you lose races obviously at the finish. So you just want an inside stall, and from there, any horse has a chance. But we've seen a couple of high-stalled birthed horses win already today.
We have, yeah. It's been quite an intriguing day in that respect. We've also seen a couple of horses who were getting agitated in the pre-parade ring, looking pretty good on the track and coming through to win. So it's been an unpredictable day in that sense, hasn't it, Tom?
It really has, yeah. Unpredictable start to the card. Looking forward to getting stuck into the next race, putting that race in the back burner, and yeah, getting into the local breds. We've got a 0 to 55 handicap coming up next, and the floodlights they are just coming on right now. I mean, they do need to turn them up a little bit because it is dark outside, as you can see behind us.
Absolutely. Winter is drawing in, it feels, even though it's been an absolute boiling day today. But yes, we have another race in store. Shortly we'll be getting underway with back to the thoroughbreds. These are Saudi horses, local horses, going in race number 5. And we can go back to Enzo, who's going to talk us through all the runners and riders for this one.
Certainly will, Rebecca. Yeah, 20 of them as well to get through here. So a full field. It's the biggest field I've called yet on the Saudi racing. Here we go. Start with number 1, Al Ghali Fahad for Ahmed Al Tayyar. 2, Zinat Al Afras for Faras Al Sunaitan. 3, Mota Janasar for Ayad Al Tarisi. 4, Al Sam Al Tahabi, Tariq Al Mansur. 5, Al Ras Shamek, Tariq Al Hassan. Number 6, Monster Hatham is written by Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 7, Soban Al Saad, Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 8 is Webby, written by Fahad Al Faradi. Number 9, Al Mahabani for Alex Moreno. 10 is Fayar for Khalid Al Mimoni. 11 is going to be Jcsa, written by Al Yayesh, is on board that one. Abdulaziz Al Yayesh is on board Jcsa. Number 12, Roya Al Karim, Rayan Al Tawash. Number 13 is a horse called Waz. And then number 14 is Lazamar. 15, Afar for Hamza Saad. 16 is Jeffrey for Naif Al Feruz. 17 is Somu Wehi, written by Mohammed Al Yami. 18, Shimat Arab for Naif Al Nazi. 19, Alatam, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. And 20, Wajahat Al Maidan for Camilla Ospina. So the 3 reserves not required here, 21, 22 and 23. 20 runners lining up, fillies and colts in this handicap, 0 to 55. And good luck in sorting through these guys.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Massive field again. Tom, what do you make of this one? Hopefully it'll be a lot less eventful than the last.
Yeah, you hope so. Yeah, it's an interesting race. Obviously, it's a 0 to 55, so we're not blessed with the best of horses in this heat. I don't think it would be questionable to say that. These are generally horses that have struggled to win maidens or have been pitched at this level for a long period of time. I'm just thinking they're still in the pre-parade ring with 10 minutes to the start. Generally, races go off on time here, no matter what happens in the previous event. So we might be a little delayed, but we'll see.
Hopefully we won't be delayed by too much longer, but we do have a big field, a lot of horses to talk through, Tom. Who's particularly catching your eye?
Number 16, Jeffrey, I think would be the horse that caught my eye the most when I was studying this race last night. She's a 3-year-old filly. She's had 5 starts, represents a leading trainer in Bedan Al Sibai. He's generally in the top 5 in the standings. He fluctuates between 5th and 6th, but has been as high as 2nd. So, you know, he's got a really good stable. And this horse is just rated 50, but he's kept her. So you must think that she's got a win in her. She also cuts back in distance, 7 furlongs from a mile. And this is the first race we've had today over the 1,400 metre trip, 7 furlongs. The start for that is directly opposite, basically where our studio is, over the far side. Quite a long run to the first turn, but not on the chute.
An interesting one to look out for. And of course, leading jockey Camilla Ospina, he goes in this one, Tom. What do you rate his chances? Can he get his first winner of the day, do you think?
Maybe, but this horse is only rated 46. Wajahat Al Maidan is the horse that Camilo rides. It's interesting that he's on. He doesn't have to ride in every race. So he could easily just sit in the weighing room and decide not to ride in this low quality heat. But at the same time, he's decided, nope, you know what, I want to get out there. I want to try and extend my lead. Adele Alfaredi's not riding today, so I've got to take all my opportunities. And he's picked up the ride on this 3-year-old filly. She's drawn an 11, which is, you know, it's not terrible, but it's not great. But she's had 10 starts, and she really just hasn't featured in the finish on any of them. So she will need to improve for Camilo to ride that first winner today.
All these horses, Tom, looking very relaxed out there, aren't they?
Yeah, the pre-parade's nice and quiet though, isn't it? There's no one in there, obviously just the other horses and the stable handlers. It's actually a little bit busier. I'm wondering why all those people are in there and not in the paddock. Slightly odd. But at the same time, these horses are quite relaxed, as you say. No horses playing up at the moment. These are generally 3-year-olds and older, so they are experienced.
Well, it's not too long a walk for those people to make their way from there into the parade ring. It's pretty much right next door. Everything very much easily accessible here in the King Abdulaziz racetrack. We've got a great view from our studio behind us, the pre-parade ring. Just next to that, we've got the paddock there where the horses are, and the finish line right next to us here, Tom. So we can see everything from our position here.
We can, and as we're talking about what we're currently seeing, they are harrowing the track right now. There are 5 tractors out on there, just passing the winning line. So, look, I don't imagine the bias to change. I imagine it's still going to be towards the front runners, but they're making sure that this track is riding nice and safe, especially after the incident we just saw there. We should mention that incident had nothing to do with the track. It was just a clipping of heels, which then unfortunately led to further horses being falling or unseating.
Fortunately, they were just all bunched up there on the rail side, weren't they, Tom? Just
Yeah.
a bit too close. But still going around in the pre-parade ring. Hopefully we'll see them a bit closer up in the parade ring shortly, and Shamila will have a good look at them. But Tom, let's go through the horses, shall we? Horse number 1, Al Ghali Fahad. What are your thoughts on that one?
Rated 54, top weight technically in this race because the horses that are actually rated 55 are all 3-year-olds and therefore get a weight allowance. This horse has won from 21 in his career, but his win came 4 years ago. This is a big class drop from what he's been recently running in, but he will need to prove that he's got ability to win still.
Yeah, that's certainly interesting, that big gap. Zinat Alafras, horse number 2, what are your thoughts on her?
Tough draw for her out in stall 18. This is the first race on the card as it's a handicap that these horses aren't actually breaking from their number cloth stall. So horse number 2 is breaking from stall 18. She's had 5 outings. She's by US sire Orb, who won the 2013 Breeders' Cup Classic. He was a fantastic horse who stayed further than this 7-furlong trip. She hasn't shown anywhere near as much ability as Orb's got, but look, she's only had 5 starts and could improve.
And horse number 3 breaking from stall number 20, Jcsa.
Yeah, widest stall of all. Definitely don't want to be out there. No matter what we've seen so far with winners from 18 and 14, I'm convinced you don't want to be in 20 or anywhere near there, really. This is a stiff task. First run of the year, not for me.
Horse number 4, also drawn out wide, stall number 17, Al-Sam Al-Tahabi.
Very much the same analysis that I'm about to give you. Stall, not ideal in 17, 0 from 20 so far in his career, struggling to win. Again, hasn't run so far this season, so fitness has to be a concern.
And you're probably going to give me the same answer for this one, Tom, because this horse, number 5, is drawn in stall number 19, Al-Ras Shamek.
Exactly, yeah. The gate is not ideal. Again, these are ready-made excuses for these horses if they lose today. The one thing I will mention that's different about this horse, Al-Ras Shamek, is that he's won 2 times in his career. Most of these are maidens, so that's definitely an advantage.
Slowly working our way back towards the inside now. Horse number 6 goes from stall number 15, Mot Ahat Hom.
Yeah, lovely name for this horse. Never finished better than 9th in 9 career outings. Had an owner switch since the last run, but is coming off a relatively long layoff.
And a better draw for horse number 7, drawn in 3, Sobhan Al-Sad.
Yes, running over further than he encountered when he was a 2-year-old, so 7 furlongs is a bit of a question mark, but only had the 7 outings and it's drawn nicely.
And the horse that's drawn in stall number 1, horse number 8, is Webby.
Struggled in Taif, had 4 runs, back at meeting 21, finished 11th, 5th at meeting 31, 6th at meeting 42, and then a pretty dismal display at meeting 50 when 11th. Good draw though, stall 1, and it's by Animal Kingdom, a horse I loved in the US. He then came over to Royal Ascot for, I think it was the first race, the Queen Anne, back in the day. He was favourite to win, he disappointed. I don't think I've forgiven him ever since.
You know what, I haven't forgiven Animal Kingdom either, because he actually bit me once.
Did he?
So yeah, I'm not a fan of of Animal Kingdom. And that was when he came over to run at Royal Ascot, and I went to see him at the yard he was at in Newmarket, I think it was, or near Newbury perhaps, I can't remember exactly, but I went to see him in his stall. I was all friendly, went to give him a pat on the nose, and I was bitten for my efforts, so he was a bit hostile towards me, Animal Kingdom. Let's get back to the runners then. Still in the pre-parade ring, number 9, another wide drawn in 16, Almar Habani.
0 from 20 so far in his career. This is a winnable race, so he's been found a good spot. We have footage of his previous results, so we'll be able to see just how good he is. But he finished 5th last time. Gets Alex Moreno today. That's a big tick in the box.
Fire is horse number 10, drawn in 13, and right about the midway point.
One-time winner from 15 outings, Khalid Al-Mamoni. Hopefully he's okay after the incident in the last race. I mean, he rode in it after being unshipped in the prelims, so hopefully he's okay. I'm sure he is. This filly's yet to build on her victory last year. She's had 5 runs this term, mini break since her latest performance where she finished 8th.
Another filly is Jcsa, drawn in stall number 8.
Again rated 52, drawn fine in 8, but 0 from 16 in her career. Not run yet this season. This is probably a prep run just to get some fitness back into her.
And a good draw for horse number 12 in stall 4, Roya Al Kareem.
It is indeed, but seems to be regressing in terms of the actual performance. Finished 6th back at the start of the season, which looked like a nice beginning to the campaign for this 3-year-old, but has slowly got worse and worse with the efforts, and that really culminated in a 12th place finish back at meeting 35. So, I don't really know what to expect from him. The draw's good, he's got every chance of playing a part, but if his trend continues, he's not going to play a part in the finish.
Well, Tom, these horses are actually due off in 2 minutes, and they're still not out on the track even.
Yeah, I did think it was a little bit odd that they were all walking around the pre-parade and the people were in there. Maybe they're not going to come to the paddock, or maybe they are, because I can see a few jockeys in here now. I think there's probably been an ambulance on the track tending to either one of the jockeys. Presumably not one of the horses, given we've been told that they're A-OK. So that's maybe why there's a delay. The horses are now just walking into the paddock, so there will be a delay here. I'm sure that they'll catch up time in due course, but just not ahead of this race.
Highly unusual to be running behind time like this, but I'm sure we will make it up. And of course, as you say, there has been an ambulance on the course. Health and safety is of paramount importance, but the horses are now in the parade ring. Big field coming in. We've talked about most of them, haven't we, Tom? We are, I think, about halfway through this big field.
Yeah, we're up to number 13, runner by runner. We can cover the remaining horses. To be fair, I'm quite glad it's this race where there's a delay, because the next race is just 4 runners, and it would have been a bit of a disaster in terms of filling. But yeah, number 13 is a horse called Was, or Was, depending on how you want to, or Was, depending on how you want to pronounce him. He's drawn in 14, which is not ideal. First run of the season, 0 from 8 so far in his career, but he's by Flashy Bull. We've seen a fair few Flashy Bull progeny win over in Saudi Arabia, including at the Taif season.
Certainly well represented in terms of the winners. Let's go on to our next horse number 14, drawn in stall 12, Lazamar.
Another filly in this race, as we see a lovely shot of the riders coming out. Alex Moreno there on the right-hand side, all smiles as he looks forward to this event. Lazamar, 0 from 10 so far. She's rated 49. I struggle to see her winning.
And what about the next horse, drawn in stall 2? This is a really great draw for Somuwehi.
Yeah, Somuwehi. Oh, we're moving up to 17. Somuwehi definitely got a chance. 0 from 5 so far. This gelding, 3-year-old. I like the 3-year-olds in races of this nature. They get a weight allowance off their older horses and are more unexposed and open to improvement.
Shimit Arab, next horse.
0 from 29 so far in her career. 13th last time, meeting 35. 10th the time before. Nathal Anazi rides, but she needs to improve.
And this is the first horse, drawn in stall number 6. You've already mentioned this horse, Tom. Just give us a quick recap about these horses as they come out. Moving on quickly to horse number 2, Zinat Al Afras.
Yeah, quick recap then. Number 1, the last win came 4 years ago. This is Al Ghali Fahad. Dropping class, could improve today. Zinat Al Afras, horse number 2 as we're seeing in shot right now. Tough draw out in 18, but is by good US sire Orb.
Tough draw in 18, but an even tougher draw for our next horse number 3, Jcsa, who's drawn in stall 20. That's a real challenge, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, a real challenge. You just don't want to be out in 20, especially over these sprint trips, whether it be 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs. This horse also hasn't come in his coat just yet, hasn't come in her coat, sorry. It's the first run of the year, but you can see If you don't know what you're really looking at here, she wasn't all shiny like this horse. She's perfect, in perfect condition. The previous horse was all fluffy, yet to come in the coat, which usually means they're not going to perform to their A game.
And up on her toes as well. Tom, not looking entirely relaxed out there.
No, I mean the long build-up to this race wouldn't have suited any of these horses really. Just imagine if you're about to go on and perform in a show and you've got a longer build-up than you would usually have. The nerves would continue to get bigger and bigger, wouldn't they?
It's a bit like the way you approach work, isn't it, Tom? Turning up very last minute. You don't like the build-up?
No, I don't. I like to turn up. I like to perform on the day, and that's what it is. And these horses will. So a few of them are getting a little bit hyped up, but at the same time, there are a couple of these that are nice and relaxed. As I'm just looking over my shoulder, a couple of the higher stalled horses that are just walking around nice and calmly at the moment.
Yeah, and much cooler out there now as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the last temperature I saw was around 27 degrees. So yeah, cooler conditions.
Absolutely. Well, Shamila is out there in the cooler conditions. Let's go to Shamila now. Shamila, what do you make of these horses going around the ring? Who do you like the look of?
Thank you very much, Rebecca. It is race number 5, and the horse that I have gone with is horse number 1, Al Gail Fahad. Just looking really nice, cool, calm, and collected in the parade ring ahead of this race, which is quite a different story for the other horses in the race because they have had such a long delay, and a lot of them have just been getting a little bit worked up inside the pre-parade ring, which is understandable. But they have settled down a little bit now in the parade ring. 2 negatives for me, just because they are totally on their toes, is horse number 9 and horse number 13. However, horse number 1 is walking around like he's in Pony Club. Absolutely, really cool, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this race plays out.
Thanks, Shamila. And of course, you were down there when all the runners and riders came in from the last race, those chaotic scenes we saw. What was the atmosphere like down there?
I mean, everybody was really worried and concerned for the jockeys, obviously. However, I did speak to one of the stewards, and he said that Khaled Al-Mamoni was sent to the clinic for an extra checkup, but he is absolutely fine after his fall in the stalls. And I've been told that all of the jockeys and the horses are absolutely fine after that very scary race that just happened in the previous race, so that is great news to hear. And they will not be stood down for the rest of the weekend.
That's great to hear. Thanks so much, Shamila, for bringing us that information from the ground. And Shamila's pick, Al Ghali Fahad. Tom, who's yours?
Probably Jeffrey, horse number 16. As I say, she represents leading trainer. We haven't actually seen her yet. She'll be up in a second. We're currently seeing horse number 15, Afa, who needs to build on the reappearance 13th. But actually, that run wasn't all too bad, and he's still unexposed after just 3 starts. Jeffrey's up next. 3-odd filly, gets the weight. She is either very sweaty or extremely shiny. I can't really tell at the moment under these floodlights. I'm going to tend to go to the latter. I think
She's shiny,
she is
Tom.
very well in her coat. That saddlecloth definitely doesn't help with the black strip along the bottom as well. But yeah, she ran up to a fair level for this race last year, cuts back in distance, which will definitely suit. And Bedan Al Sabay doesn't have too many horses of this quality.
Horse number 18, I don't think we've talked about yet, Shimit Arab.
North from 29, not being anywhere near the firing line in any of her runs, so she definitely needs to improve.
Horse number 19, the grey in the race, Alatam.
You definitely can't miss him. The big grey with the red socks and the pink silks. 4 starts by Worldly. Abdullah Al-Alfi takes the mount, and stall 9 isn't a bad starting point.
Wajahat Al-Maidan is horse number 20. Not a bad draw.
Not a terrible draw, but not a great draw. Camilo takes the ride. Again, a big positive there. This horse seems to be quite big as well, which is surprising as a filly, a 3-odd filly in the race. But she'll need to improve to play a part in the finish.
The horses now all making their way out onto the track down towards the stalls. Tom, in terms of, you've obviously studied this race card in great depth. Give us a clue about the form.
Yeah, so, the form is pretty hard to find, and here's a bit of form from Al Mahabani on the front end in the blue cap, and it looks like a Romania flag or a Chad flag, if you like your flags. On the front end, eventually finishing 5th in this race, showed lots of natural early speed. It's exactly what you want in Saudi Arabia. You want to get on the front end, avoid the kickback, ride the bias, but in the final 200 metres, he really goes backwards and finishes a bit leg weary. He went a little bit too hard in the early stages. There's nothing questionable about that. You should be able to get to the front, or very close to, from the wide stall today. Alex Moreno will be in the prime spot. It's just whether he can continue all the way to the line.
Tom, how do you know the Chad flag?
I have a lot of flag knowledge. It's completely
That's
useless.
very niche.
Completely useless, yeah. But
It wasn't useless there.
well, exactly. I like to bring it up every now and again because otherwise it is very much useless knowledge.
Well, you've impressed me anyway.
Beautiful shots here, aren't they? And
Yeah,
just the
absolutely.
horses going down. That was horse number 17 there. Summer Wahi. Yeah, these are lovely. First time seeing the track under the floodlights as well.
Yeah, the place looks fantastic, doesn't it, Tom? And those horses' coats are absolutely gleaming under the lights. Let's head on down to the track and join Enzo, who's watching this one for us. Enzo, who's your pick for this one? I'm yet to pick a horse. I might go with Jeffrey, just purely for the name. What about you, Enzo?
Yes, it's a great name for a filly, isn't it, Jeffrey? Yeah, I think she's interesting. Look, it was a tough race to try and pick anything out of. I think Al Mahabadi will lead, but just like we saw on the previous form, will probably get collared in the final couple of furlongs, but might give you a bit of hope if you go with that one early on. Looking at the ratings, I thought maybe Zinat Alafras, number 2, might improve, but I didn't like the draw in stall 18 for that one. Colours are down at the start. The spotted colours there, Al Sam Al Tahabi. The horses had plenty of chances so far. Tariq Al Mansour, but was very relaxed on the way down. The grey is a little bit on his toes. Alatam, just jogging around there at the start. The bright orange of Al Ras Shamek there for Tariq Al Hassan. One out in 19. So 1,400 metres, 7 furlongs. It's a handicap. So we've got, as you explaining, the different stalls here. It's the yellow and black of Soban Al Saad. I like those colours there. The horse on the left in number 7, Soban Al Saad. Abdullah Al Khamis riding this horse on his 8th career start. And so the runners about to load up here. Of course, our next race, we've got a very small field coming up in our next, so they might try and catch up some time before the next race, but they are going forward here, 1,400 metres. Yellow and blue there. That is Jeffrey, the one that both Rebecca and Tom were quite keen on, this filly. Daughter of Estigar, rated 50. Now Al Fayrouz riding. She's about to go in. Stall 5 for Jeffrey. Next door to her. As the runners load up in stall number 4 there, we saw Arroya Al Karim. It's kind of a light beige and black colours for number 12. Led by Rayan Al Tawash. Yellow and black, that is Camille Espina there. Wajahat Al Maidan. The filly here, so we've got a big field, haven't we? 20 of them to load here, and ones are steadily making their way in. Was is number 13 there. Ali Al Matib is on. Spotted colours of Al Sam Al Tahabi, you can see there from the overhead shots. It's number 2, Zinat Alafras in red. 8 still to go in. Webby. The Animal Kingdom colt. Those cheek pieces. Plenty of experience for him as well. 13th lifetime start. In the background there I can see Naif Al-Anazi trying to get Shimat Arab in. Shimat Arab is now coming forward. In maroon colours. Red, yellow and blue for Al Mahabani. Too far away from the start now. For this, our next race. The last one is in. Starless wants to go, and they're off. He's let them go. They've jumped away. Slowly away was Wajahat Al Maidan. Missed the kick by a few lengths in yellow and black. Racing over 1,400 metres for this handicap race. One that broke quite well and coming across with the white face there. Towards the outside was Afar. Afar's up with the gallop, and also the red, yellow and blue Al Mahabani, as expected, is up with the gallop early on. So Al Mahabani now takes them along, with racing up on the outside Zinat Alafras in the red with the white braces. The grey Alatam is fairly handy as well. And then comes Lazama in the red and black colours racing in 4th. Further back then to find Afar, who's racing about 5th place at this stage. Back towards the inside with the white cap. As they make the turn, Jeffrey is next in the field, and the yellow and blue spots of Al Sam Al Tahabi as they make the turn at around 59 kilometres per hour. They're heading inside the final 600 metres. Still in front here is Al Mahabani. Now, can he see it out today? leads by 4 or 5 lengths, giving chases to Grey Alatam. To the outside, Zinat Alafraz is shaken up, goes into 3rd place as they come around the turn. Afar is next, running on towards the centre of the track, but this lead has gone clear. Al Mahabani. Can today be his day? The 21st time of asking. The closer down the outside, though, making ground is Afar, who's got a shot at him now as they go close home. Oh, Al Mahabani, the wheels are coming off again, and he's going to get collared once more as they race inside the final 100 metres or so, and he's being swept past by Afar. Oh, he's got very tired, Al Mahabani. He's finished back in 2nd in the end. Running on for 3rd was Lazamar. In the red and black, Fayar was the one who went past Al Mahabani. Number 10, Fayar has won it. 2nd, number 9, Al Mahabani. And I think it was the red and black of Lazamar in 3rd. But you have to feel for Al Mahabani. He went clear again. Look, the winner. But Khalid Al Mamoni, I think that's his 2nd winner of the card, isn't it? Yeah, it is. He had a winner earlier on. He's had a mixed day. He's been on the floor. He's ridden 2 winners. Fayar, 10, the winner, has beaten 9, Al Mahabani. 1 minute 28.44. It was 3 in 3rd. Motar Jcsa was 3rd, and the grey backing 4th, Alatam. 4 1/4 lengths the winning time there, but well done to Fayar. Khalid Al Mamoni at the double. 9 in 2nd, and 3, Motar Jcsa was back in 3rd in the red and blue colours. But the winner was number 10, Fayar, who pounced when Al Mahabani tired. So 10 beats 9 and 3 in race 5.
Fayar just nicking it at the end there, Tom. Poor old Al Mahabani just fading. Fayar taking advantage there of his opponent's tiring legs. He looks like he needs to drop down and trip, don't you think?
Yeah, I was about to start this pipe by saying, oh, we've seen another front runner win the race.
Well, let's start with that. We've seen another front runner win the race.
Well, we didn't, because Al Mahabani got past him, but we would have.
We'd have been saying that if it had been a couple of furlongs less.
Exactly, yeah. The colt looked like he was going to eventually make it 21st time of asking and actually get his head in front. But yeah, that final 100 metres, 200 metres was a step too far, wasn't it, for Al Mahabani? And very much like the footage that we saw in the VT before the race of his last effort where he finished 5th, showing that natural early speed and then being collared late on. But only one horse really came out of the pack, and that was the eventual winner, Fayar, who got the job done. I had written down here, and I said previously when we were talking about this horse in the paddock, that this filly had yet to build on last year's success. Her runs at Taif early in the season were all middling, you know. She finished mid-division on every start, 9th, 7th, 10th, 6th, 8th. But now she's finally broken through. Whether it was an easier race today, whether it was the fact she's dropping into a 0-55, or just this track, it seems to have worked the trick.
And a double for the jockey, and a big day, of course, for him, given what happened a little earlier on when he hit the deck.
Yeah, he was second in the last race after hitting the deck when the stalls malfunctioned earlier, before the race actually got underway. He rode a winner early on the card, so to be fair, he's had a pretty good day. And we actually saw with Berto Ramos back at Taif, he was unshipped from one of his horses. I think it was in race 1 or 2, and ended up winning 3 races on the card. So those incidents can somehow be the catalyst to a real good event for riders, and it tends to be that way for Khalid Al Mamoni today.
It certainly does. And again, interesting, Tom, these two horses, first and second, drawn from stalls 13 and 16.
Yeah.
The wide draws proving to be not a disadvantage at all.
No, I think they are a disadvantage, but if you've got the early pace to overcome that position, then they're not. You know, if you don't have the early pace and you are forced wide on the track, then they are a huge disadvantage. But obviously with the likes of Al Mahabani, who we can see right now from the footage, with the big white noseband, the blue cap on Alex Moreno, he had the early speed to get across to the rail. It was virtually like he was drawn in stall 1, because he could immediately go across, didn't burn any more energy by covering more of the track around the bend, and therefore his draw was basically taken out of the equation. Fire was ridden quite cold in the early stages, came through really stoutly in the closing stages, and she's definitely going to be seen over better effect over a mile in due course.
And another good performance from a filly in third, Jcsa, who was drawn in stall 20.
Yeah, it actually broke slowly, as we can see this race from the start. On the outside in the blue and red silks, I don't actually know how she ended up finishing third, because I didn't watch her at all during the race, I have to admit. She was dropped right out. She must have just passed beaten horses in the closing stages. But we can already see from this shot right now, Alex Moreno's got to the front on Al Mahabani, drawn from 16, already across to the rail.
Yeah, she wasn't in the running at all. Looking at these pictures, she's not in shot at all. So great performance to actually eventually get up there and finish third.
Especially if she had to cover extra distance on the bend. This is Jcsa that we're talking about, the horse number 3 who was drawn in stall 20.
What next for the winner, Fire? Second win.
Interesting question. She's rated 52 coming into today. She'll probably be rated above 55, which means she can't run again in this grade. Therefore, they might go for a 0 to 60. But it depends. You know, some of these horses can be run in different spots. They could try and tilt for the rainbows and go for something like an open race, but they'll probably struggle to win at that grade. So it'll be interesting to see where they go. If they're wise, it'll be a 0 to 60 next.
And the connections of Al Mahabani. Having watched him fade in the closing stages, they must be thinking we need to drop him down.
Yeah, I think so. It's difficult though, isn't it, for a horse of this nature? Because if you drop down and trip, you face other speed horses. So you're tackled on the front end, there can be a pace collapse, you can be forced to go faster than you want to. Over this trip, Al Mahabani is able to dictate the running and go at his natural pace. It's a difficult situation. If they drop down, I think they're going to encounter different problems. So he will eventually win a race over this trip, there's no doubt about it. Look, he finished second in a 20-runner field. It was a good effort. He just got passed by a stout stayer.
And what happened to our pick, Tom? Poor old Jeffrey.
Well, she was there or thereabouts, ran in the bend. Enzo gave her a good call in running, and then she just didn't seem to fire in the straight. I think she finished in mid-division at the end. Horse number 16 we're looking out for now. She finished 6th. There she is, just now crossing the line. She ran okay. It was her first run of the season, and maybe she needed it.
Any hard luck stories in that one then, Tom? What about the horses that were drawn on the inside?
Well,
expected better.
Yeah, but they just didn't break. They didn't manage to get towards the front. They weren't prominent in the race, and we've seen there's been such a bias towards the forward-going types so far in the first 5 races of this card today. So those horses that were drawn inside were generally racing in mid-division or held up, and the track today just isn't suiting that running style.
And we did pick out Al-Habani as one to watch going into this race, didn't we? So how impressed were you with that performance? Obviously, he faded in the closing stages, but nevertheless, it was a pretty decent run.
It was a fair run. To finish second in a 20-runner field, no matter what the field, no matter what the quality of the race is, it's a fair run. He showed lots of early speed. He was 6 lengths clear, turning for home as well. It just so happened that he got passed by a horse in Fire who probably needs a mile and actually really relished the way this race was run, setting it up with that fast gallop. Obviously, the pace collapsed in the closing stages as well, and those horses that really have the stamina in abundance came through.
And Fire looking really comfortable there at the end, running really well, and a really nice turn of pace.
Yeah, she hit the line powerfully. Alex Moreno there on the inside, just looking determined, knowing that he's going to get caught by Khalid Al-Mamoni on Fire. Strange headgear on the winner, have to admit, the red and the yellow, not seen too much like that before, but she's done it very nicely in the end. And I'm impressed with her performance, given her Taif efforts weren't as good as this, or anywhere close, to be honest.
And of course, you can let us know your thoughts. Please do keep those comments coming in on our YouTube channel. It is the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. We've already had some comments from Ed, who's enjoying the 12-card fixture today. He says he's impressed by the number of races on the card today. So thank you very much, Ed, for your comments. Thank you for tuning in. And please do keep those comments coming. Let us know what you think of today's action. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. We've still got quite a bit to go, don't we, Tom? We've had 5 races. We've got 7 more to go on this packed card today. Plenty more action still to come under the floodlights here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack here in Riyadh. The first day of the season here, and what a way to start it. There's, of course, plenty to look forward to over the coming days, the coming weeks, and the coming months, of course. All of this action culminating in the Saudi Cup at the end of February. So plenty to look forward to, plenty of action on this track.
Exactly, and talking about the track, they are just re-harrowing now, and it looks like the horses for the next race are already in the paddock. So we've only got 4 runners for the next. It's a maiden, over 7 furlongs. This is the perfect time for the racecourse to catch up time after we were delayed. prior to the previous event. So hopefully we'll be off bang on time or very close to for this next event.
Yeah, well, this is certainly an interesting race coming up next, Tom. We are a 7-furlong race, but just 4 runners. None of these horses have run before, and this perhaps is a more intriguing prospect when there are just 4 horses in the field.
Certainly doesn't make my job any easier, I'll tell you that. Yeah, obviously you can't go back and watch replays and see how these horses have performed previously. So yeah, it makes life tougher as an analyst or just anyone trying to find the winner of the event. But equally, it's important to have these races because you need spots for 2-year-olds to run. Local and imported horses over 7 furlongs. Not too many horses will want 7 furlongs first time up, which is probably why we have a small field. I have gone a lot into detail into the breeding, so we'll get into that in due course.
We will indeed. Looking forward to that, Tom. But let's join Shamila, who is down in the paddock with the winning jockey.
I'm with the winning owner and trainer for the previous race. Congratulations. She had a tough time in Taif, this filly, but very, very strong today.
Actually, Alhamdulillah, today it's the horse good one. In a Taif, we have some problem in the horse in the back. Then covering. Today it's very good horse. It's ready for a race. Alhamdulillah, today.
And Khalid Al-Mamoni, obviously in the last race before this, he had a bad accident, but he came back very strong and to win in such a good way.
Yeah. Khalid is the best rider here. Now maybe he from the best rider. He told me in a Taif, we can't change the bet or something for her. Then it's better than the horse.
And what's your plans for this filly next time out? Will you keep her at the same distance? Will you go a little bit further, maybe 1 mile?
Actually, this horse pedigree like 1,400, 1,200, like this. It's very good. But we will see the program next week, or we will give it rest. We will told her thank you and give it 1 week to rest. Then we will see the program will come back, inshallah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Mohammed. Well done again.
Thank you, Shamila. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And thank you to Shamila, speaking to the winning connections of Fire. Well, on to the next race. And this is a very different prospect indeed. Just 4 runners in this next one. We've seen some big fields. We've seen 20 runners, but now just 4. And Tom, none of these have run before. You said it makes your job as an analyst a lot more difficult, but perhaps it'll be easier for you to predict the winner just 4. So you've got a 25% chance of picking the winner in this one.
Yeah, exactly. It does make things easier from that regard. There's no doubt about it. Obviously, fewer runners. When we've got 20 runner fields, there are a lot of things that can go wrong. As we've seen, a few incidents happen on the track so far today. But with just these 4, not as much can go wrong. I imagine the front runner will probably win the race because they get the tactical advantage. As I say, I've had a deep dive into the pedigrees of all of these horses. So when we do see them in the paddock in a few minutes' time, I'll go through them and hopefully we can find the winner from that.
Absolutely, and hopefully Camilo Ospina can get his first winner of the day. He's had a few rides today, but no luck so far.
Yeah, and he'll definitely have pinpointed this race, I think. Riding for the White Stable and Ahmed Mohamoud on Muyi, number 4, a son of Premium Tap. I'm sure they'll think this is the opportunity for Camilo to add to his winning tally.
Just quickly then, Tom, who are you picking for this race?
Let me see them first, and then I'll come back to you. Obviously, as I say, we haven't got any form to go on with this field so far. So when I see them in the paddock, I'll get a greater idea of what their physical specimen is.
Well, let's have a look at all the runners and riders with Enzo.
I must admit, Rebecca, I'm looking forward to this race, just the 4 runners from a commentator's perspective. Here we go then, maidens. They're all boys here. The fillies were allowed to run, but there are no fillies entered, so just colts and 1 gelding. Number 1 is Sakar, who is ridden by Abdullah Aziz Al Musa. Number 2 is Gostafu. Ali Al Matib rides that colt. Number 3 is going to be Kahir for Abdullah Al Khamis, the son of Decorated Knight. And number 4, Muyi, who's a son of Premium Tap, a horse we've talked about a lot on this channel. Premium Tap doing well as a sire. Camilo Ospina for the Mohamoud stable in those White Stables colours, the white with the green cap for Muyi. So 4 runners then, 2-year-olds for our next. They're going 1,400 metres this time, 7 furlongs, and they're coming into the paddock now.
Coming into the paddock there is our first runner, Sakar, 2-year-old chestnut colt. Tom, what are your thoughts on this one?
He cost 15,000 at Akala Sales. It's an interesting pedigree. He's by a horse called Kozan, who's a good US sire right now, especially his progeny with 2-year-olds is very strong. He was also 2 from 2 in his racing career, so he was a precocious type by himself. And the dam is a horse called Silver Rock, who actually won at Newbury back in 2009. So the breeding is there, and he's trained by Bedan Al-Sabai as well, who's one of the leading trainers here, as we've already talked about.
And he looks really keen, really interested, ears forward. He looks like he's enjoying himself so far.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's a positive or a negative just yet. We'll see what he's like on track. It can be a negative in regards to his mind's not on the job, but also a positive that he's nice and chilled and relaxed. He also looks great in his coat.
He does, absolutely. As does horse number 2. This is Gustafu.
Yeah, I think this colt's definitely going to come on from the run, judged on what we're looking right now. He's carrying a bit of condition under his saddle cloth. He's also obviously a 2-year-old colt in this race by a sire called Moshe Gibb, who's had 4 winners from his progeny. He never raced in Europe or the US. And the dam is a horse called Mota Seitara, who was 0 from 3 in her career. So this breeding doesn't really compare to the likes of Sakar or Muhi, who we're yet to touch on.
Horse number 3, an Irish horse, Tom, Kia.
By Decorated Knight, cost 17,000 at the Goffs Sales. Was a horse in training at that point, Irish bred, as you say, out of a mare called Epiphany. There's also a full sibling, this horse, Kia, to a horse called Daisy Greatly, who finished 9th of 12 on debut at Kempton. Probably doesn't have the most ability, I have to say.
And this is Muhi, the final horse, the final runner in this field.
Leading player in this race by Premium Tap for Ahmed Mohamed and Camilo Ospina. White Stable Silks on board as well. Muhi is by Premium Tap, as I just said there. One of the leading sires, if not the leading sire, in Saudi Arabian racing by a mare called Rewrite, who was a 9-time winner in the US 4 trainer, Christophe Clement. Muhi has to be the likely winner.
So all the evidence points towards horse number 4, Muhi, as the winner. Is he the one you're going to go for, Tom?
Absolutely, and I'm actually going to predict who's going to finish first and second in this race. Just a treat for everyone. And I've got to say, I'm not going to be doing this regularly. But Muhi will win, hopefully, and Sakar will hopefully finish second. I thought those two were the clear standouts on pedigree and connections.
Well, contrast with the two, Muhi looking sort of very relaxed, Sakar looking ears pricked, looking around. But let's have a word with Shamila and see who her pick for this one is. Shamila, you're down there with those 4 horses. Who are you going for?
Well, I bet you already know which horse I'm going to choose, and that is horse number 4, Muhi, ridden by Camilo Ospina. Obviously, only 4 horses in this race, however, do not let that fool you. It is a very competitive contest. I've gone with horse number 4 just because he is the best looking horse out of all 4 of the horses. He is by Premium Tap, the leading sire here in Saudi Arabia, and Premium Tap just always provide good looking horses. Their hindquarters are always really well developed, and that's probably due to the training of Ahmed Al-Mahmoud as well. All his horses have been doing really well. He's had such a strong season in Taif, so I would love to see him and Camilo off to a winning start here on the first day of the Riyadh season.
Great, thanks very much, Shamila. So you and Tom both going for horse number 4. There he is. Muhi looking relaxed, looking in great condition, lovely shiny coat. Looks good, Tom.
Yeah, and his back end looks really nice as well, muscly and defined. It looks like a really nice type, and I'm sure that Ahmed Mohamed probably could have run him in Taif, but they've decided to keep him back, as they will have a couple of other 2-year-olds as well, where they've got bigger and better targets in line for them. So I'm hopeful that this horse is going to be really talented. Maybe we'll see a big winning distance. If not, we could see a duel between him and Sakar, and this could be one of the talking races of the day.
Yes, it's certainly an interesting one. Just 4 runners in this field. But of course, Camilo Ospina will be looking for that first win as well. He is aboard Muhi, and he is the pick of both Tom and Shamila.
Quite looking forward to Camilo's first interview with Shamila. He said last time we were talking about the Jockeys Championship over and over again whenever he would ride a winner, because him and Adel Al-Faradi, who's not riding today, were going hammer and tongs at the end of the Taif meeting. And Camilo said he wasn't 100% sure that he was really looking at the Jockeys Championship, but I think he will be now. And I want to know how his break went, because he was flying from Riyadh to Taif every day.
That is a big old commute, Tom.
Yeah, it was. I'm sure he'll be proud to have spent time with his family over the last 2 weeks, and looking forward to get back into action in Riyadh.
Well, maybe Shamila can ask him how his break was if she gets to speak to him after this one, if indeed he is the winning jockey of this. This is our 6th race of the day. 12 races all in all on the card. And I think we'll shortly be joining Enzo, but as the runners and riders make their way down to the stalls. Enzo is joining us now. He's got the call for this race. And Enzo, who do you like the look of? Which of these 4 runners has grabbed your attention?
Well, I'm going to stick with Muyi. I hate to be unoriginal, but I do think the team might have called
That's
it
why
right.
you shouldn't
Muyi,
eat crisp, by the way, in a live broadcast.
number 4 here.
My throat went all weird then.
Camille
I had a
Ospina
crisp in my throat.
is
Well, it wins.
on board,
He
and
wins, he wins, he wins.
Sutter Premium Tap is
I'm doing a Callum. He wins.
certainly interesting here. The runners are loading up. They're just the 4 of
I
them.
can't bring
They have
myself
made
to
up a
do
lot
that.
of time. What are we, 11 minutes past now? The runners are going forward there. And in goes Gostafu, or Gostafu here, number 2. Caught by Moshagib Ali Al Mutib. This is the one we like, Muyi. Green cap, Camille Ospina. Leading rider of the season coming forward here. So the 4 of them are set. 2-year-olds are ready, 1,400 metres over the long sprint. The set, and they're off. Slow to go was Gostafu. Gostafu gives them a start here, slowly away. Breaking well was Muyi up on the outside, the green cap to lead, to Sakar, the grey cap in second. 3 lengths back to Kahir, who's racing back in third. Not really travelling either, Kahir, at the moment. Jockey just looking down there, not comfortable. Abdullah Al-Khamis. Looks a 2-horse race already, in truth, doesn't it? Because these front 2 are pressing on, and they must be going 12 or 15 lengths ahead of Kahir, who in turn is 5 lengths ahead of Gostafu, the slow starter. So it's turned into a match race then between Sakar on the inside, on the outside Muyi. Sakar just being driven a bit more sternly than Muyi at this stage as they go towards halfway then and head down with 700 metres to go. So on the inside Sakar, the black jacket, on the outside the green cap, Camille Ospina starts to roll away now on Muyi, but appears to be travelling just as well as Sakar around the turn, but Sakar has got the inside line, and these 2 must be 26 lengths ahead of the 3rd horse at the moment, who is Kahir, and Gostafu has never been travelling. It's still these 2 going at it, head for head. A real hammer and tongs battle here. On the outside, Muyi has just nosed on now to Sakar, who's sticking with him on the inside, but Muyi is now just beginning to assert, still with 200 metres left to go, and now Muyi has finally looked to have put away Sakar, who was a worthy adversary, but it's Muyi in front, going clear by a length and a half, and will make a winning debut for Camille Ospina. The son of Premium Tap wins it. Muyi, Sakar in second. Long way for the 3rd horse, Kahir, number 3. Waiting for Gostafu. Is he going to complete? He's a long way behind. Gostafu, number 2, still yet to cross the line. But the winner is number 4, Muyi. And he's just crossed the line, Gostafu. Really was in need of that run, wasn't he? Very green indeed on his debut. But the winner looks quite sharp. This Premium Tap colt for Camille Ospina, who gets his season underway here at Riyadh. Second, Sakar ran really well, number 1. He'll definitely be winning a maiden on that evidence. He's got loads of speed and a good attitude too. And they must have been a mile in front of the 3rd horse, Kahir, who was even further in front of the last place finisher. A length and a half at the line, a length and a half. And then 18 lengths back to Kahir in 3rd. And then 51 lengths back to Gostafu, who was beaten a long way. There's Kahir in 3rd place. 1 minute 28.24, so well outside the track record held by Al Najim Al Manir there. But well done to Muyi. Nice performance on debut. Gets Ospina up and running. 4 beats 1 and 3 in our 6th.
Tom, you haven't had a winner all day, but now you've called first and second. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be celebrating a winner there, and great for Camilo as well. Look, you can see he's happy as they're just walking back into the winner's enclosure. A real good race as well. Obviously, we have 4 runners, but technically we only had 2 because Mui and Sakar drew off from an early stage and went really hammer and tongs for a long way up the home straight.
Yeah, they really did. It was so competitive, wasn't it? And just how impressed were you with Mui, who you said from the start you liked this horse?
Yeah, I thought he was very good. You know, the time doesn't necessarily say that they're the top quality horses. They were 0.2 seconds quicker than the 0 to 55 handicap over the same trip earlier in the card. But at the same time, I think both the first and second have talent.
And this horse, this
the horse is 4 horses, but I saw the beating horse very good conformation. I just had to put close to this horse, and thanks God he responded very good the last meter, and he won very good. Thank you.
How you will prepare?
Yeah, and alhamdulillah, we start very good, We'll see, This is the long season, and we'll see. Thank you.
Well, Tom, this stable, another success for them. They've got so many talented horses, don't they, the White Stable?
They do, yeah. They're miles clear in the Owner Championship right now, and rightly so. Lots of talented young horses, most of them by Premium Tap, and this is just another one. I was very impressed, not only because he got the job done, but also because he wasn't on the rail. When you're in a match race, and it was very much like a piece of work, if you like US racing, the breezing in the morning, being on the rail is a big advantage because not only can you see your rival on the outside as you're turning left, but also you're covering less ground. So the fact that he was on the outside and managed to get the job done is just another feather in his collar. And also I think the runner-up, we shouldn't overlook Sakar's effort because, again, he was gutsy on the front end. He himself was 15 lengths clear of the third. So he ran very nicely and will probably win next time.
He looked really sharp, didn't he, Sakar, in second?
He did, yeah. And both the winner and the second broke nicely from the outset. When we eventually go back to the start of this race and see the replay, you'll see that horses 2 and 3, Gostafu and Kier, completely missed the kick. But the horses on the flanks, Sakar and Mui, the eventual 1-2, break really nicely, duel from an outset, and then from there it was just who was going to last out. Unfortunately, for Camilo Ospina, it was Mui.
Yeah, and we can have another look now at this 2-horse race. It turned out to be Sakar and Mui, who was the winner, who Tom and Shamila both called. And Shamila will be with the winning jockey, Camilo Ospina. So let's go to Shamila, who's got his thoughts.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. First win of the Riyadh season for Camilo Ospina. You must be so happy with that. That's a very strong horse you have in your hands.
Yes, no, thank you very much. The first thing, thank you very much to the Prismita in Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain, the manager of the stable, and Ahmed Neri. He's doing a great job with this horse. It's his first time, but I know these horses, the brothers, is very good horses, and this horse also, he's doing very good. And thanks God, he keep going until wire. He's tough race because the another horse is coming very strong, but thanks God.
And he looks like he could go further as well. He looks perfect for a mile.
Yeah, he's better and more distant, But, the first race, he put in 7 furlong, but he won very good. I prefer more distant, but next time we'll see in the mile.
And I have to ask you, did you enjoy your 2-week break?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, also, it's nice. It's nice because we can't speak, because the Arabic is not very good, but English is not very good also, but better than Arabic.
Well, thank you so much, Camilo, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much.
And thanks to you, Shamila. And Tom, you were saying you wondered how Camilo Ospina found his break, and you heard there Shamila asked the question, and he had a good break. Sounded like he needed it.
Exactly that. I'm not surprised. They're riding at Taif for a long period of time. The 2-week break is timely, I think. All these jockeys need it just to refresh, and even if they're carrying a few knocks as well, just to recover from those and get fully healthy. As we can just see the over-the-head drone shot right now. Just a phenomenal battle, wasn't it, between these 2 horses, 2 young horses, never raced before. At this stage, Mui's just about to get on top. They're close to the rail, in tight quarters. Mui eventually wins by a length and a half. And I really enjoyed that race, I have to say.
That's because you called the first and the second.
Well, no. Generally, I would have enjoyed it anyway. I like seeing those match races, albeit it was a small field and people like to see, lots of runners and lots of drama and horses coming from everywhere. I like to see just 2 horses go at it.
Yeah, so competitive between that pair. And that shot we saw, the overhead, gave us a really good idea of what you were talking about just before, Tom, when we saw Sakar on the rail and Mui coming up just on the outside, and just how impressed you were with that move by that horse to get himself in front.
Yeah,
Really impressive.
it's hard to. I know it sounds stupid, but even if you're ahead behind and you're on the outside, it's hard to regain the momentum and move in front because you are losing ground to the horse on the inside. So you have to run a lot quicker to make such a small margin, if that makes sense. And the fact he managed to overcome that and then prove strongest in the straight, sustaining his effort all the way to the line, I think stands him in good stead for future conquests. With these white stable horses, they're generally big types, big, nice units, generally horses that you would see, say, in America from Wesley Ward. Horses that look older than they actually are. Mui is actually not as big as most of their horses, so he could actually be a 2-year-old. This could be his season rather than he's going to progress into 3- and 4-year-old campaigns.
It'll be certainly interesting to keep an eye on where he goes, keep an eye on his career. But the winning jockey Ospina said he'd be better with a longer trip. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Debatable, given he's got a lot of early speed, but Camilo's ridden a lot of these horses. He'll know better than me. Longer trip will be fine. If you're breaking over a mile, you're coming out of the longer chute. So for a horse like him, it gives him plenty of time to get into a prominent position. If he's going further, well, that'll be a real challenge. So we'll see. He's got lots of stamina in his pedigree being by Premium Tap.
And Saka showed a really good attitude, didn't he? He's got nice pace, good attitude. He looks the complete package, really.
He does. And if this was any other normal 2-year-old maiden, he would have probably won. I think it was a very, very admirable performance first time up, and he'll probably win next time. Better Now Sabai will find a good spot for him, try to avoid all of these white stable 2-year-olds, and then he'll get the job done. Look, he's beat the other two by a country mile, so take nothing away, he's just bumped into a good one.
Absolutely. Great race there. 6th race on the card, but still plenty more to come, of course. We've got 6 more races to come here in Riyadh at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. We've seen some really high quality racing so far. I'd say that's probably your favourite race of the day so far, Tom.
Absolutely, yeah. I loved the match race from the outset. Not only because obviously of the result, but in the previous races we've seen the leader make all the running. They've drawn clear off the bend and we kind of know what's going to happen with the final 300 metres to come. This was entertaining throughout the whole race, and actually Mui only put the race to bed with 100 metres left. So yeah, I really enjoyed that one. Hopefully we get some more close finishes coming up in the next 6 races.
Yeah, so competitive, that one. A great ride by Ospina, who gets his first winner on the board. How important would that have been for him?
Very. Look, this jockey's used to winning races, there's no doubt about that. But sometimes if you go 5 races without a winner, you start to doubt yourself. I'm sure he doesn't, but I would if I was in his position. And therefore, getting that winner on the board is always valuable. It will give him extra confidence going into the next race and the remainder of the card and weekend.
And of course, he spoke a lot in Taif about the Jockeys Championship as well, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
He spoke about that a lot in Taif. We heard from him there. You know, do you think he's head and shoulders above the rest?
I wouldn't say head and shoulders, but he's currently 13 clear, I believe, of Adel Al Faradi. He's one of the best riders. He's got the strongest horses to ride. I don't think there's any doubt about that. So generally, he's going to have great chances to find winners. And what's great about Camilo Ospina is that he's very aggressive in the saddle. So most, if not all of his horses that he partners will be going forward in their races. He knows that these tracks at Taif and here in Riyadh favour front runners. He doesn't want to be out the back because he knows there's very little chance of winning. That's the positive for him. That's why he rides so many winners, and that's why he rides for the white stable.
Absolutely. Well, we will have a bit of a change of pace in this next one, sticking over the same distance, but a much bigger field, going from 4 to 16 runners. We were looking at that race, Tom, the 4-horse race, thinking it would be a pretty interesting one. Just 4 horses in it. Hard, obviously, for you to pick a winner in that. You did that successfully, your first one of the day, but race number 7, rather, we're back up to this big field of 16.
Yeah.
Do you, in terms of these big fields, do you enjoy watching these big races, these big fields? I mean, we saw a great race with just 4 horses.
Yeah, you don't need big fields to see good races. I mean, I've got to throw back to the US. I don't know how long ago it was, but you know, a fair few years when the likes of Secretariat used to run, and there were match races, and Seabiscuit, etc. And people it was a sellout crowd to go and watch 2 horses run around the track, and that's why I love that race, because it felt like a throwback to yesteryear, miles before I was born. But obviously you see it in the film Seabiscuit, etc. 17 runner races or 16 runner races are completely different. There are a lot more mitigating circumstances. There are a lot more things you have to factor in. In a 4-runner race, you know basically where a horse is going to be positioned. You know they're very rarely going to be more than 2 off the rail, for example. But in this next race, you could select a horse and they could be 8 off the rail and lose all chance. So it's a lot harder to find the winner. not just because of the bigger field, but the mitigating circumstances too.
And two great runs by these horses, Muyi and Sakar. Do you think this could be the beginning of a rivalry, Tom?
It could be. Yeah, I'll be interested to see how they both progress in their career. I think they're both reasonably talented. The horses in third and fourth just didn't perform. We have to admit that. The third horse broke very, very slowly and the race was done from an early stage. The fourth horse, who obviously crossed the line in last and 51 lengths behind the previous horse, Gostafu, just showed nothing from the outset. So I think that horse will struggle to win races. You know, connections may persist, they may just decide to retire.
Well, behind us there is some action happening, the horses making their way out into the parade ring, so we can join Enzo, who's going to talk us through all the runners and riders for race number 7.
Rebecca, yes, we go up in terms of numbers certainly here to the 16 runners for this maiden. And these are the older horses here. The 4-year-olds get their chance, colts, fillies and geldings. And horse number 1 is going to be Tamami here. 1,400 metres this one, it is race 7. Due off at 6:40, so what's that, about 13 minutes time. They did a good job of making up time there for that 4-runner race, certainly last time around. So number 1 is going to be Tamami for Eddie Castro. Number 2 is Kalab for Naif Al-Anazi, son of Frozen Power. 3, Yosadek Feras Al-Sunaitan. 4 is Ibn Al-Kayem, Youssef Al-Hussein. 5, Yegnik for Abdullah Al-Fairuz. 6 is Dinar Al-Anaya with Berto Ramos. 7, Shiblat Dean for Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. 8, Sylvia for Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 9 is Julani by Abdullah Al-Sayedi. 10 is Mahayel for Asil Al-Sahani. 11 is Notan for Rayan Al-Tawash. 12 is Tawi Al-Thari, Mohammed Suleiman. Number 13 is Fulafi for Nawaf Al-Fairuz. 14 is Far Tilo for Mohammed Al-Sharima. 15, Shehanat Lina Ali Al-Said. And 16, Kadash for the treble-seeking Khalid Al-Mamoni. What a day he's having so far. He rides the bottom horse here, number 16, who's out in stall 16th this maiden. So big field here this time, Rebecca. 16 going to post for our 7th.
Field indeed. Thank you very much, Enzo, for giving us the run-through of all the runners and the riders, and we can see them there in the pre-parade ring, steadily making their way out into the parade ring. Big field, some of them already out in the parade ring, Tom.
Yeah, they are. We're just looking over our shoulders now, and horse 14 is just having a bit of an adjustment to the bridle, so just making sure everything's in order as the others are making their way out on track right now.
Yes, local horses, another local horse race this one, Tom. We've seen some Irish horses here, we've seen horses from all over really, but this one is just for the Saudi horses.
Yeah, just for the locals. Obviously with the imported horses in these races as well, they can become pretty difficult to win for the local breds, just because breeding operations in Europe have been going for far longer. We've got probably a lot more successful horses at their peril as well to use than over here, where the breeding is still progressing and getting better and better, which it definitely is. So races just for Saudi breds provide great opportunities for these horses to get a valuable win.
Absolutely, and from what you've looked at on this card, Tom, what's standing out to you? Which horse are you looking forward to seeing run here?
Carlab, I think, horse number 2, Prince Faisal bin Khalid, the red and white silks again. 3rd time I'm putting up a horse in the red and white silks today. Hopefully the first winner in these silks. Another son of Frozen Power. His best form has come at Riyadh in his career. We've already seen one horse already, Patchouli, I think it was in race 1, run very well at this track when finishing 2nd previously, and then came back today and finished 2nd again after some poor Taif efforts. So I'm hoping that we're going to see something similar with Carlab. Naif Al-Anazi rides, and Naif's yet to get a winner today, so it would also be great to hear him in a post-race interview with Shamila.
Absolutely. Well, watch this space.
There
looks
he is.
like all the... well, he's all smiles. He looks relaxed, doesn't he, Tom?
He does. He looks really relaxed and ready to go. I'm sure he's looking forward to this race.
Yeah, as are we all. Horses all seem to now be in the parade ring. Of course, under the floodlights now. Started off in broad daylight here, and it's now evening time. It's quite atmospheric out there, Tom, under the bright lights.
It is, it really is. I'm glad we're in the inside studio now rather than in Taif when we were outside and being attacked by bugs. But yeah, it's lovely. The track looks in great condition, and yeah, the grandstand's all lit up, and I kind of want to be even closer to the action than I am.
You can't really get much closer to the action, Tom, unless you're on a horse, which you don't want to do.
We are literally in the paddock, to be fair. So
pretty much,
you're right,
yeah.
You're right.
Absolutely. Well, Shamila is in the paddock and she's had a good long look at these horses. Shamila, who's grabbed your attention?
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I have had a look at these horses in the parade ring, and honestly, this is the most difficult race so far because all of these horses are looking really good. Horse that has definitely caught my eye is horse number 1, Tamami, a 4-year-old colt by First Defence out of Cape of Good Grace. Only 2 runs under his belt, 18th last time out. However, I'm going to ignore that completely. I mean, we've seen Gloria flashes. Her form was not great from Taif, and she has come here and win heroically, so I really like the look of this horse. His coat is beautiful, glistening under the amazing floodlights here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. So, and he's clearly the biggest horse in the race as well. So, yeah, you just love to see it. I would love to see this horse get his head in front.
He is an impressive looking specimen, that's for sure. Thank you, Shamila, for your pick, Tamami, horse number 1. Tom, who do you like the look of? Obviously, we haven't seen them properly going around the parade ring yet, but just on first glance, who's caught your eye?
Yeah, I think Tamami is one of the standouts, although I can see a bit of sweat between his back legs, so he's getting a little bit warm out there, which is maybe a concern, given it's not super hot, obviously in the evening now in Riyadh. Horse number 4 looks really nice, potentially carrying a touch of condition though, that's Ibn Al-Qayyam. Horse number 6 is one of the biggest horses in the field as well, Dina Al-Anaya, and we will see some footage of that horse run last year. 3 Musketeers. First mention of them today.
I think it's the second mention.
Is it? Second mention of them today. Doing a great job, especially earlier with the stricken horses in the dramatic race. I think it was race 4 on the card.
Yeah, absolutely, the Arabian race. That's impressive horsemanship anyway from one of the 3 Musketeers who caught that loose horse. So let's have a closer look at these horses, Tom. We've talked about Tamami. Let's talk about Kalab, horse number 2. What are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, so I like him in this race. I think he's the most likely winner. His best form has come at Riyadh, over 7 furlongs, and he gets the ideal conditions today. Naif Al-Anazi takes the ride after 3 runs at Taif. His 5th place finish last time at meeting 43 seemed to be a big step back in the right direction. And albeit that wasn't the best of races, it was won by Life's a Beach, the former Richard Hannon trainee. I thought he ran pretty respectably. So I'll take Kalab in this race. I think he's got a great chance from a good draw.
And horse number 3, Yasadek, very experienced horse.
17 starts, seems to run every week as well at Taif. Ran at meeting 35, 40, 43, 46, and as well at meeting 52 where he finished 10th. He needs to show more to win this. He's not from 17.
What about the 4th horse in this race, Ibn Al-Qayyam? What are your thoughts on that one?
First run for 9 months and did look like he was carrying a bit of condition. I'm just watching on the track right now. Number 6 almost crashed straight into the rail. He looks very fresh. We'll get to him in a couple of minutes' time. But yes, Ibn Al-Qayyam finished 16th over 2,400 metres last time up. This is a big drop down in trip.
Yes, Dina Al-Anaya looking very fresh indeed, Tom, as you said, as the horses make their way down towards the stalls. But let's go back to number 5, Yegnik.
Yet to showcase any true ability, to be honest. 0 from 6 so far, rated 55, but I think that's probably a little bit lofty given what he's done today.
There's horse number 4, Ibn Al-Qayyam. We've already spoken about this horse, Tom. Looks pretty good, though.
He does. He's kind of at the touch of condition, but he does look shiny in his coat, and hopefully he runs well today.
Shiblat Deem is the 7th horse. That's number 1. That's Shimila's pick, Tamami. But Tom, just give us your thoughts on horse number 7.
Yeah, Shiblat Deem finished 7th when last seen. That was 9 months ago. Only had the 3 starts. She's a filly running against the boys, and fillies at this time of year probably tend to need the run more than the colts on occasion. So hopefully she goes close, but today might not be the day.
Well, another filly, Sylvia, is horse number 8.
4th when last seen, but that was 14 months ago, so even longer. Long layoff to come back from. She was consistent early in her career. Maybe she can pick up on the right note, but again, when you're off for 14 months, you don't really know what to expect from these animals.
Well, there is number 6, Tom, Dina Al-Anaya, looking pretty sweaty, and we can see this horse in action, finishing 5th in Riyadh last season.
He finished 5th on 2 starts actually in Riyadh last term, as we see the footage right now. He runs pretty respectably each time. There is good speed from Dina Al-Anaya, but he fades late in the day. Roberto Ramos takes the ride today, which is a big upgrade on previous riders. He fades late on, as you can see in the closing stages. I think this trip's fine. It's just whether he's going to be fit enough off the layoff.
Yeah, Yeah, and the horse you like, Tom, horse number 2, Calab. We'll hopefully see that horse in action next. He ran just a couple of weeks ago in Taif, 5th of September. He finished, we saw him running there, so hopefully we'll get to have a look at him now.
Yeah, he's in the famous Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz silks, the red and the white. He makes a nice run here at Taif. It was a pretty respectable effort, and I think he's going to build on this. For sure, his best runs previously came. Oh, this is the wrong footage, but he is a horse in those red and white silks. The Taif run when he finished 5th on meeting 43 was very respectable. As I say, his efforts last term at Riyadh would put him bang in the firing line today. Good draw in stall 2. Naif Al-Anazi, one of the best riders here in the colony. Hopefully he goes close.
Absolutely one to look out for, that's for sure. Well, let's talk about horse number 9, who we haven't mentioned yet, Giuliani. We've already talked about this one, number 2, Calab. Number 9, Tom, thoughts on him?
Debut for Jelani today, first run for this 4-year-old colt. Connections are relatively unknown compared to some of these, but the draw is pretty respectable in 9, and hopefully he can run a good race.
And that is horse number 11, Notan, just having some last-minute adjustments to the girth there.
Wide draw, probably not ideal for this horse, making his 3rd start, but first of the season. Riyadh Al Tuwaish takes the ride. He had a great time at Taif, and hopefully he can build on that in Riyadh.
Well, we skipped forward to number 11, so let's go backwards. Mahiel, number 10.
Yes, also making the first run this season. Had 3 starts, rated just 48. Yet to trouble the judge, this 4-year-old filly. And she's an older horse in this race where you're just thinking, is this really the right spot for her? She has a handicap mark of 48. She could be running in a 0 to 55 or a 0 to 50, but they've chosen this route against better opposition.
Well, that is an interesting choice. Anyway, we'll see how that one plays out. All the horses seem to be down by the stalls, ready to go. Horse number 12, Tom. Lawe Athari. Thoughts on that horse?
Not from 9, only rated 35. Again, a really tough spot for this 4-year-old colt. I imagine he'll just be using this as a prep run, and then we found a lot easier opposition to run against and hopefully get the job done. Here is that Calab insert that we were talking about earlier, in the red and white silks, right out of the back of the pack, just ahead of 3 horses at this stage, but he does make a late run into contention, and yet he hits the line reasonably powerfully. As you can see there was a bit of interference, and he just can't get through the gap. Once he does, he picks up takingly.
Well, you like the look of this horse, don't you, Tom? You like Calab. That's your pick for this one?
Yeah, it is. Look, this form isn't super strong. There's no doubt about that, but I thought it was a fair effort. If he can return to his Riyadh form last year, he's the one to beat. We should briefly touch on a couple of the horses drawn right out wide. Fulathi, horse number 13, makes his first start, but Alpha Ruse on board is a positive. 14, Fartello is rated just 35, first run of the year. Probably not the time to catch him. 15, Shahinat Lina, wide draw, on the comeback, rated just 47. Again, a stiff task. And horse number 16, Kardash. Had 2 runs, finished 11th on debut, 17th last time, needs to improve.
Thank you very much, Tom, for that comprehensive roundup. Well, this is going to be certainly an interesting race. Back to a bigger field for this one, race number 7. So Shamila has picked horse number 1, Tamami, who's a very impressive looking animal indeed, a very big horse, beautiful shiny coat. Tom, you're going for Calab, horse number 2. I'm going to go for Dina Alanea in this one, I think, and then we'll, of course, get the thoughts of our commentator, Enzo, who's calling this race for us, and we'll see what Enzo fancies in this one.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, I was looking to the inside here as well. I think Tamami and Calab were probably the 2 I was looking at. I did like the one you liked as well, with Berto's mount, Dinar Alanea. He looked well on the way down too, and I think he'll improve. Of course, he's got a good rating, hasn't he, so far? Highest rating of these, so I think he's a player as well. So yeah, 1, 2, and 6 I was looking at here. There is Yegnik Abdullah Al Fayrouz, and kind of a maroon jacket. The gold hoop he's in. We've got a chat there with Youssef Al Hussein, who's in the kind of blue and orange next door on Ibn Al Kayem. So maiden this one for the locally bred horses, 4-year-olds. The older horses here going 1,400 metres once again, the long sprint. 9,500 Saudi Riyal to the winning connections here. The floodlights well and truly on as they go in for our 6:40. Not too many more to go in, I think. We're almost set, in fact. Starter wants them to be ready to go. He's about to press the button, I think. Just about set, and they're off. They're racing. He's let them go. A bit slow was Tamami. Missed a break from the inside and is now going to have to play catch-up. One that broke well towards the centre of the pack was the grey Sylvia, and up towards the outside, Kadash from the widest draw also got out well. Also Notan in the pink, and Julani's up there as well as they sort themselves out with Dinar Alanea now coming forward. Dinar Alanea under Wigberto Ramos in the centre. Towards the inside is Yegnik in the dark colours. The black cat, wider out Notan in the pink. Red and white is Kadash, who's deeper on the course. And then just tucking in behind those is Sylvia, the grey, in the beige and brown colours, followed by Ibn Al-Qayyem, and then towards the inside is Yosadek in yellow and blue. Further back is Tamami, having missed a break, is now racing keenly on heels. He's outside of Talab in the red and white, has got a bit to do, but starts to get closer. Then comes Shiblat Deem. Around the turn they go. Shehanat Lina is well back, turning 4 home, racing inside the final 400 metres, and up front with the lead, Dinar Alanea, but now tackled by Kadash. Down the outside, he's got a dash going as well under Khalid Al-Mamoni as they enter the final 250 metres or so. So Kadash on the outside, fighting back though is Dinar Alanea under Wigberto Ramos towards the far side. Kadash from Dinar Alanea as they go well inside the final 100 metres. And on the outside it is Kadash who's asserting here, number 16. And it's Kadash. Khalid Al-Mamoni, 3 on the day. Extraordinary performance. Second, Dinar Alanea. Looks like Shehanat Lina may have got 3rd, and they're ahead of the others. Khalid Al-Mamoni is having a day of his life at Riyadh. He's had 3 winners, and Kadash has won the 4-year-old maiden, or the locally bred horses. Number 16 is first. Widest draw as well. He's overcome that wide stall. That was some effort. Second, good run by Dinar Alanea. Number 6, the horse that Rebecca liked, ran a massive race under the Wigman. He has to settle for second. And back in third, that looked to be Shehanat Lina in the spots, the yellow and blue. Nice run by her as well. A length, the winning margin. 1 length, 16, 6, and 15 in third. Shehanat Lina in third. They were clear of Shiblat Deem. 1 minute 29.36 seconds. 1 minute 29.36. So confirm the 1, 2, 3. It's 16 who wins at Kadash. Second, number 6, Dinar Alanea, and third was 15, Shehanat Lina. Good performance by Kadash, who dashes home for the man in form, the red-hot rider, Khalid Al-Mamoni.
Well, what a performance from Khalid Al-Mamoni, a 3rd winner for him today, and Kadash overcoming that wide draw drawn in stall 16, getting that win. Tom, that was impressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really impressive. I'm quite surprised this horse has managed to get the job done, I have to admit. He's a 4-year-old colt who has only had 2 starts and finished 11th and 17th. This was a big step up on his previous efforts. Maybe he's just a late developer and coming to his own right now, but it was a great ride. And again, another horse from a wide stall. Seemingly not a huge bias towards the stalls, but actually just a bias towards the pace. If you're up near the pace, you can win. If you're not, you can't.
Big thumbs up from the connections of Kadash. And why not? It's a great performance from him. We didn't give him a second thought, did we, Tom, when we were talking through the runners and riders?
No, we should have. He's quite clearly proven me wrong there by my little analysis beforehand, suggesting he was going to struggle in this event. But yeah, Khalid Al-Mamoni is absolutely flying, and he's having a great day. We have to admit, this is a big career best for Khalid. Just trying to think where his second winner was. I thought, has he definitely had 3? I think he might have just had 2.
Making me doubt myself now. I thought he had 3, but I could be wrong. But nevertheless, a fantastic day for Khalid Al-Mamoni. He's a couple of winners under his belt, and he overcame that big drama earlier on in the Arabian race where he found himself on the ground. So yeah, an eventful day certainly for him, but another great win for...
Maybe it is 3, looking by Khalid right now, doing this.
There you go, Tom, you had me doubting myself. Well, I knew it was 3. I'm sure Enzo said it was 3 as well, and then you chime in with saying it's 2, so Yes, 3 fantastic wins for Khalid Al Mamoni. Great day for him so far.
Yeah, he's having a phenomenal day. Lou Morales was the guy we were talking about early on with that quick fire brace to start the card. The Gloria Flash has really got it going for Khalid, and then obviously he was unshipped in the Arab race, but eventually finished second on Junaid Al Dahab. Then he won the 0 to 55 handicap as well on fire, and now this is his hat trick here. So yes, I apologise. I was wrong there. Completely forgot about Gloria Flashes, which is crucial because she's the horse we've been talking about all day.
How could you forget Gloria Flashes? Well, there's no rest for Khalid Al Mamoni because he goes again in the next. He has another runner. He'll go again in race 8. So no time to bask in the glory of his 3rd win. And this is the confirmation of the results then. It was 2nd place for the horse that I picked out, Dina Alanea. What did you think of that performance, Tom? In second?
Yeah, he ran very well. First run up this year, so probably needed it as well. And he was showing a little bit of antics prior to the race, so probably burnt some energy before the actual event got started as well. So you can mark up his performance on that basis. Roberto Ramos will be disappointed that he didn't win, but at the same time, it was a very creditable display. And actually, he didn't change his leads in the straight. So instead of really engaging 6th gear, imagine if you're in a car and really finding that final gear and managing to go up in speed, he was still stuck in 5th. So again, once he changes his leads and gets more professional, we can see a better performance.
Absolutely, but nevertheless, a very encouraging performance for Dina Alanea, nevertheless.
Lovely horse, that winner, as well. Lovely looking type, Kardash. The fact that we completely overlooked him on form, sorry, I won't put you in the same bracket. I completely overlooked him on form, maybe was foolish because he's a lovely looking physical specimen, and although he was wide here, you can see he broke really nicely, showed good early speed, and manages to track across into a nice early position. We just haven't seen that all too often in Saudi Arabia over this season. Generally at Taif, Riyadh, this is obviously the first day, but if you're drawn wide, it's generally a really hard task to get across. But these horses seem to be doing it race in, race out, and maybe we shouldn't be overlooking those in maybe 15, 16, 17 stalls.
Well, tactically, yes, Tom, it was a very well-run race. He didn't perhaps get as good a break as some of the horses did towards the rail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the inside horses did break nicely. Carlab, we can see just there in the red as well, 3 back on the rail, trying to make a move here. And to be fair to the winner, he was 4 or 5 wide around the bend, so he was giving away ground. That being said, he must be marked up. He must be even better than the performance because he's run probably 50 metres further than any other horse in this race.
Absolutely, and here's where he's really starting to make his move, coming around the bend, Tom.
Yeah, the first and second are really asserting themselves at this point, aren't they? The eventual winner's just about to come up alongside Dina Alanaya, and those two draw clear. I thought Carlab here in the red, just moving into 5th, now into 4th, was about to make a late run. But again, he's another one that didn't change his leads in the straight and then really backpedal close to Hine.
This is a pretty closely run race in the closing stages here.
It was a very entertaining heat, wasn't it, between 2 horses that were trying desperately to get that victory on the board. The horse in 3rd, number 15, stayed on stoutly, but never really looked like playing a part in the finish. And again, pace holds up here. So if you have a horse with early speed, you have a great chance of getting a win to a name.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting in terms of the draw bias that we've been talking about throughout the day. Certainly has proved not to be the case. It's just getting that early break is crucial, Tom.
Exactly that, yeah. That's really where the bias is, speed rather than draw.
Of course, plenty more action still to come. Still 4 more races on the card today. And of course, that man in the saddle there, Khalid Al Mamoni, will be going again. So we'll see if he can continue his heroics in the saddle with yet another winner.
I would love to know if Khalid's ever had a hat-trick or even a 4-timer. I would love to know that because this is a rider who was riding winners at Taif, but he wasn't in the top echelon. You know, he wasn't the Camilo Ospinas, the Adel Al-Faradi who was winning day in, day out, maybe 2 or 3 a day. He was having potentially 1 or there were sporadic victories basically. So the fact he's ridden 3 from the first 7 races and he's got chances to add to them, this could easily be a career day for him.
I think you're absolutely right, Tom. This is a red letter day for him. And we can speak to Shamila now, who was with the winning trainer.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Kadash is our winning horse of race number 7. Congratulations. That was a very tough race in the end.
It was. Thank you.
And what did you make of the race in its entirety? Obviously, Khalid Al Mamoni, it's his 3rd win of the night. He's doing really well so far. But your horse was really strong in that race.
Yeah, we were anticipating that he's the winner We thought that he's not gonna.
You were confident before the race?
I am. He was showing good indications. That
Even he was drawn in stall number 16.
Oh yeah. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
So what's the plan for him going forward?
Well, we'll see. We're gonna rest him for next week. Then we'll see his plan. We'll see his condition.
And I was speaking to you before we came on air about the name of the owner, Abu Dhabi Stable, but you're not based in Abu Dhabi.
No, I'm not based in Abu Dhabi. The stable is owned by a friend of mine in Abu Dhabi. He's Emirati national, Mr. Yasser Al-Mahri, and he started looking after racing in Saudi Arabia in last year, but the horse was not. He came through some conditions, and we could not race him good last year. But however, this year he did great. We were hoping that he make the name, and he did.
And tell me a bit about the colors as well, the history behind that.
Mr. Yasser said that this is the old Abu Dhabi flag, and that's why he picked those colors.
Well, that's fantastic. And how many horses do you have in training this season?
I have 10 horses. 10 horses, and we'll see tomorrow. Wish me good luck for tomorrow.
Well, any names that we should look out for during the season?
I will keep it confidential. We'll see.
And just a few words from you as well. Just tell me your name and what you thought about the race.
My name is Salam Teri. I tell for Khalid Al-Maimouni, let you the first all the race because the horse very good.
So you told him the instructions before the race?
Yes.
So you're the big boss of the stable?
Yes.
We're waiting for him for the pony race. Yeah.
Well, very, very big congratulations to all of you and your stable.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
It looks as though we have a promising young trainer in the making there, doesn't it? And of course, confident words too from the trainer who said he wasn't worried about the draw and he knew his horse would win, Tom.
Unbelievable. We need to get this guy in here. He definitely knows far more about these horses than I do. How can you be confident? I know this horse may have been given indications beforehand with good works and really showing that he's turned the corner in the mornings, but that draw was horrific. It was a competitive race. You know, I like confidence, I like arrogance, but yeah, that's after talking.
That was next level, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Well, he's got 10 horses in training. Shamila said, who should we look out for? And it seems like maybe we should look out for all 10.
Keeping it confidential were his words. That one was confidential, I'll tell you that.
Very confidential. We completely overlooked Kadash at the beginning of this race. Still plenty more to come, and of course the winning jockey goes again. Tom, you said earlier that that was his first hat-trick.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, Khalid Al-Maimouni's really flying today. He couldn't have dreamed for a day like this. There's no doubt about that, you know. Last night he probably went to bed thinking, I'm hopeful of getting a winner. Hopefully we can get Riyadh started on the right note, really pick up from where we left off in Taif, and, you know, that's what he's after. But 3 winners in the first 7 races. He's riding like a man possessed. And actually, 5 of the first 7 have gone to either him or Lou Morales. So it's been a real dominance so far. Camilo Ospina with 1. Yet to get a winner for Egberto Ramos or Naif Al-Anazi.
And he's got brothers as well who ride, Tom, so they, I'm sure, were watching on and cheering for him.
Yeah, I'm sure. Sultan Al-Maimouni rode over at Deauville in the Jockey Championship. So the family are doing very well lately. And yeah, today's Khalid's day.
Absolutely, and to do it on this big stage here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack as well.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, Taif is fantastic, but this is a step up, isn't it, in terms of what we're seeing with the actual horse quality on show, but also the location, the grandstand, the race course. So if he was ever going to ride a hat-trick, I'm sure he would want it to be at this track.
Absolutely. We've had so much exciting action, and we've still got so much more to come, Tom, but I want to know what's been your highlight so far of the day. I think I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, you got it right, haven't you? It's Muhi winning that race earlier for Camilo Ospina. I just love to see match races. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the toing and throwing, who's going to win, focusing on 2 horses right from the outset, and then seeing them fight tooth and nail all the way to the line, or whether it's just the white stable winning a race, because I do like to see those silks in front. But that would definitely be my highlight. But there are loads more races to come, and I'm sure with a couple of the open races, including the next race, we could get an even better finish than that one.
Absolutely. So let's have a little look at who is coming up in the next race. We have got race 8 coming up, and Enzo is going to talk us through all the runners and riders for this one.
Every time.
Galaween I've got as a non-runner here, number 6, a late scratch. Number 1 is Fadea for Abdulaziz Al Musa. 2, Al Washmi, Abdullah Al Kradis. 3, Serena, Nawaf Al Fayrouz. 4, Andam for Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 5 is Al Gaddaf, Alexis Moreno. His name up in lights as well. 6 I've got as a non-runner. 7 is Yoshka for Mohammed Saeed. 8, Makam Al Badr for the man of the moment, Khalid Al Mamoni. Can he make it 4 on the day? 9, Al Safti is Yasser Al Bakawi. Number 10, Shibal Al Harak, Ahmed Al Tayyar. Number 11, Ayad Al Tarisi rides Al Rifal. And then we've got 12, Feda Najd, who's ridden by Ali Al Saidi. Ali Al Matib rides 13, Bazan. And number 14, Salaf for Mohammed Al Yami. So 13 runners. We are going 1,400 metres once again, the same distance, confirming 6 doesn't go. So 13 runners. The absentee here, the late scratch, Rebecca, number 6, Najm Galawi.
Thanks to you, Enzo, for that comprehensive run-through of all the runners and riders. Horse number 6, a late withdrawal in this one. So we've got a field of 13, Tom, as they make their way into the parade ring. And what's your overall thoughts on this one?
It's another Saudi-bred race over the 7 furlongs. We've seen lots of 7-furlong races, 1,400 metres if you prefer that metric, so far on the card. But it's an open race, so we've got lots of talented horses. Arguably the most talented horses we've seen so far today. Horses rated in the 80s. We've got one horse that's rated 95 as well. So there is good talent on show, and it should be a good race.
Absolutely. That's horse number 1, Fadi.
Yeah, 6-year-old colt by Premium Tap, and used to be owned by the White Stable, but is now representing New Connections. His last win came on his 2nd career outing 4 years ago. Been a long drought since.
Well, we see if he can break that dry spell today. We will be looking at horse number 2 shortly, Al Washmi.
Very consistent performer, Al Washmi. He's a 6-year-old, and we saw him at Taif week in, week out. Again, he ran at meetings 36, 42, 45, 48, and 53. So he's a red hot in terms of fitness. He looks great in his coat as well, and he's a big unit. He generally struggles to win. That's the one concern here. He's just 4 from 54 in his.
But certainly match fit, Tom, with all those races under his belt.
Yeah, and a good draw as well as still 2.
Serena is horse number 3.
Only had the 2 outings. This is a weird placement for this horse, though she is a gorgeous looker. As you can see, that looks like sheathing, shiny in her coat. Looks like she probably needs to run a bit of condition, as you can see there. But she's a lovely looker, and hopefully she can go close. The one thing with her, though, briefly, she hasn't run for 3 years. 3 years.
Well, certainly this will be a bit of a baptism of fire out here on the King Abdulaziz track in Riyadh for her, having had that 3-year absence. But here is number 4, Andam.
4-year-old gelding, finished 5th in this grade 9 months ago. First start since. The trip, I think, might be a touch on the short side.
What do you make of this horse, Tom?
Looks like he's getting a little bit sweaty right now in the prelims. Was twice placed at this level in his career so far. He won a 0 to 80 handicap here last November. 2 runs at Taif have been pretty promising.
Horse number 6 is a non-runner, so we move on to Yoshka.
Yes, the 2nd representative for Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. It was a nice reappearance run when he finished 3rd at meeting 49 at Taif. He was wide on the track throughout that day. His Riyadh form is good, and he could be the standout here.
Potentially one to watch then, but what about this one, Makam Al Badr?
2 runs this year, finishing 13th back at meeting 21 and 14th at meeting 49. On that basis, you cannot have this horse, but he's ridden by Khalid Al Mamoni, so how can you write him off?
He is the man of the moment, that's for sure. Al Safti, horse number 9, Tom.
Finished 15th in a 0 to 75 handicap last time up. His best efforts have generally been over a mile or further. This drop back into 7 furlongs might not see.
Horse number 10, Shibal Al Harak.
Highest rated horse in the race with a mark of 95. He was grade 3 placed last year as well. He's definitely a huge player, if not the most logical winner in this heat, if he's fit. The question is if he's fit, because he hasn't run so far this term, didn't run at Taif, and he seems to be on his toes in the prelim.
Now let's see what Shamila thinks. Shamila, you're having a look at the horses. Who's grabbed your eye?
Thank you, Rebecca. I have cast my eye all of the horses in the parading. However, the horse that has caught my eye is horse number 4, Andam. I think it could be a quick double for the trainer, Ahmed Mohamoud, ridden this time by Abdullah Al Fayrouz, who is a really good jockey. He is a 4-year-old gelding out of Thalabat by Seeking a Home. rated 81, so one of the highest rated horses in the race, and you can really tell by that strut around the parade ring. Now, a horse that I did really like as soon as she came in the parade ring was horse number 3, Serena. However, she does look like she could use the run. It's her first run of the season, and she looks like she could be carrying a bit too much condition for my liking, so I will stick with horse number 4 as being my paddock positive and my pick of the race.
Thank you, Shamila, going for Andam. Shamila, of course, has got 2 winners already today, so we have to listen to what Shamila says, casting her expert eye over the runners in the parade ring. That is horse number 11, Al Rifle.
Just rated 70, racing much better opposition here. I reckon a handicap prospect, and today won't be the day for that one.
Fedhan Najd, horse number 12, Tom.
Nice looking physical type, but again, should come on for the first run of the season.
Bazan is number 13, looking pretty warm.
And not coming the coat either, you can see there, he's a little bit fluffy under the saddle. 4 wins from 21 runs, finished 10th back at meeting 18, hasn't run since.
And last but not least, the grey, number 14, Salaf.
Lovely looking type, isn't he? You definitely won't miss this colt on the track. 3 wins from 31 starts, wide draw. Probably not as much of a negative as I thought it would be, but having your first run with a horse with not too much early pace might be a difficult task.
Absolutely. So, Tom, having had a good look at all those runners in the parade ring, who's the one that you're going for in this race?
See, I've got starred here, Jcsa, as I was going to tip that horse. I thought that colt would be the one to beat, but I may change my mind to the other Prince Faisal bin Khalid horse, Al Gaddaf. To be honest, I think it's between the 2. They're the 2 standouts from what I've seen so far. I preferred the Taif run last time up from Jcsa when finishing 3rd. But Al Gaddaf has 2 runs behind his belt. He has the extra fitness. I'll take Al Gaddaf.
Tom, you're going for Al Gaddaf. I'm going to go for Jcsa, and Shamila has gone for Andam. She's picked him from seeing him down there in the parade ring. Well, they are still in the parade ring before they get ready to go out onto the track. And Tom, what do you think? We have to talk about the man of the moment, the man who's on his hat trick. Do you think his chances are of a winner here?
Khalid Al Mamoni, yeah, well, I mean, the horse generally shouldn't be a major player in here based on the recent efforts. The 14th place finish at meeting 49, the 13th place finish at meeting 21. You know, they're a pretty poor and dismal displays when it comes to this horse's actual talent. He's rated 85. On handicap marks alone, he's one of the leading players in the race. And with Khalid Al Mamoni on board, then, well, you can never write any of these horses off. I would be surprised if it was a 4-timer for Khalid in this race. He's got good chances later on in the card, so maybe he'll add to his winning tally so far then, but in this race, not for me.
Drawn in stall number 8, but of course that's not a concern now, given what we've seen throughout the day, Tom.
No, all about early speed. Just got to get your horse out and running. If you can do that and get into a prominent position, then you've got a good chance no matter where you're drawn.
Well, some last-minute tactical talks between connections and jockeys before we get underway in the 8th race of the day, over 1,400 metres or 7 furlongs, depending on which way you like to say it. So, Tom, we've had your highlight of the day. What overall in this race, you know, we've got the local bred horses for over 1,400 metres. Where can we, tactically, how do you expect the race is going to be run?
It's an interesting question. I mean, there are numerous horses that want to go forward in this heat. I imagine there's going to be a fight for the front, given what we've seen so far on the card. We've seen, obviously, pace horses dominate most of the races. One horse has come from off the speed, but generally the horse that's rounded the home bend in front has won. So we'll see a fight for the front end. I think all of these horses will want to, well, all these jockeys will want to get onto the front. They know that's the place to be. The white stable horse, Andam, has lots of early speed. He's drawn in 4 and will probably lead in the early stages. But I'm sure he'll be taken on out wide. They won't just let an Ahmed Mohamed run and dictate matters, because that would be foolish. So yeah, it'll be all about where these horses land after a furlong. And from there we can really gather how close or how far away they're going to finish at the line. You know, the pace has been so dominant. I would like to see a closer win, but I just don't see it happening.
Are trainers and jockeys watching the earlier races and trying to figure out kind of what their tactics are going to be? Because, of course, before we haven't seen any racing at Riyadh. This is the first day of the season, so sort of coming in blind, aren't they? So how useful are those early races?
Yeah, the jockeys will definitely be watching the early races just to know that the pace is holding up. But it was very similar in type, so I'm sure they know that that's going to be the case. Let's have a look at horse number 5 now, Al Gaddaf, with Alex Moreno today. He's in the Prince Faisal bin Khalid red and white silks we've seen so many times already this afternoon and this evening. He runs okay this day. You know, he finishes just back in the pack in 4th. He was under Wigberto Ramos and briefly caught in a bit of a pocket there. Stays on at the 1 speed. And on this evidence, he's probably not the horse to beat. But these Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz runners tend to improve for their efforts in Taif. And I'm sure that he's going to take a step forward. Whether that be good enough to win, I don't know. But I'll take him as my most logical winner.
We're looking now at Jcsa, horse number 7, Tom.
Yeah, I was on the outside here. And this is what I mean when I say I prefer this horse's effort last time at Taif, because he makes a big move up to the front and actually takes the lead here, looking all over the winner. Really puts some speed into the race before these two horses, right down the outside, pounce and just chin him in just before the wire. Now, the pace completely collapsed in this race at Taif. We didn't see that all too often. Does that mean his performance was flattered because all of the pace horses couldn't hold up? I don't know. But he should be there or thereabouts based on that effort.
And there he is. And he's looking good, Tom. He's looking relaxed.
He is. He's going down to post nicely. Ears are pricked and looks good in his coat. So the 7's got to be a major player.
Absolutely. Horse number 3, Serena. Good-looking horse, Tom, but she hasn't run for such a long time. It's a big ask for her, isn't it?
Exactly. That would be my exact overview of her chance in this race. She's probably the best looker. She really fills the eye. But at the same time, when you don't run for 3 years, how do you know what to expect? This horse is lacking fitness, lacking any kind of match prep. Obviously, she'll have worked in the mornings, and therefore connections will have a brief idea of how well she's going to go. But she hasn't been in a race environment for so long. Imagine Usain Bolt coming out of retirement now and running. I mean, he might be the best, but he's probably not going to be, right?
He'd probably still be okay, though, Tom.
Well,
talking about Usain Bolt. Maybe use a different example. But yes, absolutely take your point, definitely. It's a long, long, long time away from the track for Serena, so it'll be interesting to see how she does. But, of course, we can't expect too much, and I doubt that the connections are either. And what do you make of this horse, Tom? Number 1, Fade. He's a lovely-looking horse, isn't he?
He is, but he hasn't won for 4 years either. So, you know, they're 2 horses, different circumstances, but 2 horses on long droughts. Serena's never actually won a race, but just been so long since she actually ran. Fade hasn't won a race for 4 years. Switch of connections could be the catalyst for improvement, but at the same time, going from the white stable and moving on suggests they've given up on this horse, and that could be a reason to give up on this horse if you're selecting a horse to win as well.
And just look how spectacular the track looks, Tom. Seeing it from above here, these lovely shots of this really impressive track. It's really quite something out there, isn't it?
It is. It's a lovely looking track. The 7 furlong start is just on the back straight, the start of the back straight. So there's a reasonably long run to the bend. Yeah, it's a phenomenal venue. These shots are fantastic as well. And the track's really lit up by the floodlights now in front of the packed grandstand. I say packed, it will get more packed than it is currently. But there are a lot of people here to watch the racing.
Absolutely, as you'd expect. Well, Shamila has picked horse number 4, Andam, from the white stable. Tom, you've sort of been flip-flopping between 2. You've gone between Al Gaddaf and Jcsa. Who are you going for?
I'll stick with my guns in Al Gaddaf, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jcsa did win.
I am going to go for Jcsa just because you aren't, Tom. And let's get Enzo's thoughts. Enzo, who are you going for in this race?
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, I'm going to go with Shamila here. Andam for me, for the white stable. I like the look of him on the way down. I think he's had plenty of experience. I think he might have enough in him to win this. Got a good draw as well in 4. There's the grey going in, Salaf. Who's in the jockeys in the blue and orange. And we are loading up then. So once again, 1,400 metres is the distance for this locally bred horses open race, 3-year-olds and older. Colts, fillies and geldings. Scratch number 6, Ajam Galaween. So we have 13 participants here, and the first 4 or 5 are in. Next one to be offered up. It's going to be Al Safti. Into stall 9. 12 is Fed and Najd in yellow with the blue on the sleeves, coming forward now. Fed and Najd goes in. The red cap, by the way, Al Gaddaf. The second colour is the white cap, Jcsa. So the first colours here, 5. And just backing away, in fact, Al Gaddaf. So waiting for Al Gaddaf to go in, and also Jcsa as well. There is Jcsa. in the white cap, number 7. He's managed to win a race. He goes forward now, and he's one of the last in. We're just about set once the 4 is in. Andam, the white blinkers. Now we're ready, I think. And they're off. Oh, slow to go was Al Gaddaf. He was just slightly rearing when the stalls opened. He missed the kick. Also slow out was Fed and Najd, who lacked a bit of speed early. One that broke well towards the inside was Serena in the gold colours with the black sleeves. But now up there is Andam, the green cap, has come forward to lead. Towards the inside, Fardia is right up there as well. Fardia in the green and yellow colours. So up front it is Andam, who has a narrow advantage to Fardia, who's racing in second place. Out wider in the red and black, also handy is Makam Al-Badir as they make the turn. These 3 now racing clear of the others. Making up some ground is Al-Washmi in a dark jacket on the inside, number 2, followed by Al Gaddaf, and then wider out the light blue of Bazan as they make the turn. Then the white cap of Yoshka is quite far back. Serena is dropping away, and then behind those looking further back to find the likes of Al Rifle, who's well off the pace. And last of all is Fed and Najd around the turn inside the final 400 metres, and Andam has quickened up here and has suddenly shot away. Andam has gone 5 lengths clear. One that's making ground there from the back is Al Gaddaf, and Al Gaddaf is now looming large in second. To the outside, Bazan is picking up 2 in the blue. This leader's not home yet. He's treading water, Andam, and here come the closers. Al Washmi, one off the rails. Now the white cap of Yoshka is flying down the outside, and also Bazan. Up front, though, Al Washmi has grabbed the lead now. It's Al Washmi from Yoshka, and number 2, Al Washmi in front. Yoshka in second. It's Al Washmi from Yoshka. And third was Bazan. They pulled away from the others. Poor old Andam didn't get home, faded out of it in the end. But it's Al Washmi who's won it for Abdullah Al Kradis. Has come home in front in that dark blue jacket. Yoshka ran a massive race after not a great start to be second, number 7. And Bazan, who ran a good race too for Ali Al-Mutib, out wide the Roaring Fever colt, I think has got third in the end. 1 minute 27.38 seconds, the winning time. And a neck it was. Confirming 2, the winner, Al Washmi. Second was 7, Yoshka. And third was 13, Bazan. They were clear. And Andam, who led them clearly on the home turn, only 4th. Got very tired. Andam set some pretty strong fractions, I think, early on. I was looking at the speed that he was going early on, and he wasn't hanging about. But in the end, this front runner has faded and finished 4th. But it's a 2-7-13 finish in our 8th.
Well, a great run from Al Washmi. Nicked it at the end, Tom. That was a really competitive finish. What did you make of that performance? Pretty impressive, don't you think?
It was. It was a good effort from Al Washmi. A big step back in the right direction after finishing 8th last time at Taif. He had the race fitness on his side. He'd run 5 times in the space of about 3 months. So, you know, this horse is rock hard fit and ready to produce his A game, whereas some of these were coming back off long layoffs. Second race, that we've seen the leader not win. So it's a different story here. Andam faded late on, finishing 4th eventually.
Yeah, Andam setting the early pace, and then once he got to the bend, it just seemed like the gas ran out, didn't it?
Yeah, it completely went. He looked good for a long way, but he had to go fast to get that early advantage and to move across to the rail. It just looked like he didn't want the 7 furlongs, to be honest. You know, this horse had lots of ability. He finished 5th in this grade 9 months ago. It's just the tank was completely empty with a furlong left, and You know, was he going to hold them off? The answer was no. 3 horses rushed by him in a good finish, but Al Washmi was the one who came on top. And if you said, give me 5 horses in this race that will be your main 5 selections, Al Washmi wouldn't have been in there.
Well, today's certainly been a day full of surprises, hasn't it, Tom? We've had some pretty unlikely winners who we wouldn't necessarily have predicted before the race happened. But looking at Al Washmi's form, he's got so many runs under his belt. He's certainly fit. Do you think that was possibly the difference today?
I think it was, yeah. And also, both of the Prince Faisal bin Khalid horses ran fantastic. But Al Gaddaf, who you can see in the red blinkers, who eventually, I think, finishes 5th, he completely missed the start. He actually, in my opinion, and I know I put him up as my selection beforehand, but I thought he ran the best actual race in here. It's just that he used far too much speed and energy early on to try and recover from that poor position he found himself in, which is why he faded late in the day. And the other Prince Faisal bin Khalid horse, Jcsa, stayed on very nicely, but wasn't really asked for maximum effort until far too late. And although he only lost by a head and had every chance of winning, if he was asked for the effort a little bit earlier, maybe he would have actually came on top.
Do you think that's a disappointing run then from Jcsa?
Not disappointing, more frustrating. As we see the start there, look at number 5, Al Gaddaf, completely missed the kick in the red silks. It looks like Alex Moreno actually lost an iron as well in the process, and he's only ahead of 1 at this stage, 2, now 3. Now he's moving up the inside, burning a lot of energy in the early part of the race, which is never really wise because, albeit you need to be near the speed to win here, if you burn the energy in the first part of the race, then it's a very inefficient way of racing because you end up burning the tank far too early and then it ended up with nothing late on and really just clinging on.
And Bazan, he was in 3rd place. He's had quite a few runs this season as well, 21 runs so far. Again, is that something that's important?
Yeah, I think fitness has definitely come out on top here. Again, though, I wouldn't have had Bazan as one of the leading players in this race, so he's run above expectation. He was wide on the track. You can just see at the bottom of the shot in the light blue silks, just outside the horse number 7, Jcsa, who eventually finishes 2nd. They're the 2nd and 3rd in the race. The winner is just in front of them with the white silks in 4th, and the horse in 2nd at this stage is Al Gaddaf, who eventually finishes 5th after using far too much energy to get into that spot.
Yeah, it's disappointing, isn't it, Tom, from Al Gaddaf, who was your pick, but he was slow to start as well. He never really got going, did he?
He had ready-made excuses. I thought he ran a fantastic race, to be honest. It wasn't a disappointing performance, more just a disappointing result, given he probably was the best horse, or if not very close to the best horse in the race, in hindsight, given what we've seen. A close finish, though. 3 horses separated by just half a length.
Yeah, really competitive finish. Really good end to that race. But let's chat a bit about Andam. Shamila and Enzo both like the look of this horse. What next for him, then? Do you think that he'll be dropped back in trip?
He could stay over the same distance, though he could drop back. I think either or is fine. 6 furlongs would definitely be all right, given he's got natural early speed. But 7 furlongs should be okay. It's just it was his first run of the year. And sometimes when it's the first run of the year, as we've talked about earlier, you cannot get a horse 100% fit without running them in a race. That is just generally the case. And Andam may be lacking that extra bit of fitness, really, to stay the final 100 metres, 150 metres. That might be what caught him out today. If that is the case, and he strips fitter next time, 1,400 metres could be fine. But equally, as you say, 1,200 metres could be similarly fine, given he has natural early.
And Al Washmi, he was drawn in stall number 2. He's one of the few horses today who's actually won from the inside.
Yes, exactly. He got a good trip throughout as well. He just tracked the speed, showed good tactical speed rather than early. As you can see him right there, crossing through the shot, horse number 2. Made his move, coming around the bend, and then pounced in the straight, using that valuable stamina to keep him on top, close home, from Jcsa, who again ran a very nice race, just in the white cap and the red silks in behind horses right now.
Any other runners in this race, Tom, who are worth a mention, who stood out for you, or perhaps didn't perform as expected?
I don't think so. Serena, we should mention, she hadn't run for 3 years. She showed actually good early speed, which I was surprised about, but after 200 metres, she was done. The queue was in the rack. It was game over, and she obviously needed the run today. I don't know what they're going to do with her, whether they're going to continue racing or whether this was just an experiment, but we'll see. She quite clearly wasn't ready to go today. Horse number 10 as well, Shibble Al-Harak, who had the highest rating in the race, never really got involved, just on the left of shot that we can see on the outside in the white cap with the noseband. Stayed on late for minor money, but never ever looked like playing a part in the finish.
Well, finished 5th in the end, Tom, and he probably would have been one of your top 5 at the beginning of this race.
Absolutely, but that means that Al Gaddaf, my actual selection, finished 6th, not 5th, so I don't think I can even take that as consolation.
Well, Tom, you're not having too much luck today with picking these winners. But never mind, we've still got a few more races to go, so you can redeem yourself. We've still got 3 more races on the card here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack in Riyadh. 4 more. I can't count. We've got 4 more races still to go. Plenty more action still to come. We've had some really high quality racing. We've got another Arabian race to come. We had a bit of drama in the last Arabian race, so hopefully this one will go off without too much trouble. Another interesting one, Tom, the Arabian races. You talked earlier about the temperament of these Arabian horses. Of course, that was nothing to do with what we saw in the last race. That was unfortunate with what happened with the stalls and the incident with the clipping of the heels in the middle of the race. A smaller field in the next one as well, just 10 runners for the next Arabian race. Is that one you're looking forward to, the Arabian race? A bit of a change of pace from the thoroughbreds.
It is. It's a maiden. Smaller field, as you say, with just the 10 runners. It's not the best of races, to be honest. If we're talking about the quality, we have seen better races. That race we've just seen, for example, is full of much stronger horses. But there are some runners in here rated in the 70s, so it's not a terrible race. This is a good spot for a few horses to try and break their duck. It's a maiden. Horses have never won before. One of them will win after this event.
And don't you find it interesting, Tom, to have this change of pace, to have a different breed of race on the card?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I love the extra edition of the Arabian races, doubled in the season at Riyadh from last year. I think it was 60-something, and now it's 120-something Arabian races in this season. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of these horses, which also not only gives us and the viewers the spectacle of watching this different breed of horse run around and try to win a race, but it also offers the opportunity for these horses to go and win. Previously, there was one Arab racer card. All of these horses are struggling for places to run. Now, suddenly, they have places to run and better chances of winning.
And of course, it's something that's gaining in popularity in the UK as well, these Arab horses native to this region, but we're now seeing Arabian races in the UK.
We are. Lots of sponsorships from the Middle East has meant that there have been more Arab races put into the schedule. We saw one at Goodwood just a few weeks ago. We saw one at Longchamp on Arc Day, won by a phenomenal horse, ridden by Christophe Simeon. So Arabian racing is going to become more and more popular. More and more people are going to be exposed to it. And I mean, I, for one, definitely enjoy it.
Absolutely. And of course, interesting with these horses, Tom, these ones running over 1,400 metres, 7 furlongs, but they're bred for stamina as well. They can go incredible distance, hundreds of kilometres without resting. It's incredible, isn't it?
It really is. Yeah, it's a completely different breed to the thoroughbreds. They seem to have one speed, but they keep running at the one speed, rather than thoroughbreds who have numerous speeds, but they don't really stick at one for a long period of time. 1,400 is on the sharp side, but lots of these horses, as we'll touch on when we do the runner by runner in the paddock, they've been running over 2,000 metres or 2,400, much like the race earlier where they were running over 1,200, but that was a vast drop down in distance for all of them. So they're versatile, though they do want further, ideally.
Well, let's now go to Enzo, who can talk us through all the runners and riders for this next race.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Rebecca and Tom. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Back to the Arabian Breds we go. Let's hope for no incidents in this race. We have 10 participants here going a distance of 1,400 metres once again. Number 1, Hazal, is ridden there by Abdullah Al-Khamis. Number 2, Kahlan Aldam, is ridden by Aysel Al-Sahani. Number 3, Kahila Aldam, is ridden by Khalid Al-Mimoni. Very similar names. Be careful between those two, numbers 2 and 3. I'll do my best to try and distinguish between them in commentary. Number 4, Raya El-Katayeb. And number 5 is Al-Gaith. Number 6, Afdal Jasur, Ayad Al-Tarisi on board. Number 7 is Hammam, ridden by Abdullah Al-Yesh. Number 8 is Al-Daifa Jorda, Abdullah Al-Kradis. Number 9 is Al-Hazaba, ridden by Thurb Al-Tamat. And then finally, number 10, Abba Al-Saham, is the mount of Rahid Al-Fayroz. So they are the runners and the riders here. 10 all go. 1,400 metres once again for the Arabian Breds here. A maiden this time for 3-year-olds and a mixture of colts and fillies here. 2 fillies taking on 8 colts in this race, or 6 colts and 2 geldings, I should say. So the runners are coming out for our next race 9 for the Arabian Breds.
Many thanks, Enzo, for chatting us through the runners and riders in this next race, race number 9, the Arabian race. You can see them now making their way out into the pre-parade ring. And Tom, a question I wanted to ask you about these specific horses is, we've seen the way the draw, the stalls have played out, you know, the horses in the wider stalls, it doesn't matter. You said as long as they get the early speed. But you said that these horses don't necessarily have that speed. They've just got the one pace. So how does that work when a horse is drawn in a wide stall?
Well, I mean, they do have different speeds, obviously, a different quality of Arabian horse, but that one speed could be quick, it could be slow. So you could have a horse drawn out wide in 10, for example, who's got a lot of talent, therefore a lot of speed. You could have a horse drawn in 1 that's got no talent, no speed. So that horse will continue to gallop all the way to the line. They won't completely stop like thoroughbred horses can, but it just means they're not going to be in the same position as fast horses. Any sense whatsoever. We have horses in here rated between 77 or 78, sorry, horse number 1, to a rating of 53, horse number 10. There are also 4 horses in here with a rating of 0. That's because they have not run the allocated 2 times yet to gather a horse rating mark.
Yeah, and we've got Khalila Aldham, who's got 9 runs to her name. So she's the most experienced horse in this field, Tom.
She is, and also, we should say, don't get mixed up between horses 2 and 3. The names are very similar. Kahilan Aldam and Kahila Aldam. Very similar names, horses 2 and 3. Don't get them mixed up. One's a colt, one's a filly.
Just look out for the numbers, 2 and 3. And that's the way to differentiate.
And the saddle cloths as well. The white saddle cloth is number 2, the blue saddle cloth is number 3.
No, that's what we need to look out for. Thank you very much, Tom. Well, they're making their way into the parade right now. Hazal leading the way. The red saddlecloth horse number 1. 10 in this race. So smaller field than we've seen throughout most of the day, Tom.
It is. We've got some big fields coming up as well in the latter races. I think we've got 20 runners in the next after this. Then race 11's got 17, and the final race has got 15 or 14. So we've got some bigger fields coming up. This is the smallest field left on the card, but still 10 runners. It's not like the 4-runner show that we had earlier on. Lots of ways to go if you want to try and find and predict your winner. Yeah, it's a competitive heat. I think there's a good mix of unexposed horses and fully exposed horses.
And what are you looking forward to in this race, Tom? Obviously, you've done your research, you've studied the card. What are we looking out for?
Aldefa Jorda, I think, horse number 8. We use this horse in the menu, right at the top of the show. Shout out to all of you guys who have been watching since the outset, back at 3:20 p.m. Saudi time. This horse is super consistent. Basically, he's the 1 3-year-old in this race that we know exactly how he's going to run. A lot of these are very in and out. Some of them have never run before, but Aldefa Jorda is definitely going to run to the level that we expect. And hopefully on the drop back from a mile to 7 furlongs, he can finally get off the mark at the 10th attempt.
Well, this is Hazal. He's the highest rated horse in this field, Tom. What do you think looking at him?
Yeah, he's a nice looking type. I think he's very deep girth. He definitely can't need the run, really, because he's run 4 times this year. Maybe he needs it a little bit, but he doesn't look rock hard fit. That would be my standout piece of advice.
Kalalan Aldem, one of the confusing 2. This is horse number 2, very similarly named to horse number 3.
5 runs so far for this horse in his career. Finished 10th the last twice back in meeting 30 and 35. Underwhelming would be my overriding sentence.
Underwhelming. Well, let's have a look then at horse number 3, Kalila Aldem. Just 1 letter difference separating these 2. Horse number 3, what do you make of horse number 3, Tom?
She has slightly more talent, rated 67. It was a step in the wrong direction last time, finishing 14th and meeting 39, but she was 4th prior to that, and a repeat of that effort under Khalid Al-Mamoni, the man of the moment. We'll see her bang that.
The grey is Raya El Katayeb, Tom.
4th in a maiden on a penultimate outing, but just 7th last time at meeting 51. She's bred to be good, but she's only got a mark of 67.
And a first run for Al Kaith.
Bred in Saudi Arabia by one of the Al Khaladia sires, Thaya Al Khaladia. Debutant, don't know what to expect from him. He's got the big noseband on, so maybe he's got a high head courage.
We will see shortly. And number 6, lightly raced, just the 1 race for Aftar Jasur, Tom.
Good effort though, finishing 3rd on debut here. Very good run. Different trainer and owner for this run, so there's been a bit of movement over the summer.
And this is horse number 7. We skip forward to Hammam.
Looks like he definitely needs the run for me. Deep girth individual, 3-year-old colt making his debut.
That is horse number 8, Aldefa Jorda.
Hopefully the winner. This is where I'm going to nail my colours to the mast of Aldefa Jorda. Consistent, 2nd last time in an open race, now drops back into a maiden. Stamina for a mile, stays over the 700, over the 7 furlongs to 1400. So he'll be strong late and hopefully strong early.
Our penultimate horse is Al Hasbar.
Very coltish in the paddock, which we haven't seen all that often in Saudi Arabia. He's a nice looking type though. He's definitely lacking a touch of fitness and mental maturity.
And last but not least, horse number 10, Abba Aslam.
Seems to be improving, had 4 starts, 13th, then 8th, then 5th, now 4th. Maybe he can get into the first 3 today.
So those are our 10 runners and riders. He's a lovely looking horse, Tom. He looks in good condition, nice shiny hindquarters as well.
Yeah, he looks more like a thoroughbred, although he's on the small side in terms of height. These are lovely shots. I love to see all these jockeys super happy. And I have to say, when it comes to the jockey colony here, they are very friendly. And if you go anywhere else in the world, and maybe you're not part of the racing media, but just a fan, they don't really give you the time of day, generally. Some obviously do, but most don't. And over here, they love the fan engagement. They love talking to everyone and getting in pictures and signing autographs, and that's great to see.
It's great to have that kind of access, isn't it, as well? Because when you go to watch a sport event, you never anticipate that you're ever going to get close to the people who are actually participating in that sport. So that's fantastic to see.
Exactly that, yeah. What other sport can you even get this close?
Well, I actually can't think of one, Tom, but then that's great for fan engagement, great to drive numbers of people watching the sport if they can have that kind of engagement with the jockeys and the people involved at the very centre of it. It's absolutely fantastic.
And it's not even just physically meeting the person or getting close to the person. It's about, in the UK, for example, there's a lot of trolling on social media to do with jockeys, and people don't really understand the mindset of a rider. They think you should go out there, win the race, and hear nothing else. Over here, you get proper engagement, proper one-to-one, connection with a rider, which you don't get that anywhere.
Well, Shamila is down there in the mix with the jockeys and connections. Shamila, who are you looking out for in race number 9?
I am really looking forward to seeing this 3-year-old chestnut colt in this next race. Horse number 10, Abhar Al-Siham, looking really nice in the parade ring, sporting blinkers and a shadow roll today. The horse in front of him is definitely a negative for me, obviously acting very coltish in the parade ring. As Tom said, we don't usually see that here in Saudi Arabia, but horse number 10 is right behind him. He hasn't batted an eyelid. He's been absolutely fantastic throughout. And I really like seeing that type of temperament in Arabian horses. Sometimes they can get a bit worked up and it can ruin their whole game. Obviously, they can get down to the start and it'll ruin the whole race for them. But he is looking really, really nice in the parade ring. A horse that I was going to chance my arm and take on is horse number 7. Obviously a debutant in this race. However, I do not have a good record of choosing debutant horses up against really experienced horses, so I would think I'm going to stick to my horse number 10.
The Arabian racing expert down in the parade ring for us. Thank you very much, Shamila. So, Tom, we've heard Shamila's pick. You've been through all the runners here. Who do you like the look of, having had a proper look at them now?
Al Jorda. I'm sticking with this 3-year-old gelding. Look, his run last time is too good to ignore in open company, now dropping into a maiden. It's a big class drop against horses that have never won before, whereas last time he was facing horses that had. He's got the stamina for further. We've seen a couple of horses with speed capitulate late on this card so far, but he won't be one of those. He will keep running all the way through the line. Yeah, Al Jorda for me, horse number 8.
Horse number 8, thank you, Tom. Well, of course, he's drawn outside, but that doesn't really matter, does it, in this? As we've seen so far here in Riyadh. The stalls don't seem to really play a part. We've seen horses come from out wide to get the wins, so we don't need to pay too much attention to where Al Jorda has been drawn in the stalls, do we?
No, I think when we come to the better races, where the horses are all very, very equally matched, and I'm not talking like 0 to 55 handicaps like we saw earlier, but maybe a cup race or opens where all of the horses have good natural talent and they have early speed. I think then the draw becomes extremely important. Right now it's important, but not the number one angle that we should be looking at. The number one angle is early speed. If you have that speed, you can get into a prominent position, then you can win the race from that.
Any of these horses that stand out for you, Tom, that might have that speed?
Well, we don't know about half of them because they've only run once or 0 times. So the likes of Al Gaith, Hammam, Al Hizaba, who's been very coltish and continues to be coltish in the prelims, as well as Afdal Jassor, who's run just once. We don't really know how good they are. Afdal Jassor could be the fly in the ointment here for my selection, Al Jorda, because he's only run once and that run was good, finishing 3rd. He hasn't been seen for a long time, but again, I just don't know how good he is. Of the others with previous experience, the likes of Hazel, Kahilan Al-Dam, etc., they need to show more. They need to show more early speed and more talent in general.
And this is a little look at Al-Daifa Jorda, his last run. This is horse number 8. This was last month, 2nd of September, so not too long ago. He's second on the 30th of September, not too long ago, Tom.
Yeah, he ran all right. It wasn't the best of races. We picked up this footage. A horse was running off the bend. There's a horse back in third, number 3, whose jockey's lost his irons. So it was real carnage in this race. It was a typical Arabian horse race. We were seeing the enigmatic personalities of a few there. But he ran well in second. He was firmly put in his place by the winner. But I thought it was a creditable effort. And his mark of 77 makes him the horse to beat.
And we are looking now at Hazal, horse number 1 in this race. This was last year, Tom, last July, finishing 4th.
It was an okay effort again, but very one-paced in the straight. Just look at the cadence of this horse's legs. He's barely moving in a forward motion, and actually he's on the wrong lead as well. If you don't know what the wrong lead is, that's where in the straight the horse's left front leg should be coming down first rather than the right. It allows them to change up a gear and keep that high cadence and intensity going, but he was on the wrong lead throughout. Unsurprisingly, he stayed on at the 1 speed, was quite slow in the closing stages, and yeah, he'll need more today.
That's really interesting, Tom, what you were saying about the lead and which leg needs to be leading there. But how did it happen that he was leading with the wrong leg?
So going around the bend, your horse needs to be on the outside leg lead. So you'd want the right leg to be coming down first if you're going around a left-hand turn. When he turns in, he just doesn't change. Normally, the jockeys will either move the reins slightly, jolting the horse's head and forcing them to change, or the horse will generally just change themselves through knowing that they need to do that in the mornings after being taught. But some horses can be unprofessional. Some horses generally just don't like changing leads, which is not great. But look, in this case, I think it was just that he was super tired, didn't have the energy to do it.
Yeah, that's really interesting, Tom. Perhaps an oversight from the jockey, maybe.
Yeah, it could have been. But at the same time, these jockeys know. Their first initial thought coming around that bend will be change leads. And they know when a horse has done it because they can feel it on board. They can feel the horse going up through the gears, or they can feel the horse being a little bit more balanced than they were previously. So the fact that Hazal didn't do it is something to watch here. Turning in for home, if the number 1 has a great chance of winning, watch if he switches to that inside leg.
Yeah, that's certainly an aspect that we are going to be looking out for in this race. Well, Tom, you like the look of Al-Daifa Jordan, number 8.
Yep.
Let's head down. Shamila has gone for Abisalam, number 10. And Enzo is watching this one for us as we head down to the stalls. Enzo, who do you like?
I like the look of Hazal here, Rebecca. Looked really well going down, chest up with a white face. He looked quite relaxed for an Arabian-bred horse, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here. He's had 4 outings as well. He's actually got quite a high rating, which suggests that he's got a good chance here. So he's got the inside draw as well. I hope he gets off to a good start down the inside. So Hazal for me, for Abdullah Al-Khamis. But yeah, let's just hope we don't have any incidents like we had in the previous Arabian race. Let's hope this all goes smoothly and they all come back with the riders on. Riders off a couple at the moment there for some adjustments. Number 9, Al-Hazaba. Turb Altimat has just jumped off, just a tightening the saddle, no more than that. And also, that one in the middle there is the grey, that's number 8, isn't it? Al-Daifa Jordar in that bright pink saddlecloth for the 8. That is Asil Al-Sahani, young rider who rides Kahilan Al-Dam here. Who's had 5 runs so far, down the field in a couple of races. That is Hammam, 7 there. Abdullah Al-Yesh, the black and white. That is Abha Al-Siham. We've got 2 in the same ownership here. The yellow cap for the rider number 4 here. This is Al-Hazaba. See Thurb Altimat still not happy with the saddle. It's obviously come loose either on the way down or it wasn't tight enough to begin with. And he's just having to make sure it's not going to slide off. You don't want the saddle to slip or go backwards or to either side during the race. So that's where they make sure that the saddle is nice and tight without hurting the horse, obviously, but just in the right position. Number 5 coming in, Al Gaith. To see hopefully go forward. As I say, go in, backs away. There's the yellow cap for Raya El Katea. The horses are grey anyway, so we can distinguish him quite easily from the other horse in the same ownership anyway. Which is Abar Al-Siham, number 10, is also in those black and white colours. So they're loading up then, 1,400 metres for this Arabian horse maiden. Still to go forward is Al-Hazaba. There's number 2, the light blue of Kahilan Aldam. Kahilan Aldaham going in. Closer to a start. 9 and 8 still to go. In 8 is the grey Al-Dafa Jordar, the one that we're going to look at in action. It's going to take a turn. 7's not in yet either, which is Hammam. Now, just keeping on, something might be happening in the stalls here. One of them might be getting a bit upset. So the handlers is up in the stalls. It appears to be I think it's Abar Al-Saham. Got a little bit excited, but it seems to be calm now. So they're going to put Al-Hazaba in next door. 7 is Hammam. Getting closer to the action now. 8 coming forward to complete the line. Will be stall 3, Kahilan or Kahila Aldaham. Of course, we've got Kahilan Aldaham, number 2, and number 3, Kahila Aldaham, who's in the blue with the gold chevrons there. Lots of shouts to the stalls here. This is some of these have been in here for a good couple of minutes now. And they're coming out. One's coming out. This is Abhar Al-Saham, who's got upset in stall 10. Or was he in the wrong stall? I think he was 1 too wide. So now he's in the right stall. That's what the shouting was about. Right, Kahila Aldaham will complete the line, and then we're set. Ready, 10 runners, Arabian horse maiden. A long hole. Lots of looks across the starter. And they're off. They've jumped away. Runners get away then. One of the first to show up towards the inside here is Kahilan Aldaham in the light blue and white. Good start by Kahila Aldaham as well in the blue and gold. Also showing speed towards the outside in the blue and grey is Hammam. Hammam is up there. Also Al-Hazaba is up there too. The blue cap. Widest of all is Abar Al-Saham in the black and white. The grey horse is Al-Dafa Jordar, not far off them. And there's 3 being left behind here. Raya Al-Katayeb, Hazal, and one that's totally outpaced is Al-Gaith at the moment. Al-Gaith must be 20 lengths behind the leaders as they make the turn and head past halfway at around 55 kilometres per hour. The front 2 pressing on now. All of a sudden, Al-Dafa Jordar is injecting some much-needed pace to this race and goes on to Hammam in second place. Kahila Aldaham is now into 3rd. Under pressure is Kahilan Aldaham in 4th. They're well strung out behind and making the turn. And Al-Dafa Jordar is on his way here. He's gone clear all of a sudden by about 5 lengths. Now giving chase is Kahila Aldaham, though, in second. He goes off in pursuit of this leader, and they've still got 400 metres to go. So can the grey see it out under Abdullah Al-Kradis? It's Al-Dafa Jordar, leads by 4 or 5 lengths, and he's going great guns in front. The second horse not getting any closer, really. That's Kahila Aldaham. Switching in behind now. Look at Hazal running on, but it's all too late. He might get a place, but up front, the leader is Al-Dafa Jordar, the grey, and he's miles clear here. It will be a win for number 8. Al-Dafa Jordar has run them off their feet. Al-Dafa Jordar goes on to win. Oh, close for second between on the far side Hazal and wider out Kahila Aldaham. It's a double for the rider as well. Well done to Al-Dafa Jordar. Good selection from Tom Collins as well. Over there. Good shout, Abdullah on board Al-Kradis. It is Al-Dafa Jordar who goes on to win. And it's just the pace he had at halfway. 1 minute 36.62 is the winning time. This was a clear-cut performance in the end as well. And it's a win for... Second is number 3. It was tight for second. Was it number 3 got second? Kahila Aldaham, and number 1 Hazal, who I went with, was 3rd. He got going far too late at Hazal. totally paceless early on. 6 1/4 lengths the winning margin. 8, Al Daifa Jorda. 3 just seconds this side in the blue and gold, Kahila Aldaham. Far side, blue and white in third, number 1, Hazal. So it's 8, the winner, 3 in second, and number 1 in third.
Well, a convincing win for Al Daifa Jorda. Tom, you called it. Second winner of the day for you. Impressive performance, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's nice to get a winner on the board after the winner earlier, but they have been slim pickings today, I'll admit. I love that. He just put the mane down, giving the horse a nice little fringe. Yeah, it was a good performance. This gelding got the race by the scruff of the neck, coming around for home, moved through to take over the advantage, pushed 4 lengths clear, briefly looked in trouble as they turned into the home straight, but then found a second gear, switched leads, as I was talking about beforehand, and moved clear, and never really looked in danger.
Apart from that incident, well, not incident, but that point that you mentioned when you thought you said, go away through,
Yes.
because you wanted your horse to win. It was Khalila Aldam looked as though he was making up quite a bit of ground, or she rather was making up quite a bit of ground at one point.
Yeah, she was, just ran in the bend. Khalid Al-Mamoni was on board as well, and we know what that story tends to finish up with. So I was a bit nervous that Kahil Al-Aldam was going to get on top, but she never really could get within 3 lengths of the eventual winner, Al Daifa Jorda. It was a good ride as well by Abdullah Al-Kradis. And yeah, I'm glad that she got to find a victory on the board, because he was 0 from 9 prior to today. Second in an open race last time. Connections quite clearly think he's got quite a lot of talent. But today he finally put the pedal to the metal and got the job done.
And 2 for the jockey as well. He won the last as well. So great day for him too.
Yeah, exactly. It was a really good day for Abdullah Al-Kradis. And he beat Khalid Al-Mamoli, who had 3 winners. Abdullah's now had 2 winners. So yeah, these 2 jockeys are riding out of their skin.
And Hazal finishing in number 3. That was Enzo's pick. He liked the look of him before this race. Just 4 runs before this one, but good performance for Hazal.
It was. He actually did switch leads. You can see him just there in behind with the white cap, the jockey with the white cap and the horse with the white face. He was on the right lead today. So it was just a case last time he was super tired and couldn't get the job done. Again, though, he was never close to winning this race.
This is just another look at the run-in for Al Daifa Jorda. He really did look a class apart, Tom.
He did. He was dominant. Look, he's got the blinkers on, he's got the noseband, he's got quite a high head carriage and probably a little bit of a temperament as well. But he's got a lot of ability and a rating of 77. We'll probably leapfrog him up now to a mark of 80 plus, and then he can really run in cup races with a chance of winning.
Yeah, one of the highest rated horses in this race, just Hazal, just rated 78, just slightly higher. But certainly a bright future for this one, do you think, Tom?
Yeah, and Al Daifa Jorda's better than Hazal. I thought that prior to the race. I was quite surprised with the ratings, I have to admit. I don't really know how they came down on a better mark for Hazal based on what he's done so far in his career. But he ran well today. He was just beaten comprehensively, and largely due to the fact he didn't show any early speed. As you can see the shot right now, we have 6 horses. Al Daifa Jorda's the big grey alongside Hammam fighting for the early lead. The 2 on the inside, Kahilan Al-Dam, he fades out of things. Kahilal Al-Dam, the eventual second, is in 4th at this stage, but Hazal, who finishes 3rd, showed no early, is not in the picture whatsoever, and only closes in late.
And it's a really good turn of pace. We talked about Arabians not being able to switch their speeds, but that was good from Al Daifa Jorda there, coming on the outside of horse number 7 to take the lead and really build on that.
Yeah, he's got that one speed, but he maintained it for a lot longer than horse 7 Hammam did, didn't he? Look, Hammam's going backwards at this stage already, whereas Al Dayfa Jorda, and this is where I was saying go away 3, because that gap is eroding between Al Dayfa Jorda and Kahil Al Dam. But now Al Dayfa Jorda, once given a reminder by Abdullah Al Kredis, moves further clear, and the runner-up is actually hanging quite badly to the right, notably to the right, which is losing momentum going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Convincing victory for Al Dayfa Jorda, your second winner of the day, Tom. So you are on your hat-trick now. Pressure is on for the last 3 races.
Yeah, hopefully we can get at least one more on the board. 3 out of 12 is not what I'll be after, generally, but on a day like this where it's been quite hard to find the winners, I'm happy with how we're going so far. We just need a couple more, at least one more to end the card.
Absolutely. And what do you make of the start of this race? Just look at the break there from Al Dayfa Jorda. What do you make of that? Quick out of the stalls.
Yeah, he was really quickly away, Al Dayfa Jorda. He broke nicely, was the first out of the stalls. The horse just inside of him, actually no, horse 5 it was, Al Gaith missed the start, the debutant. And also we should mention horse number 6, Aftal Jcsa, didn't go into the stalls. I don't know at what point he was withdrawn, but he didn't run, so it was just a 9-runner field rather than a 10-run field.
Very competitive race nonetheless, Tom.
Yeah, it was. Competitive from the outset, lots of horses trying to vie for the early advantage. Al Dayfa Jorda was just the quickest, and usually when you've got the quickest horse, you have the winning horse as well.
Well, Khalila Al Dam got a great start as well, pretty much as quick out of the gates as Al Dayfa Jorda was.
Yeah, broke nicely. Just couldn't sustain that early speed in the early part of the race, and then had to settle back in around 4th or 5th. Then moved on the bend and looked like she was going to play a big part in the finish, but just faded late when hanging to the right. And usually horses hang when they're tired, you know, when they're really exhausted and they can't really provide anything more, despite trying to go up the speed gauge. So that was why that horse probably hung to the right.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good call, Tom. Al Dayfa Jorda, convincing winner of the second Arabian race of the day, which thankfully went off without a hitch, unlike the one earlier on in the day. Bit of a chaotic one, that one, but this one pretty straightforward and a really nice run from Al Dayfa Jorda. Plenty more still to come. Still 3 more races to come here in Riyadh at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. This is, of course, the scene of the Saudi Cup that'll be held here in a few months' time at the end of February. Lots of racing to look forward to before then over the coming days, weeks and months, and still 3 more races on the card today. We've got another big race coming up next, Tom. Another Saudi race, another one for the local horses, but a huge field again.
We do, yeah. It's a massive field, a full field, in fact, I think, of 20 horses. Looking forward to this. There's a horse in here, Rebecca, that you probably don't know because you weren't in Taif, but this horse is a fan favourite. Qayed Al Fasan is the horse in question. 0 from 22 in his career, extremely reliable, extremely consistent, but cannot get his head in front, and he will be plodding along in the closing stages. He lacks speed, there's no doubt about that, and he lacks talent. But what he is consistent. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He tries to win. And, you know, when you love horse racing and you see these valuable types like Qayed Al Fasan, you grow to love them, and I've grown to love him a little bit.
Well, I cannot wait to see him. That's the next race up. Qayed Al Fasan, 22 runs, no wins, but today could be his day.
It could be. It could be. You know, I'm struggling to think it probably isn't, but at the same time, I would love him to win. I really would. And you won't miss him. He's in the bright green and blue silks. The actual silks on the race card don't do them justice because they are luminous, and he wears headgear of exactly the same colour. So, yeah, he's one of my favourite horses here in Saudi Arabia. Not because he's quality, but because he's just all heart.
He's a fan favourite, a cult favourite, that is Qayed Al Fasan, who we look forward to seeing in the next race. Well, we've just seen the Arabian race, the second Arabian race of the day, and we still have a few more to go here in Riyadh. Race number 10 is coming up, Saudi race, local horses, and a massive field for us to look forward to. So we'll shortly be joined by our commentator, Enzo, who'll be talking through all the runners and riders. And here he is, Enzo, talk us through the field for this next race.
I will do, Rebecca. It's going to take a while to go through these runners and riders. Big field of runners here. In this maiden for locally bred horses, fillies and colts. Number 2 doesn't run. Just note that. It's a late scratch. Ashkar Ashar. So Eddie Cashner doesn't have a ride now. Number 2 is out. So number 1 is Al Raya Al Sadid. Selman Al Rashid on board. Al Raya Al Sadid. 2 is out. 3 is Amirat Al Safwa. Asil Al Sahani. 4, Qayed Al Fasan. Ahmad Al Azari. 5 is Zamar Naif Adanazi. 6 is Moshnesar Hamza Saad. 7 is Hush, ridden by Abdulaziz Al Musa. 8 Lahib Al Shok. for Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 9 is going to be Sam Jash, Youssef Al Hussein. 10 is a runner here, Ma Awiha, Abdulaziz Al Yaesh. 11 is a runner, Alaka Demya for Ayad Al Tarisi. 12, Itakel Bilal Ali Al Mutib. 13 is Tawak Kalna for the Inform, Khalid Al Mamoni, chasing a 4th win of the day. 14 is Asan Sayoun. Number 15 is Gala Galaween. Number 16 is Ishlai for Ahmed Al Tayyar. 17 is Mashhur Najid, a grey. 18 doesn't run, so Tothma's a non-runner. 19 runs here, Ayaz Al Farez, Muhammad Al Yami. 20 is Danan Al Shuk, who's the runner for Abdullah Al Qradis. 21 is a runner as well, Amani Al Kale, Abdullah Al Hussein, and 22 Mabrukat Naid as well. So we've got a full field here to scratch the 2 and the 18 here, Rebecca. So take an Ashar, and also number 18, Tothma as well. So still plenty of runners here, Rebecca, and the runners just coming out to have a little walk around the paddock, led by number 1 there, which is Al Rai Al Sadid.
Many thanks, Enzo, for talking us through all the runners and riders in this massive field. This is a mile, this one. We are stepping up in trip for this one. Plenty of interest in this one, certainly, Enzo. Number 3, we've lost number 2. That is Amirat Al Thawar. What do you make of this horse, Enzo? He's looking relaxed, certainly, as he is in the pre-parade ring. The horses now making their way out into the parade ring. Rather, we are getting quickly underway here. We had a little delay earlier, but we've certainly made up that time. This race will be shortly underway as the horses make their way around the parade ring. That is the fan favourite. That's Tom's favourite in all those bright jazzy colours. You certainly can't miss him. That is Kayed Al Fasan. 22 runs and no wins. Unlikely to be his day today, Tom, but you never know. And look, he's turned up, and it's the taking part that counts, as they tell you in school sports day, don't they, Tom?
Yeah, exactly. This horse is, as I say, one of the fan favourites. I think he's a lovable type, a lovable rogue, you may want to call him. He will be staying on and will probably finish in the first 5. He just needs everything to go right for him to win. And today might not be that day because it is a relatively strong field for this kind of older horse maiden. But I would love him to cross the line.
We will see, but he has a lot of stiff competition in this massive field. So many runners here to choose from. That is number 7, Hush. 2 runs so far to his name. Lightly raced horse, looks pretty impressive type, Tom. Moving on to horse number 8, Lahib Al Shok. Number 8 there, 4 runs, rated 57. Next up, Sam Jash, 7 runs to his name, a 5-year-old colt in this one. Horse number 9, drawn in stall number 9. He is up on his toes. He's not looking as relaxed as some of the others, perhaps. Looking a little bit nervy out there. He shouldn't really be showing too many signs of nerves, given that he has had 7 runs. He's a familiar horse at the racetrack. Nevertheless, he's looking a little agitated. Horse number 10, Ma Aweha.
He's not for me, this 4-year-old filly. She's had 2 starts, both came last year. She's going to be lacking fitness first time up this season, and she needs to improve on what she's done so far.
Horse number 11, Al Akadema. And horse number 12 is Itakel Bila.
She's a lovely looking type. Horse number 12, is a gelding. He's rated 38 though, so he needs to prove that his looks aren't just looks and that he's actually got talent.
Tawak Kalna. Does Tawak Kalna have talent, Tom? 17 runs, no wins.
Well, that career record would suggest not. Yet to get off the mark. It's tough to see him win this, and he's not drawn ideally. He will need to show early speed, but look who's on board, Khalid Al Mamoni.
He is the man of the moment on red-hot form. 3 wins already today. Asnisyun is horse number 14.
Looks like that horse hasn't come in his coat just yet and has a wide draw on the comeback. 0 from 11 from number 14. 15 is Gala Galaween. Lovely name for this 4-year-old colt. Finished 16th on his debut. Doesn't have a rating just yet after just 1 start.
Well, let's chat to Shamila now, who is down there looking at these horses. Shamila, what do you make of this lot then, this massive field? Who's caught your eye out of all of these horses?
The horse that has caught my eye in race number 10 is horse number 5, Zamar, who is a 4-year-old colt by Frozen Power, one of my favourite local sires that I've found. He's had so many winners in the Taif season, and this horse that's running now is looking really well. Obviously second last time out, Naif Al-Nazi on board, so you can't go wrong with that choice. A horse that I also really like is horse number 7, Hush, who will be ridden by Abdulaziz Al Musa by Cat Dreams. Both really strong looking horses in the parade ring. That's what I'm here for. I had a really good start to the day, and I feel like it's all gone downhill from then, but the racing today is very competitive and it's great to see. So hopefully Naif Al-Nazi can get off the mark with his first winner at Riyadh.
You've had 2 winners and there are still 3 more races to go, so still time to add to that tally there, so I wouldn't worry too much. So horses number 5 and 7, Zamar and Hush, are Shamila's picks. Of course, Shamila down there gets a great look at those horses as they go past, so we should definitely trust her judgment. And Tom, I'd like to hear a bit more from you. Tom hasn't had so much success with predicting the winners of today's races. I think you've had 2 winners, Tom?
Hey, I'm coming in
You've had 2.
I'm coming in off the back of a recent win in race number 9.
Okay, making up ground on Shamila then.
Hey, I'll pass Shamila, don't worry about it.
This is horse number 21, Amani Al-Khail.
This horse probably has the fitness edge over plenty of these. Not from 17 so far in her career, but she was 8th last time and 4th the time before. That came at meeting 50 and 52. So she's definitely got fitness on her side.
Horse number 17 just passing us now, Mashhur Najd. 9 runs. This is his 10th outing. 4-year-old colt. One of the few greys we've seen today. Had a grey winner, but that was in the Arabian race, I think. My mum always picks the grey. She says that's the point of difference. It's the only one she can actually spot in that field when all the horses are similar colours. She says always go for the grey. And this is horse number 4, who we'll be having a look at next.
Kayad Al-Fassan. I love this horse. Look at it. How can you miss him on the track? Those luminous silks, we need to see those more often. I hope he wins, I really do. He's not going to be my selection in the race. My selection is going to be this horse, Zamar, who finished 2nd on his comeback, and we'll see that run right now. As you can see, just wide around the bend. He's a lovely big type. He has got a high head carriage, which I'm a little bit concerned about, but he represents Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. Naif Al-Nazi takes the ride today. Kayad Al-Fassan is also in this race, staying on powerfully, as he always does, down the outside. But Zamar holds him. And this was Zamar's first run of the season. So he's definitely going to improve from this. The horse that won the race was a horse called Art, who was ridden by Camilo Ospina, had lots of early speed and rode the bias. But I thought Zamar ran a pretty decent race back in 2nd. Providing he drops his head and actually doesn't carry it as high as we saw there in the footage, then I think he's got a good chance from a good draw.
So Tom, are you going for Zamar?
Yeah, Zamar's going to be my play in this race. I think he's the most likely winner. He hasn't got a rating yet, but those who do are either super inconsistent or just too consistent for their own good, like Kayad Al-Fassan.
So both you and Shamila like the look of Zamar. He is a lovely looking horse, isn't he, Tom? We can just see him there going down towards the start. Looks pretty relaxed, looks healthy, looks well.
He does. Most of these, to be fair, look in fine fettle. The majority are in their coats and ready to do their job today. Obviously, you were covering a fair few horses there as we were going around the paddock. I just want to mention a couple of others that I thought were players in this race. We've touched on Zamar, we've touched on Kayad Al-Fassan. Ashkar Ashar, horse number 2, has only had 1 start, finished 7th on the debut. That horse could be interesting if he's fit off the layoff. A couple of those drawn outside as well have a bit of a chance. But at the same time, as you go further down this race card, you just get horses that have been losing race in, race out. Horse 13, Tawakena, 0 from 17. Horse 16, Ishlay, 0 from 16. Horse 19, A's Alfarez, 0 from 20. So these horses have plenty of chances, whereas Zamar, who I like, is just 0 from 2. Lots more to come from this horse when you compare it to the others.
Where do you think the early pace will come from in this race, Tom? We're stepping up to a mile. We've seen shorter distances throughout the day. This is our 2nd mile race of the day. How do you think this is going to pan out?
Yeah, so we're jumping from the chute in this race. So there's a long run to the first turn. Gate speed isn't overly important, but tactical speed is. You know, you don't have to be very quick in your first 2 or 3 strides, but you do have to be quick in the first furlong to gather yourself a good position. I think the pace will come from horses drawn outside. Unfortunately, horse 18, Totham, is out of the race. He would have been the number one speed in here. But I'm sure that the reserve is likely to go forward. Amani Al Khail. Hopefully Zamar isn't too far off the pace as well, given the bias we've seen so far. But Nathan Al-Nazi will be aware of that. He won't be too far behind, I'm sure.
This is an interesting race to look forward to. So both you and Shamila like the look of Zamar. Shamila also likes the look of Hush, Tom, horse number 7. What do you make of him?
He ran twice last year, finishing 7th and 14th. Obviously, it's his first run this year. If you're looking at the race card right now, there aren't any form figures in the boxes next to the wins to runs section. But yeah, he's got fitness to prove. He still hasn't got a rating, so he could be better than the majority of these. And I understand why he might be one of the top horses in your shortlist.
And of course, you can't forget Qayad Al Fazan, the fan favourite, you say,
Yeah.
your absolute favourite, the one who was in those bright colours down at the start. You probably spot him a mile off.
Presuming he finishes in the first 3 or 4 again, I will be celebrating another great performance from this horse. I just love him. Generally most people love the horses that are extremely talented and win every race, but there is always 1 or 2 lovable rogues that just fail to win but try as hard as they can. And when they do that, you can't fault them.
Well, you have to love a trier, don't you, Tom? And I'm really looking forward to seeing him run. After everything that you've said about him, you've really talked him up, Tom.
Yeah, well, you got to with some of these horses, This race isn't full of winners. Well, actually, it's full of 0 winners, as it's a maiden. But at the same time, there are horses that have got backstories or side stories that are worth bringing up. And although I think Zamar's the most likely winner, I would actually prefer if Qayad Al Fazan got
I think many of us would, Tom, after you've talked him up so much. And Enzo, are you also in the Qayad Al Fazan team as well?
I think I've called him in one of his races before, Qayad Al Fazan, but I'd be surprised if he wins this, but you never know what's going to happen here. Number 13 just dismounted at the start. That was a Tawa Kalna, and the runners are at the start there. Green sleeves and cap. That's Youssef Al Hussein looking quite excitable there, the jockey. He's riding a number 9, Sam Jash here. 5-year-old colt by Bandini. Asan Sayoun is the runner behind him, the blue cap of the rider there. Khalid Al-Du Bayan is riding that 4-year-old. 7, we just saw Hush going through there, got the green kind of vertical triple diamond on the body there. Some interesting silks here. Number 21, that's the reserve that runs, Amani Al Khail. Could show speed from runs out of stall 18, I think, by the way. Or was it stall 2? Great shots there of the floodlit Riyadh. Starting that shoot down the back straight there for the mile. 1,600 metres. And floodlights well and truly on now as we head well into the night. Approaching 8:10 here, local time. And the runners are about to load. They're going to make that long run down the back straight from that shoot and then around the turn back into the home straight. There's a big field of runners here beginning to think about loading up. Alaka Demya is number 11. This one's ridden by Ayad Al Tarisi. He's had a few good spins today without quite getting in the winner's circle. It's been a card dominated by 3 riders today, isn't it? Here at Riyadh on opening day. Khalid Al Mamoni, he rides Tawak Kalna here, number 13. His 4th. The runners are loading up. See no number 2 here, so the reserve's going to go into that stall. This is number 4. This is the horse that Tom's a big fan of, Qayad Al Fazan. Goes in. Grey going forward there. That's Ma Al-Wayhar, number 10. This one's got the blind. This is Zamar, the horse that is strongly fancied by Tom and Shamila. That's Naif Adanazi. Not going to go in yet, I don't think, Zamar. He's got a ticket to go in late. This is the grey Lahib Al-Shok in the light green sleeves. Still waiting for Zamar. He's going to go in late into 5. 7 is Hush. Hush coming forward now, the green cap for the rider there, blue on the sleeves. That's to go forward. So Hush goes in. That's Mosh Nassar. Waiting still for number 1, Al Raya Al Sadid in the white and green quarters. Salman Al Rashid on board. Got to go into 1 still. And it's quite an effort. We've almost caught up time as well, which has been a massive effort by all of those involved down there at the track, all the hard-working stalls handlers. Massive team of handlers for this race as well, with a big field. Trying to get this one in then. Al Raya Al Sadid is going to go forward. And is now in. We're set. Stretched across the track. Runners are ready. Starter's about to hit the button. And they're off. He's let them go. Al Raya Al Sadid got out okay from the inside. Also, Kayad Al Fassan broke quite well. In the centre, Lahib Al Shok is up there, one of the greys. Also, Sam Jash is showing early speed as well. Another one prominent too is Asan Sayoun as they sort themselves out. Asan Sayoun right up on the outside there with the blue cap. Alongside in the green cap right at the pace too is Lahik Al Shok as they sort themselves out. Lahik Al Shok is there as well as they go through the first couple of 100 metres. Talak Kalner's up there too. Khalid Al Mamoni right bang there as well in the centre of the green cap. Now Zamar is making stealthy headway through on the inside the red. He's going to come and head them off here courtesy of the inside running rail. So Naif Alanazi has taken number 5 Zamar into a narrow lead from the grey in second place. Poised on the outside Lahib Al Shok. Racing in third is Tawa Kalna, and then 4 wide around the turn is Asan Sayoun. They're being hunted up by Ala Kademaya, and behind them the light blue colours. Then the green cap of Sam Jash. Making ground is Al Rai Al Sadid. He wants the inside run here, got pretty tight there between numbers 5 and 1. Zamar tried to close the door on Al Rai Al Sadid around the turn. Hush is making ground towards the outside, and also Lahib Al Shok is now losing ground. Here comes Sam Jash for the run, and it's Sam Jash now down the outside who's come through to hit the front. Also staying on is the reserve, Amani Al Kale down the outside, has come from a long way back. It's the reserve, Amani Al Kale now, who's going home best. Number 21. Amani Al Kale's in front, so Hush in second. Amani Al Kale is going to beat Hush with Sam Jash back in third, and fourth was the old favourite, Kayad Al Fassan, who kept on to get fourth place money. But number 21, who got in as a reserve here, Amani Al Kale, has won it for Abdullah Al Hussein down the outside. A race that changed a few times in the straight. Massive run, though, to come and win it. Good run by Hush, wasn't it, on the inside? Huge run by Hush as well. But the winner, 21. 1 minute 42.88 seconds. One length. And here it is again. 21 the winner. Second, number 7, Hush. And it was number 9, Sam Jash, who got third. In the end, the green sleeves and cap. Fourth for Kayad Al Fassan. So 21, Amani Al Kale. 7, Hush was second. Sam Jash was third. Number 9, a race that changed complexion more than once up the home straight.
Well, a big win for the reserve, Amani Al Kale, who wasn't even going to be in this race, Tom, but has come through and won it.
Yeah, it's a good story. A horse that would have been a non-runner, just not in the starting 20. But because of Tothma's withdrawal, horse number 18, this horse managed to get in, and the first win at the 18th time of asking.
That was an interesting race, wasn't it, Tom? Because as Enzo, our commentator, was saying just there, the complexion of the race changed, the lead changed in the closing stages, and it was certainly an interesting one to watch, wasn't it?
It was. Zamar was the early pace setter. There were 4 horses across the track. Zamar was on the inside under Naif Alanazi, but that colt wanted to hang off the bend, but Naif didn't want that to happen. So there was a bit of erratic steering. Unfortunately, that meant that horse number 1, Al Ray Al Sadid, got stopped just at a crucial point in the race. I think Naif Alanazi will probably be having a word with the stewards after this. He might get a little bit of a ban for that bit of riding. But that led to the closers, especially those wide on the track, to come through late. And the eventual winner, horse number 21, Amane Al Keel, was the quickest of those and manages to get the job done.
and a first win in 17 runs.
Yeah, it's good for these fillies to get off the mark. I mean, even if it was Kayed Al Fassan with 23 runs, it would have been good for him to get off the mark. But these horses, they run consistently well in these kind of races and generally fall just below the belt. But there is a race for every horse in Saudi Arabia, providing they have some kind of ability. And this is the perfect race for Amaneh Al-Khail. Will she win again? I don't know. But at least she's got one win on the board.
Yeah, she certainly looked good out there today anyway. And she finished just ahead of Hush, the horse that Shamila liked the look of in the paddock. What do you make of Hush's performance today, Tom?
He improved from his 2 runs last year when he was 7th and 14th. This was a much better display, obviously off the layoff. I expect he'll be even better next time. But it was a gallant effort back in the pack. My eyes, I have to say, were fixated on Kayed Al Fassan finishing 4th. Another creditable race from the old guy.
Of course, he was always going to be in the mix, wasn't he, Tom?
He was, he really was. Yeah. He's so consistent. He's always in the top 4 or 5.
And Sanjash finishing 3rd in that one. What did you make of that run?
It was an okay performance. Again, coming off the little bit of a layoff. That horse's best efforts, Sanjash, had previously been on turf. This very much felt like a prep race for moving to the turf once the track is laid here. I don't actually know the date that the turf track is going to be laid and when the first turf races are, but I'm sure that Sanjash will be featuring in some of those races on grass in due course.
And what next for this horse then? We said just a moment ago that she's had 17 runs. This is her first win at the 18th time of asking. How buoyed will Connections be by that?
Yeah, very buoyed. I'm sure they're over the moon that she's finally got off the mark. What's next? Probably a handicap. I imagine they'll go down the 0 to 65 route with this filly. She can't go too much up in the weights on the back of this win. Rated 59 prior to today. She'll probably get 2 or 3 pounds, which will put her above the 0 to 60 cap, but she should be able to run in the 0 to 65s, and she should be competitive in those. The only thing she relies upon is a pace collapse, because she doesn't have all of that natural early speed that some others do. She needs the pace to collapse and her to come through late, which she had today. It doesn't happen all that often, which is why she's only getting the first win at the 18th time of asking. But it will happen every now and again, and then she will be a player.
But she did run a good race, Tom, and she came from a wide stall as well.
Yeah, exactly. Came from 18. The second horse has come from 18 today. A good ride as well, I thought, by her pilot, Mr. Al Hussein. As you can see there in the deep stretch, he was leaning dramatically to his left-hand side, left knee out to one side, like a motorbike rider, just trying to steer her to the inside. And that paid to be a good move. As we see this race from the start, horse number 12 badly missed a kick. That was Itikel Bilal, first run this season. Didn't break very well at all. Another horse didn't break well was Mar Araweya, horse number 10, was right out of the back in the early stages. And in fact, the winner, Amaneh Al-Khail, is just about to drop off the bottom of the screen. So it was only ahead of 3 at this stage. This could be the first horse today that has come from miles off the pace.
Yeah, that's really impressive. We can't even see her in shot there. But again, Tom, it was a longer race. It's over a mile. So she did have a bit more time to make up that ground, I guess.
Yeah, she did. And these front 4 up front at this stage that we can see right now across the track were really going hammer and tongs in the opening stages. So they burnt each other out. That led to the closer coming through. But generally, you don't win from that far off the speed. As you can see, she's just come into picture now at the bottom of the image with the yellow cap, red body, and the black stripe. She's just trying to find a passage in between horses. You can see that she's full of running at this stage, and her jockey's just trying to find a spot. A little gap opens up there. She pushes straight on through. There's a horse coming right back into her lap, and she has to veer dramatically out to the right, but she still manages to keep her momentum. Again, tracking through the right horse at this stage in Sanjash, who eventually finishes in the place money. Again, weaves out to the right, 5 wide at this stage, but is about to launch her bid, and when the pace collapsed towards the inside, she really starts to move forward and win this race.
And it was a really patient ride, wasn't it, as well? The jockey not panicking at all, having been so far off the pace.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to judge when to make your move. You don't want to burn the candle at both ends. You don't want to go too hard too soon to then get a good position, to then find that there's nothing left in the tank. And albeit she didn't really stretch clear in the closing stages, she was always holding hush.
Well, Tom, we have to talk about your favourite. Let's talk about Kayed Al Fassan, finishing 4th, a gallant effort, still no win on the board for him, but how much did you love watching him race there today?
Yeah, I love watching him, and you know, he was a very good 4th. I did actually say to you at the halfway point off air, and I'm claiming this, that I went, he's going to finish 4th, and he was. So look, it's just a typical performance from Khalid Al Fassan. He's very consistent, just doesn't have any turn of foot whatsoever. He's very much like an Arabian horse in that manner. Plods on at the one speed. What I will say is he was briefly stopped at a crucial stage, which wouldn't have helped a horse like him. So where he finished was the lower end of where he should have finished. He could have been third with a clearer run.
There he is, just crossing the line there in the recognisable bright neon jazzy colours there.
Yeah, the neon green and the blue with the yellow saddle cloth, you've got to love it.
It's always easy to spot anyway. So that was race number 10. That was a good race, a good win for the replacement horse, Amani Al-Keel. She did very well to come in as a reserve and win that one, but we've still got 2 more races to go on this card. We've got another race over a mile, race number 11. This is for both local horses and imported horses, Tom, so a mix in this next one.
Yeah, a good mix as well. The majority are Saudi owned and bred horses, but there are a few in here that used to run in the UK. There are a couple that used to run in Europe as well. And there are a couple of horses in here by US sires. So we've got a good mix. Lots of very nice stallions on show as well. Lope de Vega, Toronado, Holy Roman Emperor, Practical Joke, Dark Angel, who was a really good sprinter in the UK. Honor Code, Frankel is even in here as well. So yeah, a good mixture of sires, good mixture of horses, and some talented ones at that.
And of course, we've got a premium tap in there as well.
We do, yeah. You can't overlook the premium taps, albeit this one is drawn out in 17 and hasn't shown much to date, but Premium Tap is the standout sire in Saudi Arabia, and his horses, generally showcased by the White Stable, tend to win plenty of races.
Not going for the White Stable today, Tom?
No, but this horse I think was bred by the White Stable, and yeah, or the White Stable had him early in his career, and he's moved since. He actually represents the same owner who was represented by horse earlier on. I think she was called Serena, who had 3 years off the track. We can see great shots here of the previous race replay as they just break from the stalls. Thoroughbred horses are fantastic, aren't they? Look at that motion, just the galloping stride. You love it.
Just so impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, really incredible. So race number 11, Tom, as you were saying, it's both local and imported horses. You went through that impressive list of sires, the likes of Toronado and Frankel even. Yeah. Does that make a race like this more competitive?
It does, and to me, a little bit more interesting as well. Not that the others aren't, but I love to see the foreign stallions and sires be represented in here, especially those where the progeny are actually former UK or European trained horses, so we have that UK form to rely on as well. One of the sires I didn't mention was Mason. He's got a runner in here as well. He was a great horse for Richard Fahey back in the UK. Very good sprinter, and his progeny have done well, but largely on soft ground, which is interesting given this is on dirt. Same could be said, I guess, for Lope de Vega, horse number 15. Sheringham is a progeny of Lope de Vega. So it's an interesting race. I don't know just yet where I'm going to side with, who I'm going to side with, but there are 2 at the top of my shortlist.
Well, we'll hear about those a bit later, and of course you can make your decision after we've seen them in the parade ring, where you'll get a bit of a better look at them. But Tom, I wanted to ask you, in terms of these races where there are local and imported horses, you've mentioned a couple of horses there who were trained in the UK. How do they make that transition from very different conditions there to racing here in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, so these horses will generally be purchased at the horse in training sale for a small fee by Saudi owners or trainers. Then they'll be shipped across from their UK yard to the Saudi yard. And as you say, acclimatizing is not easy. In the UK, they're used to wet weather, generally. Dreary conditions, lots of cloud, not 35 to 40 degree heat, especially when you're running in that. So the conditions are completely different. And my general rule, whether it be Saudi Arabia, whether it be the US, if you're taking a UK or a European horse and you're moving them out there and you're trying to find winners, I would give them at least 1 run in their new country to acclimatize. Doesn't matter if they have 3 or 4 months prior to that run to get used to the conditions. They need a race. Once they've had that race, then you can really judge them on their true merit.
Yeah, it's a big adjustment, certainly, to go from wet and windy UK to the desert climate of Saudi Arabia. So on to the next race. Our penultimate race of the day is race number 11. It's run over a mile, and it's another big field. Fillies and colts, local and imported horses. And of course, as ever, our commentator Enzo will be talking us through all the runners and riders for this one.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Race number 11, on we go. Avon Castle doesn't run here, by the way. Number 4 is out. There were 16 participants for a race over 1,600 metres the mile. Number 1 is Ragadan, Khalid Al-Mamoni, looking for win number 4 of the day. 2, Practical Mischief for Alexis Moreno. 3, Fusion Gold, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 4, Doesn't Run. 5, Angel of Trafalgar, Youssef Al-Hussein, the Dark Angel colt. 6, Royal Commissioner, Mohammed Al-Shamari. 7, Diraya Al-Balad, ridden by Ahmed Al-Shra. 8 is Alamdar, Mohammed Al-Yami. 9 is Frank Stella for Ahmed Al-Azari. 10, Run Teddy Run, Tariq Al-Mansour. 11, Shakrawi, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 12 is Faz. There'll be a leading fancy here, I'm sure. Mohammed Al-Sharima rides Faz. 13 is King of the Night, Asil Al-Sahadi. 14, Al-Jabri, Nayef Al-Anazi, who's been fairly quiet today so far. 15 is Sheringham, ridden by Mohammed Saeed. 16, Strozzi for Nawaf Al-Fairuz. And 17, Sayed, Eddie Castro on board that premium tap. Adon Castle Doesn't Run, leaving a field of 16 runners for this race. Colts and fillies here going to 1,600 metres. Let's go back to our team, Rebecca and Tom.
Thank you very much, Enzo, for running through that big field for us. Tom, interesting to get your thoughts now. This is horse number 1, Ragadan.
Yeah, a 4-year-old by McLean's Music. I think that sire used to be based in the US. This horse finished 5th in an open at Taif recently, back at meeting 51. Relatively fit and is ridden by Khalid Al-Mamoni.
Well, can he get his 4th winner of the day? Certainly on form. Well, we are moving on to horse number 2, Practical Mischief.
Well-named gelding by Practical Joke, a US sire, another one in this race. Finished 3rd last time at meeting 52. Again, has race fitness on his side. And Alex Moreno will take the mount. No luck so far for Alex today, but one of the best riders that's in Saudi. If you're new to Saudi racing coverage maybe, and you haven't seen the racing or the jockeys before, Alex is one of the leading pilots, and he will take the ride on horse number 2, Practical Mischief, who we see right now. A mark of 66 alone suggests this horse needs to improve a great deal.
Fusion Gold, horse number 3, who we'll be seeing next. What are your thoughts on that one, Tom?
He was a sprinter in the UAE before coming here. Now, if you're looking at the race card, it says 0 wins, 0 runs. That just means in Saudi Arabia. In the UAE, I think he won once for the Seamars. He's by Union Rags, should stay the trip.
And look at the gleam on his coat, Tom. He looks fantastic.
Angel of Trafalgar, yeah. This is the horse I think I'm going to side with. I like this colt. He used to be trained by Tom Clover in the UK. Most of his races came on turf. It was an eye-catching run. 2 starts back at Taif, went 6th. We'll come back to him when we get the horses on the track.
Royal Commissioner, big horse, Tom, this one.
He is. He's by Commissioner King. He didn't show much on his reappearance run when he was 14th, back in meeting 26. He's just 1 from 16 in his career and rated 58.
Well, let's go down to the paddock now to join Shamila, who's having a look. Shamila, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's race number 11, and this was really tough for me because I absolutely love horse number 12, Faz. However, my paddock selection has to go to horse number 2, Practical Mischief, just coming up behind me here now. Rated 66. I think he could give Alex Moreno his first win of the Riyadh season. He was 3rd last time out, 5th the time before that in Taif, so he's quite consistent in his runs, which is really nice to see. And he just looks the nicest in the parade ring. His muscles are so well defined. He's everything you want for a 4-year-old in this race. And out of a mare called Fraser's Finest, who is really nice as well. So hopefully Naif Al-Mandil can get off the mark as well with a winner in Riyadh. And there are no paddock negatives for me in this race.
Yeah, Practical Mischief is Shamila's pick, and he looks really relaxed out there as well. Tom, have you had a chance to have a good look at these horses yet? Who do you fancy so far? This is horse number 12. This is Faz.
This is the other leading player, horse number 12, briefly, as we've just moved on to 13. Faz is probably the horse to beat on his Taif efforts. 2nd over a mile on his penultimate outing was very good. He's rated 98. Horse number 13, briefly, there was King of the Night. He finished 12th back in meeting 51, ex-Doug Watson in the UAE. He's a Jebel Ali winner over this trip. Should definitely handle the distance, given that finish is dramatically uphill.
Horse number 14 by Toronado, Tom, who you mentioned earlier, Al-Jabri.
Toronado was a very good horse in his time for Richard Hannon. Richard Hughes used to ride him in the UK. Al-Jabri doesn't have anywhere near as much talent, but he is rated 83, 1-time winner, 11th last time. But is the mount of Naif Al-Nazi, who will be desperate for a winner.
Sheringham, Tom, very imposing horse.
I presume he's named after the ex-England striker Teddy Sheringham by Lope de Vega. It was a poor return to the track, if we're being honest, when 16th of the meeting 49, only rated 55, will need to be better today.
Number 16, Strozzi.
By Holy Roman Emperor, used to be trained by Aidan O'Brien, that's sire. Has developed into a relatively good stallion, albeit not one of the best. Finished 18th last time off a long layoff back from meeting 5. He needs to improve.
Finally, number 17, Sayed.
Ambitious placing would be my overview on this horse. 0 from 2 so far, not under mark. Eddie Castro takes the ride. By Premium Tab, so he's bred to be pretty talented, but yeah, I don't really like this bit of placing. Open Company seems lofty.
And you mentioned earlier, Tom, that you really like the look of Angel of Trafalgar.
Yes. Yeah, this is the horse I'm going to side with for Bedan Al-Sabai. I think he's just the most talented colt in the race. The rating doesn't suggest that. It suggests that Faz is, and I don't have too many arguments with that. I think Faz is the biggest danger. But Angel Trafalgar has caught my eye on a couple of occasions at Taif. He comes from off the speed, which hopefully won't be too much of a negative. We've just seen a closer win the last race. He's by Dark Angel, which would suggest that he's made to be a sprinter, but he does stay a mile pretty well. And I'm willing to put a line through that last effort at Taif when he finished 16th. Things didn't go right for him. He was hampered in the early stages. He came off a minor layoff as well. I think he's a lot better than that.
Number 8 there, Alamdar, just looking a little bit worked up there.
He is a little bit worked up. He hasn't run so far this year. He's by Honor Code, though. Honor Code was a very good US horse for Shaka McGahey. His progeny have been very strong over a mile and further, so the trip should be fine for him. You just don't want him to burn too much energy right now.
Absolutely. Well, it'll be interesting to see how he goes. This one, of course, is over the mile, so like you say, Tom, you don't want them to get too worked up at this stage and then run out of gas towards the end of the trip.
No, exactly. You want to when you're watching any race and you're watching the prelims, you just want these horses to conserve as much energy as possible. Obviously, they know they're about to race, especially when the jockeys get on board. It can buzz them up a little bit. You know, they can start getting het up, sweaty, on their toes. They can start lashing out on occasions, depending on the temperament of the horse. But you just want them to be nice and chilled. Look, a horse can win if they mess about in the prelims, but at the same time, they're not going to use 100% of their energy in the race.
Well, we have seen that already, Tom, today. We have seen horses looking a bit agitated in the prelims, but then go on to win. So you never know. But it looks like most of the jockeys are now on board. I think just 13 still to go, and then we will be following their progress down to the stalls. But just 13 still. That is horse King of the Night by Empire Maker. What do you make of King of the Night, Tom?
Yes, by Empire Maker. Yeah, he's a very good horse. Empire Maker was. King of the Night only rated 65, so it does need to improve. And that comeback run wasn't good enough. But as I say, Jebel Ali winner. And when you win at that track in the UAE, it just means that you're super fit and you've got great stamina for the distance.
And Faz, number 12, is our highest rated horse in this race, and hopefully we'll see a bit more of him in his last outing.
It's a good run from Faz. He's on the front end here in the red cap, the second silks of King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, or the White Stable as we call them. Got good early speed, as you can see. As we took this footage, he was in front, but he does fade close to home. He's a very talented horse. He could easily make the front in this race, and we've seen that being on the speed is a big advantage. Whether he gets pressed or not will probably define where he finishes in the race, but if I'm being honest, he's the most likely winner. I just hope that Angel of Trafalgar gets a better trip in behind.
We will see how that plays out. We'll have another look now at Ragadan, the number 1 horse number 1 in this race. He's rated number 74, so he's not the highest. Tom, he's sort of up there or thereabouts. And we'll have a look at his last outing.
He just stays on at the 1 speed in this race. He was 5th, as you can see by the caption. This wasn't open, though, so it was a pretty good race. Khalid Al-Mamoni takes the ride today from a good inside draw. As you say, he comes from off the speed. He's drawn inside. The problem with that is that horses are going to congregate across to the rail. He's going to then be shuffled back, and he could be out of his ground.
So he needs to make a quick start then to avoid that grouping of runners beside him?
Either a quick start or he needs to get a pace collapse in the early stages. Otherwise, he's going to be in a pretty disadvantageous position.
Well, 6 runs so far, just the not just, he's had 1 win in 6, which is not a bad return really, Tom.
No, not bad. No, I mean, he's no superstar, but there aren't that many superstars in this race, if any, to be honest. I mean, Angel Trafalgar, who's the horse that I like, has had 10 outings in Saudi and won just one of them. So, you know, these horses take their turns in winning at this level. There are some that completely outclassed in here, number 7 being one that we haven't touched on, which was Daray Al Balad. He's rated just 36. So there aren't too many talented horses in this field.
Well, another one that we haven't touched on is horse number 9, Frank Stella, by the mighty Frankel. He's got 1 win from his 5 runs.
Yes, but he's only run once in Saudi Arabia. He used to be trained by Jean-Claude Rouget in France. Was generally running on turf, and he ran in a couple of good races, Frank Stella. Switch to dirt will be interesting. There aren't too many Frankels that run around on dirt, so I don't know what the strike rate is for Frankel's progeny on this surface, but I can't imagine it's overly high. Frank Stella needs to improve for the Taif run, where he finished 13th on his Saudi reappearance. But at the same time, that is definitely plausible. And he could easily get closer. I just don't think he's got the talent to win.
Well, the distance should be right up his street,
Yeah.
if his father's exploits are anything to go by.
Absolutely, yeah. He'll get this mile standing on his head. He could probably get a mile too, 2,000 metres in time.
It looks like the horses are almost down at the stalls, ready to start this penultimate race of the day. So let's just have a quick recap, Tom. You are going for Angel of Trafalgar as your pick for this race.
Angel of Trafalgar, I think Faz is the most likely winner, but I'm hoping there's a bit of a pace duel up front involving Faz, meaning that he's softened up for the closing stages and Angel of Trafalgar will finish quick.
Shamila went for Practical Mischief, number 2. And I think I am going to go for Ragadan, just because look who's on board. I really want Khalid Al-Mahoni to get that 4th winner. So we will see. Is that a big ask? I don't know. Let's see who Enzo thinks looks good in this one. Enzo has got the call for this penultimate race of the day.
Thank you, Rebecca. I think the 4 pick has got to be Faz, isn't it? I probably would stick with him. But if you like your names, maybe a little Run, Teddy, Run and Sheringham, perhaps, a little link up there between those two, numbers 10 and 15. Might be a fun way of looking at this race with those two. But yeah, Sheringham rated 55, Run, Teddy, Run 56. There shouldn't be much between those two. Whether they're good enough to beat the likes of Faz and Angel of Trafalgar, who are the top 2 rated horses in this race, remains to be seen. But they are down there at the start. Big field of runners again for this one, without Aidan Castle, so 16 this time. And they're just circling behind the stalls here for this race. Again, we're going 1,600 metres, so the mile this time. And we're looking at Ragadan's rider. That's the young man who's having the best day, I think, of his career, Khalid Al-Mahoni. I think he's ridden single winners at Taif at a couple of meetings, but to have 3 on the opening day at Riyadh is extraordinary from him. So whatever happens to him in this race, and I think he's got to ride in the last as well, isn't he, Khalid Al-Mahoni? No, he hasn't got one in the last, actually. This is his last ride of the day, so it's his last chance for the 4-timer. Final race still to come, race 12. So race 11 then, about to load. By the way, Sheringham there in the black with the kind of blue, white and red cross belts, interesting silks, and a white cap for the rider, Mohammed Saeed, the Al Sadar stable. Number 2 there, Practical Mischief. Just going through the picture as well. Run Teddy runs in same ownership as that one. And there is Sheringham going through your shot there. 15 Sheringham, red and blue of Strozzi. He looked really well on the way down. Son of Holy Roman Emperor. 7. It's Dire Al Raybad in kind of green colours. The white cap for that one. Pink on the jacket as well. 14 is Al Jabri, about to go in as the runners are about to load up then for what is our 11th race on the card. There's 11. Shakrawi about to load up, maroon and white. And the gold colours of Syed has gone forward now. Syed. 5 is Angel of Trafalgar, Tom Collins' pick. Did look very well on the way down. I must confess he did look a picture for his rider, Youssef Al Hussein. The grey Sheringham goes forward now. In goes Al Jabri. So you can see number 10, Run Teddy Run, has a yellow cap to distinguish from Practical Mischief in the same ownership. Yellow cap for Run Teddy Run. Waiting for 7 to come in. Dire Al Rabad. It's light blue, in fact, for that one. Dire Al Rabad going in. And that's going to leave white with the red bracelets to come forward. That's got to be Royal Commissioner. And I think we're just about there. Once we've got one more to go in, have we? No, we're set, I think. Just about ready for a start. Here we go, race 11. Our penultimate race at Riyadh on opening day. And he's let them go. They're off and racing. Sheringham jumped a bit slow from the outside stall. Also, Syed wasn't that quickly into stride. Breaking well was Run Teddy Run, the yellow cap, and the grey Faz, who, if we think, has the early pace to lead these, and he will do that. Faz is coming across to take over in the green cap. Run Teddy Run is running in second place. Behind him is Practical Mischief against the rails in third. Fusion Gold is just off the speed. Wider out is Strozzi in the red and blue colours. Then comes Sheringham, who's just off them in behind, with racing towards the inside Shakrawi. Then the yellow cap of Al Jabri is next. Wider out is Syed, who was slowly into stride. Al Amdar is well off the pace. Another one right towards the back as well. Dire Al Balad is almost detached at this stage. They head then past the halfway point, heading towards the home turn, and they're tanking up front. This leader, Faz, has gone off at a good speed here. Leads a length clear to in second place, Fusion Gold. To the outside in third, Al Jabri has every chance in the yellow and blue. Moving forward now, Al Jabri with the noseband. Angel of Trafalgar is also making quick ground towards the outside. Here he comes now into second place. So it's Faz from Angel of Trafalgar. Once lost the rider. Ragadan has unseated the rider. Khalid Al-Mamoni's on the floor again. Meanwhile, Angel of Trafalgar is coming to have a go at Faz. Behind them in third is Fusion Gold. Faz on the far side. On the near side, though, Angel of Trafalgar and Youssef Al Hussein, the top two rated horses, are first and second. Back in third, Fusion Gold. From the back, Frank Stella. Al Amdar is staying on well too. And also Run Teddy Run. But the leader is Angel of Trafalgar. Inside the 150. Angel of Trafalgar in front. There are closers, though. Al Amdar, Frank Stella coming home well as well. It's going to get very close up front. He's got run out of it in the end, hasn't he, Angel of Trafalgar? He got tired, and Al Jabri came back to beat him. Al Jabri, Naif Al-Anazi from off the pace. That changed late on, and running on well was Al Jabri to win it. Number 14 has got there, the son of Toronado. We were saying that Naif Al-Anazi was having a quiet day. Well, not so quiet here. He's come storming through to win it. Angel of Trafalgar looked all over the winner, but stopped in the final 200 metres. Run Teddy Run has stayed on again. Out wide, number 10, and just in behind them was Fusion Gold. So all change again there. Al Jabri, 1 minute 42.28. It's a win for 14, Al Jabri. Second was tied. It is Run Teddy Run, I think, has got second. So third will be Fusion Gold. Only fourth, Angel of Trafalgar. Extraordinary, out of the frame. Maybe went too soon. They went quick up front, didn't they? Faz went quick, and then Angel of Trafalgar went quick chasing him. And next, the winning margin, Al Jabri has won it. So it's a win for 14, Al Jabri. So second, number 10, Run Teddy Run. And they've called the third now, 3 Fusion Gold. Well done to Al Jabri, who's pounced here. The Toronado Colt for Naif Al-Anazi, number 14, the winner, beats 10 and 3 in another pulsating finish in race 11.
Well, a strong run, a strong finish for Al Jabri, who seemed to come out of nowhere, Tom, when we looked at Angel of Trafalgar, who seemed to have it all wrapped up and just faded at the end. But what a performance from Al Jabri.
Oh, I thought I had a winner there, Rebecca. Honestly, I thought Angel of Trafalgar was about to put the race to bed in very, very similar silks, a circle rather than a diamond, but still the same blue and yellow. Looked like he was coming there to win the race just as he was alongside Faz turning for home. And then we got the pace collapse. And they were walking in the closing 200 metres, allowing one of the closers to come up and take the prize. And this son of Toronado, under Naif Al-Anazi, stayed on stoutest and got the job done.
So second win for this horse, Tom. What do you think for the future?
Yeah, well, he's built on his performances at Taif earlier this season, where he wasn't really a factor aside from back at meeting 20 when he finished second. Maybe this track and the longer home straight here has suited him. Maybe just the addition of Naif Al-Anazi on board has helped. I imagine he'll be campaigned just solely in open races like this, and connections will hope that he can win another big prize. But it was a good 18,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner of this event, so it was a nice payday for Bedan Al-Sabai and owners Dakil Maneh Al-Atibi.
Absolutely, look at the reaction from the jockey, loves it. So the other finishes in that race, it was a pulsating finish, as Enzo said. It certainly was pulsating. Could have gone to anyone really. There were sort of 3-4 horses in the mix there at the end, Tom.
There were, yeah. I think it was who was second. The third was Fusion Gold in the yellow and black check silks. That was his first run in Saudi Arabia after moving from the UAE. So that was a very good performance. We also had the loose horse causing havoc in the straight as well. Ragadan for Khalid Al-Mamoni, the second time he's been on the deck so far today. Hopefully he's okay. And Run Teddy Run finished second, the horse by Mason.
Well, let's hear now from the winning jockey. Shamila is down in the paddock.
Naif Al-Anazi, however, he is talking at the moment to Bedan Al-Sabai, so I'm sure he will get to us very quickly. However, wasn't that such a fantastic run? Race 11, finally a winner for Naif Al-Anazi. And what a race it was. Obviously, very unfortunate for Khalid Al-Mamoni to have another fall, but really great to see Naif have his head out in front finally. And it was a really tough race as well. Congratulations, Naif. How did you find that race?
Thank you, Shamila. Thanks, God, about the win. Congratulations for the honor, Dakil Ruwais and son for this guy, and the trainer, Bedan Al-Sabai. Second win with me this first and type this season, and in Riyadh now, first day this season. Thanks God. I hope so, inshallah, more future for tomorrow and after tomorrow, inshallah.
And it seemed like a really tough race. You had to go the entire time.
Yeah, Shimela, actually, I see my brother, another horse, his front. I come step by step, you know. I'm not coming so early from 600 or 400 because I see my brother, his front, and maybe win. And I come step by step after the horse, another horse stop. I come in. Thanks, God.
Well, congratulations, Naif, and I hope you have many more winners this year.
Thank you, Shimela. Thank you, Princess.
Well, that is his second winner of the day, and this is how the race panned out.
We just saw the Ragadan, the horse inside, unshipped Khalid Al-Mamoni just there at the start after this, I think it was on the second or third stride. Hopefully he's okay. I mean, he's had 3 winners. He's been unshipped from his horses twice. He's had a second. A dramatic day, a really good day, we should say, with the 3 winners. But hopefully he's okay because he has hit the dirt twice.
Yeah, an incredible day for him. He's kind of gone on a real roller coaster, hasn't he, Tom, with those 3 winners. The best day of his career in that respect, but then he's also ended up on his backside twice as well. And like you say, hopefully he is okay.
Yeah, and this loose horse did cause a little bit of havoc, as you can see here, as we just hit the bend. Faz is in the lead for the white stable. In second is the eventual third place finisher, Fusion Gold. On the outside is Angel of Trafalgar, who didn't even make the frame despite making this huge move just up the field now to join Faz and to hit the front. Back in the pack is the eventual winner with the yellow diamond just entering the back of the screen at the moment. But at this stage, the loose horse is causing a bit of trouble for Faz and Angel of Trafalgar in first and second. It looks like Fusion Gold is done for back in third. He eventually rallies past the top 2 to take minor money. The winner and the second are still not in shot.
And Angel of Trafalgar, Tom, just faded badly in those closing stages. Do you think a drop down and trip is what's needed here?
Yeah, I'm disappointed with the effort. When he hit the front, it should have been game over, but he seemed to just hang a little bit to his left and Maybe he used his energy a bit too soon. I thought 1600 would be fine, but look, you can see the deep closes on the outside really pick up late. Naif Al-Anazi managed to get a great passage on the eventual winner, who takes the prize, Al Jabri, the son of Toronado. Fusion Gold back in third there, as you can see, alongside Naif. And the runner-up was Run Teddy Run, who was another ex-Brit. He hasn't really found his feet in Saudi Arabia until today. It was a much better effort than his previous run, where he finished 14th back in meeting 54.
It turned out to be a really competitive, enticing contest at the end there between those three horses in the very closing stages. This is the beginning of the race, of course. Al Jabri drawn wide, horse number 14. Again, that hasn't proved to be an issue at all, Tom, the wide draw in the stalls.
No, different tactics here though. Naif was eager to get across, but he was on a closer, so there was lots of space in the field. There was well strung out due to Faz going off at a good speed. So you can see the loose horse there, Ragadan, causing a bit of havoc, but everything was fine. There was no real interference in the race. Just to talk about Faz, he did show that early speed as we thought he would. He lived up the front for a long period of time until Angel of Trafalgar came by. I think they just went a little bit too hard. And Batti Bettino, who actually messaged in on the YouTube channel, liked Faz in this race. And he ran well enough. He gave you a good run for your money. But at this stage, the writing was really on the wall.
Well, Faz finishing 6th in the end. Do you think we should have expected better from him, Tom? Highest rated horse in this one, but only finished 6th.
Potentially, but when the pace situation changes as it does like this, look, a horse can easily underperform. They're not machines, for example, but also at the same time, if they're pushed to go too hard in the early stages, you only have a certain amount of energy in your tank, and you can use all that up, but have nothing left, and then fade out of things when the closers are passing beaten horses. So he ran okay, I thought. He ran the kind of race I was expecting. He just didn't live around for as long.
And Tom, what about horse number 9, Frank Stella, son of Frankel, who ran a good race to finish 5th?
Stayed on nicely, didn't he, the son of Frankel? Maybe he needs to step up and trip. It was just his second run, as we can see Naif just celebrating there with the little finger point. He's also going for the high five. I mean, it's ambitious from Naif to give a high five to the third place jockey who's undoubtedly frustrated that he lost out by a head. But it's great sportsmanship here with the jockey colony in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, absolutely. Great celebrations as well from our winning jockey. He's got 2 wins on the board today, so pretty good day all round for him as well.
Not quite the Frankie Dettori flying dismount though, was it, I have to say?
Not quite. Well, we have one final race to go here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. We've had an absolute fantastic day of action so far, but there is still more to come. Our 12th race of the day, 12 race cards, so we've had an absolutely packed schedule. So much fantastic action to enjoy here in Riyadh at the very first day of the season. Race number 12, our final race of the day, and Enzo, our commentator, is going to talk us through all of the runners and the riders.
Race 12, we've got some absentees here. So number 1 is Taj Al Arous, Selman Al Rashid. 2 is Miller Baroud, Turkey Alofi, one of my favourite riders on board. 3 is Shaman Abdulaziz Al Yesh. 4 is Leoyun Ghali for Abdullah Al Khamis. Now, non-runner is Yahavi and also Al Nasser for Cronus. I've got 5 and 6 scratched here. 7, Yazid Al Kaya. And number 8 is Al Nayashin for Abdullah Al Kred. He's looking for a treble on the card. Number 9 is going to be Ard, Muhammad Al Yami. 10, Faizat Sara. Also 11 is out. So the non-runners here are 5, 6 and 11. So we've only got 12 left. Number 10, Faizat Sara is a runner. Hamza Saad on board. 12 is Aitna for Ahmed Al Shra. 13 is a runner. Nashiyar, Ayad Al Tarisi. 14 is Ayash, Rahid Al Feroz. And 15, Abu Garda, Abdullah Al Saidi. So confirm those non-runners again. Scratch 5, Yahai. Scratch 6, Al Nessa Akrona. And also number 11 has come out as well. So a dozen runners, race 12, 12 runners, 1,800 metres they're going this time. Back to Rebecca and Tom.
Thank you very much, Enzo. 1,800 metres, the longest race of the day, Tom. What are you looking forward to in this one, our final race of the day? We've had a fantastic day of action here, haven't we?
Yeah, it's been a really good day, first day of the meet. Not used to seeing 1,800 metre races, I have to admit. In Taif, we never had races run over that trip because if we did, it would have been directly on the start. Would have been on the bend, and you just can't have that on a dirt track, no matter what, especially an oval, because it just means the outside horse is really inconvenienced, and there'll be a lot of scrimmaging as well, as horses are desperately trying to cut across. So the start's always on a straight part of the track, and 1800 metres isn't a straight part in Taif. So this is a different distance. Most of these horses who have run so far this season, well, all of the horses that have run so far this season, will have never encountered this. So it's a tricky affair, and then you've got to add to that it's the apprentice jockeys only, not the professionals. No Camilo Ospina, no Naif Alanazi, no Alex Moreno, etc., etc. There are some good and experienced jockeys in here, but there are some unknowns as well.
Yes, this will be certainly an interesting contest, Tom. All Saudi horses as well. That's our first runner, Taj Al Arous, horse at number 1.
Not helped by the draw here, out in 15. Finished 15th on the reappearance back in meeting 43. Looks a bit sweaty as well.
Horse at number 2, Mil Baroud.
Had a break since a couple of poor efforts early in the season, finishing 13th in meeting 6 and 15th in meeting 15. Will be ridden by Turkey Alofi though, who's had a fair few rides in his career.
Horse number 3, another one with a wide draw, is Shaman.
Seasonal reappearance for this one. She's a 4-year-old filly. She won a 0-60 handicap here last December. This is a 0-65, so slightly trickier.
And this number 4 horse that we'll be seeing next is Lay Ayun Gali. Will be next on our screens. A little bit of a hold up there. This is horse number 4.
Yes, 5-year-old colt. Hasn't run yet this term. Has had 13 starts so far in his career, winning just once. Drawn in stall 9, so has a middle draw. He has a chance if he's fit.
Well, this is horse number 7, Yazid Al-Kaya.
0 from 28 so far, not the most prolific by any means, finishing 6th last time up in meeting 53, 2nd the time before, so it is consistent at this level.
Well, we have had a late jockey change to talk about, Tom. This is an interesting one. We'll get back to the horses in just a moment. Khalid Al-Mamoni will be riding in this race. He's got 3 wins already. He'll be riding number 15. Can he get his 4th win of the day? He takes the ride on number 15, Abu Ghada. What do you make of this, Tom? This is certainly a very interesting turn of events, isn't it?
Khalid can't get enough today. Much like DJ Khalid says, another one. He wants another ride. That's the best link I've got for you today, by the way. Save the humour till race 12. Yeah, it sounds like the original rider who was supposed to take the mount on Abu Ghada has picked up an injury. So Khalid takes the mount, and that's never a bad thing.
Clearly unhurt from his fall in the previous race, and will want to make amends for that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he did earlier, didn't he? He took the fall previous to a race, then rode that horse, finished 2nd, and then the next race he came back to win. So maybe he'll be the difference.
Absolutely, he goes on horse at number 15. This is number 13, Jcsa.
7-year-old filly. She won a 0-60 from the front earlier this season. In fact, last time up. She has early speed. We'll see the footage of that win after we've seen all these horses.
Horse number 14, a horse we spoke about at the very beginning of the programme, Tom. Aesh.
Different saddlecloth, if I'm not mistaken. I'm used to seeing a brown saddlecloth there for 14, which has thrown me off a little bit. But yeah, this horse is in very good form. He's only a 3-year-old. Both his wins have come over 2,000 metres. Now he drops down.
And Abu Ghada.
Again, another different saddlecloth. Used to seeing a kind of a whitey kind of saddlecloth there. So I'm not sure what's gone on there with the colours, but this horse is drawn well in stall 2. Khalid Al-Mamoni takes over. Also a 3-year-old, so gets weight.
Great stuff. Well, let's go and chat to Shamila now, who is down in the parade ring. Shamila, who's caught your eye down there?
Well, it's our last race of the day and it's an apprentice race, but do not be fooled. These apprentice jockeys are serious. As you've talked about before, we have seen Khalid Al-Mamoni win 3 races today. In this race, I think you should look out for Turkey Alofi, Abdullah Al-Quraidis, Mohammed Al-Yami, but I will be going for horse number 13, Jcsa, who is Eid Al-Tarousi's ride of the day. First last time out and looks really well in the parade ring, sporting blinkers and a shadow roll today as well, and a fluffy breast girth, just to keep the horse from rubbing itself on the breast girth. So if you see that, just know that that's what that is for. Horse number 14 is acting up a little bit. However, the jockey has seemed to get the horse under control, and I cannot wait to see how these apprentices do. It's really great to see them getting chances in big races as well. I'm surprised we don't see Asil Al Saharni in this race today because he's one of my favourite apprentice jockeys. However, all the guys in this race are really, really strong.
One jockey we will be seeing in this race aboard horse number 15. There you go, late jockey change to tell you about. Khalid is back in the saddle. He's going for glory in this very last race of the day following that fall earlier, so I'm sure you'll be glad to see him back.
I really am, and I mean he's had 2 falls today, both in the stalls in the previous race as well. I mean it's the highs and lows of racing. He's had 3 winners today and 2 falls. Hopefully he can get his hands on another winner as well to make up for that. But he's hard as nails, and I'm sure Ali Al Mamoni is sitting at home, his brother, cheering him on today.
Absolutely, great to see him back going for one last race here in race number 12. So Shamila, you like Jcsa. Tom, who do you like the look of so far?
I think I like Ayesh, horse number 14, just the most likely winner of this race, for our leading trainer Ahmed Mohamoud. He would love to add another winner to his tally. This son of Premium Tab has won his last 2 outings. I don't mind the drop back in distance for him from 2,000 to 1,800 metres. I think he'll be actually suited by it, given he has natural early speed. The rider Rahid Al Fayrouz has ridden a fair few winners this season alone. As we can see the horse right now, he looks a picture as well in the shot, and let's see him last time up when he won. As you can see here, just on the outside, he's changed leads early, which is not ideal, but he's really finding in the straight. And it actually looks like the horse on the outside with the yellow sleeves is coming to collar Ayesh. But he's so game in the closing stages. Look, Camilo Ospina is obviously very talented in the saddle, and he's urged him to the front and kept him there. As you can see, a real power-packed drive. But at the same time, this horse is putting serious distance between himself and the 3rd place finisher. The top 2 draw clear, and I think a repeat of that effort's good enough to win this.
And this is Jcsa, the horse that Shamila likes the look of, Tom.
Yes, again, the last time out winner at Taif from the front end this day. Another good performance. This was a 0 to 60 handicap, so slightly worse condition than he's facing today, a 0 to 65 for the apprentices. He has early speed. He should be there in the firing line from the outset, but he does seem to be walking on water a little bit late. He's treading water here. The runner-up is really closing up, and I don't know. I think he's going to be vulnerable to a better stayer, and Ayesh is just that. I wouldn't be surprised if horses 13, Jcsa, just in shot right now, and 14, Ayesh, go forward. They're 1st and 2nd throughout, and then Ayesh comes out on top.
Well, we will see. There's 1,800 metres of this race to see who the winner might be in that one. Ayesh, that's your pick, Tom. Shamila likes Jcsa. I am going to go for Abu Ghada just because of that late jockey change, Tom, and I'm rooting for Khalid Al Mamoni to get yet another winner on the board. It's a big ask, of course, to get 4 winners today, but nevertheless, I think he can do it.
Number 1 of his fan club. I'd love to see it.
I'm going for him today in this last race, this final race of the card today on this opening day of the season here in Riyadh at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. Fantastic day of action we've had so far. Well, this is the final race. The horses are making their way down to the stalls, and we'll shortly be underway here for the final race of the day. Well, the jockeys are looking relaxed, a bit of chit-chat between them all as they head down, Tom. And you've talked a lot about, haven't you, the kind of jockey community or the racing community here. And you said it just, there's such a good feel and so much togetherness here. And I think that's just an example of it there.
Yeah, we've seen, I'm sure this will happen at some point, or maybe it has happened in the past, but we've seen some rivalries that have maybe gone a little bit too far in the UK and the US. Shout out Calvin Burrell for the US one, where there was a scuffle after a race at the Breeders' Cup. We don't want to see that. We want to see good sportsmanship. We want to see jockeys riding and supporting their fellow competitors, much like we saw with Naif Al-Anazi in the last race. Shaking the hands of the 3rd place rider after the race. We like to see that. So, yeah, I think this group is full of jockeys that are supporting one another, wanting everyone to succeed, and that's always good to see.
Yeah, of course, and it's a tough sport to be involved in, isn't it? You know, it's a lot of travel, it's long hours, there's so much sacrifice that goes into this. So of course you need that community, that strong togetherness amongst everyone involved, I think.
You do, and it's not just the local riders or just the riders, the foreign riders that have come in to ride here. It's the whole group. They're as one, and yeah, it's great. They share the victories as well, providing Adel Al-Fredi's not riding, because he does tend to ride at least 2 or 3 winners at a time.
Well, these are really impressive shots that we're seeing here of the King Abdulaziz racetrack. as we head down towards the start to join our runners and riders for the final race of the day. And it's an absolute picture, isn't it, Tom, out there? It's just such an impressive course here in Riyadh.
It really is. Floodlit, well floodlit, very wide course, as you can see. They don't use half of it, despite the fact that we've had 20 runner fields. Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better venue.
Absolutely. And it looks like we are almost ready to get underway for this final race of the day, race 12, the longest race of the day, 1,800 metres. This is the apprentices, and this is going to be one that we are looking forward to. Tom going for Ayash, Shamila going for Nashea. I'm going for Abu Ghada, the horse number 15 with that late jockey change. That's my reason why. And of course, we'll shortly be joined by Enzo, our commentator, who's going to talk us through this one and give us his pick as well. But we've had a great day of action, haven't we, Tom? And you've told us about your highlight before, that race with just the 4 runners in it, but there's been so much more since then that's been big talking points.
Yeah, we've had lots of talking points, lots of good races. We will come back to Tom's top moment when we end the show after this event, so stick around for our little outro piece down at our mini studio by the paddock. I'm sure race 6 is going to be my highlight, but we'll get to see that in greater detail. It's been a very good first day of action, and I'm looking forward to doing it all over again tomorrow.
And the day after that as well, Tom.
And the day after that.
And then the week after that too.
For sure.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, Enzo is standing by now, ready to call our last race of the day. Enzo, over to you.
Cheers, Rebecca. Thanks to you. Great work today. I know it's been a long day, isn't it? 12 races. Great stuff as ever from you, Tom and Shamila. But we're looking forward to the last here. Yeah, I found this tough in terms of selection. Look at the rating of these horses. They're quite closely matched, aren't they? And for that reason, I was going to give a bit of a shout to Lay Oyun Gali here. Abdullah Al-Khamis. Of course, we've got jockeys having a great day here. We've got this jockey change for Khalid Al-Mamoni. He's on board Abu Ghada now. Looking for his 4th. We've got Abdullah Al-Kraid. He's looking for a treble on Al-Nayashin as well. So those 2 riders have had a very good day. Thought Taj Al-Arus looked well on the way down under Salman Al-Rashid. And no real negatives, but looking at these horses going to post, all seem to be very fit and ready for action in the evening lights, the floodlights here. What are we now? 9:10 nearly local time, so looking forward to this final race. One in the middle there, just getting some attention. So the non-runners, to remind you, 5 Yahaye, Al Nasser Akrona number 6, and also Zalra number 11. So we're down to 12 runners. And they're circling down there at the start for our finale. 7 there we just saw in these red colours. We didn't have any colours in some of the publications for Yazid Al-Khair. It's like a red and white diamond colours for that one. Runners are beginning to think about loading up for our last race of the day. Green cap we can see there, that is Ayash, the white stable colours. Rahid Al Fayroz riding this one. So the final race then is over 1,800 metres. Our longest race of the day, a handicap for the apprentice riders. Colts and fillies here, 3-year-olds and up in action. Bit of Baroud going behind there. That's number 4, Lay Oyun Gali. Abdullah Al-Khamis on board. Of course, he used to an apprentice, isn't he, Khalid Al-Mamoni? He rides Abu Ghada here, number 15. Comes out of stall 2. This being a handicap race means they're not in the race card order for the draw here. Various different draws in use this time. Runners are just circling. 12's got a little bit warm down the neck. 8, no, that is in the blue and red. Here's 10, Faizat Sarah. Faizat Sarah, number 10 here, ridden by Hamza Saad. So a field of 12 for race 12 on opening day. White and green stars there. That is Abu Ghada. If you're with the Khalid Al-Mamoni mount, goes into 2. And First couple are in now. Here's 13, Nashiyar. Nashiyar Ayad Al Tarisi. I think he's had about 6 or 7 rides today. So that's some prize money without having a winner. 14, Ayash goes forward now. Pink saddlecloth for the 14. 10, Faizat Sarah about to go in. So we're getting through loading up. They do load very quickly once they start. A couple to go in. Yasid Al-Khair goes in with Shaman. Taj Al-Arus to the outside stall. Taj Al-Arus, the last one. The race 12 on opening day at Riyadh. We're just about ready for the 9:10. Starter calls them. He's about to hit the button. A couple of shouts from the riders. Stall 6, we're keeping an eye on there. Oh no, coming out is Ayash. Yeah, it was stall 6, number 14. Ayash. Rahid Al Fayrouz. Not happy about something there. Rahid Al Fayrouz riding. I think the horse is okay though. Just seems to get a little bit upset and then got backed out, little spin, and is back in. Now we're ready. Set for the last, and they're off. Race 12 on opening day is underway. Just slightly pitched coming out of the stalls. One that was slowly away towards the inside of the group in the pink colours there was Yasid Al-Khair. Didn't get off to a great start. Also a little bit slow to go was Abu Garda. One that broke well in black and yellow colours is Nashiyar. And also up there now is Ard, who's making up ground pretty quickly in that bright green jacket. Also very much on the premises there in the maroon colours. Advancing is Miller Baroud as well as they go through the first couple of 100 metres. But towards the inside, in front is Nashiyar in the yellow and black colours. On the outside, that is Ard in the black cap, the bright green. White and green of Abu Garda is now getting right into the mix as well as they head towards the end of the far side. And up front, the lead is now with Abu Garda, who's come through the green sleeves. Khalid Al-Mamoni, with his eyes on the prize, leads by a half length. So on the inside, Nashiyar in second. Racing 3 wide is Ard, a couple of lengths back to Ayash, who's in the green cap, looking for some closers. Yasid Al-Khair's on the move, red and white towards the outside. Also, Taj Al-Arus is trying to get closer. And then behind those is Lay Olum Ghali, who's making ground 2 in yellow and black. And they're a few lengths clear of Faisat Sarah. Well back at the moment is Shaman, who's never got into it. Then comes Al Nayashin as they make the turn. Mil Baroud is well off the pace. Around the home bend they go, 400 to go. And it's Taj Al-Arus, number 1, who's making that sweep on the outside. Gets the slingshot off the turn. And Selman Al-Rashid and Taj Al-Arus have struck the front. Goes a length clear. To in second place, Yazid Al-Khair. Back in third, getting tired is Ard as they race down the straight. And up front, the leader is pressing on here. And that's Taj Al-Arus, number 1, who's got a clear lead with 150 metres to go. It's going to be Taj Al-Arus, who's going to get his second career score for Selman Al-Rashid. Taj Al-Arus is a runaway winner of our last. Yasid Al-Khair is through in second place. And third, that could be Faisat Sarah in third place. We'll confirm that. But the winner was Taj Al-Arus, who's run away from them impressively. A bit warm, I thought, before the race down the neck, but he's come home like a good one here. This 5-year-old son of Muthib won the winner, Taj Al-Arus. Second was 7, Yasid Al-Khair. And just waiting on the third to be confirmed there. But Taj Al-Arus, jockey could put the Pro Kush down with 100 metres to go. 1 minute 55.83 seconds. 1 minute 55.83 seconds. Second was number 7, Yasid Al-Khair. And it was number 10 for third, Faisat Sarah in third place. 6 lengths the winning margin, 6 lengths. First number 1, Taj Al-Arus. Second number 7, Yasid Al-Khair. And third number 10, Faisat Sarah. They were clear of Ard. And behind those was Al-Nayashin. But a great performance. Taj Al-Arus is our final winner.
Taj Al-Arous, the final winner of the 12th race of the day. Convincing winner as well. Tom, that was an impressive performance, wasn't it?
It really was, sweeping wide on the bend. Obviously broke from another wide stall. Not the first horse that's broken from a wide stall that's won today. That move on the bend was decisive, and the horses that we thought were going to be the protagonists, the likes of Ayash and Jcsa, played no part in the finish whatsoever.
No, we didn't even mention them, did we? Yasid Alkhair was second, drawn from stall number 10, and then Faizat Sarah from stall number 8. So those stalls closer to the rails, of course, but again, just hasn't really made a difference at all today, has it, Jamila?
No, it hasn't. And one of the winners, actually, the trainer told me that he prefers a wide stall around Riyadh, which is strange because we thought that it would be the low stall bias, didn't we? So it's interesting to see how different horses take to the track and how it plays out differently throughout the races.
Absolutely. And there have been some really surprising winners today, haven't there? Tom, what's been your most surprising moment of the day? We've seen some horses we perhaps didn't expect.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about surprising moments, virtually every race, I'd say, is a surprising moment. But I don't know, maybe the best moment was race 6, for sure. The 4-runner race. We've had Muhi for the white stable on the outside, Sakar on the inside, horse number 1. And it was generally a duel just from the outset. It was a phenomenal race, and we're used to seeing all these big fields, but it was just 4 runners, 2 runners from the outset, but they really went head-to-head all the way down the back straight, turning for home. The race wasn't won until 50 metres out. Camilo Ospina getting that vital winner, which he needs for the jockey's title, close to home as well. So, yeah, that'd be my highlight. But there were some other talking points, let's just say.
And that must have been one of your highlights as well, because you predicted the winner in that one too, Shamila.
I did get the winner for that race. Obviously, only a 4-runner race, so it's not too difficult to choose a winner if Camilo Ospina is on board a premium tap horse. However, I do love to watch races like that when they go head-to-head right until the finish. That's why I really loved race number 11 as well, Naif Al Anazi's winner. I mean, I love that battle to the finish.
Yeah, that was really a superb race, wasn't it, Tom? You enjoyed that one too?
I did until Angel of Trafalgar got past with about 75 metres to run. But no, it was a very good race. Nath deserved the winner today as well, didn't he? One of our favourite riders, if not our favourite rider. That was a thriller, but the match race for me just edges it because, as I said when we were talking about the race in our studio, it was very much like the old school US match races with Secretariat, Seabiscuit, the horses that kind of drove this new fan base for horse racing, and you don't see it all too often, especially in Saudi Arabia, given the massive fields in every race. Just to see 2 horses go at it for numerous furlongs was a thrill.
Certainly another one to have a look at on the replays a bit later on if you've got time to catch up on the day's action. But Shamila, talk to us about being back here in Riyadh. You've covered Saudi Cups here before. This is a familiar stomping ground for you. How exciting is it to be back here?
It's fantastic to be back, to see all the same faces in Taif as well. I mean, I missed them over the 2-week break. So it's great to see all the horse connections, all the jockeys getting winners again and everyone having a smile on their face.
And you've been down there in the pre-parade ring, in the parade ring, talking to all the horses, all the jockeys rather, not the horses, maybe not, the trainers. And what's been your highlight of the day?
Definitely Naif Al Anazi's winner in race number 11. Obviously, he's one of the friendliest jockeys I've ever met in my life. He's so honest as well, and he just loves the horses. I love people in racing who genuinely love the horses. Every time he gets off his horse, he gives them a big kiss and a hug, which I don't know, you don't usually see that anywhere else.
Yeah, it's been a really fantastic day in terms of that kind of camaraderie as well between all the jockeys we've seen as well. And it's been a really, really great opening day here in Riyadh. This is the start of the season in Riyadh. So much more racing to come over the coming days, weeks and months, of course, all culminating in the Saudi Cup at the end of February in this impressive race course. We've enjoyed your company throughout the day. Thank you very much for watching wherever you've joined us from in the world, and we look forward to welcoming you back here tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for joining us.